Okay, surface. Okay, I got him.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. What's good, everybody, man? How y'all feeling tonight? We back, you know, the usual. Me, NYG, Double Deuce, my big bro, Coach Ed Gladney, and my main man, Jeffy T85, man, bringing y'all heart of the city, all New York sports. We rocking and rolling tonight, man. As always, before I get started with the show, man, want to ask my two co-hosts how y'all doing, man. How you doing tonight, Coach? How you doing, Jeffy?
No, I'm hanging in there. And you?
I'm great, man. Great, man. Living life, man. Loving it, man.
That's a beautiful thing, bro. That's definitely a beautiful thing.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm doing good too. Just living life, enjoying every single day that goes by. It's been some beautiful days here in the tri-state area, and I'm ready to talk some tri-state sports with everyone.
All
That's what's
right.
up, man. Me too. Me too. Also want to give a shout out to my chat, man. Much love to everybody in the chat room, everybody that supports my channel and this show. Um, My main man Levance here every single week, man. Appreciate you,
hmm
brother, man. How you doing, man? Hope you having a good night tonight, man. Another one of my dogs,
Fantastic.
man. My main man, big fan Breezy with the Brooklyn Nets vlog. Breezy, me and Breezy might have a little debate tonight, so y'all stay tuned for that. He disagreed with one of my unpopular opinions that I put out there today, so we might have a little spice to tonight's show, but you know it's all good and fun, man. That's my bro. And
hmm
always shout out to the missus, man. How you doing, wifey? Love you and much love to everyone in support.
Aww.
All right, man.
I'm just kidding.
so so let's get into it though. Let's get into it. Let's start the show off here a little bit different. Because we don't want to be too long winded, man, every single night. But I am gonna have an open panel here towards the end of the show, so I'm gonna drop the link. Any and everybody is more than welcome to pull up. But me and my two co-hosts, we're gonna rock out here for a little bit for y'all, man. So let me get into a little bit of college, man. We're gonna let Coach, man, give you a little bit of the college news, man, and we're gonna transition from the college right into the football, man, before we get into the basketball, man. And the basketball is gonna be fire, cause I know my man Big Fan Breezy got something to say about what we're gonna be talking about here tonight. So had a little spar, I would say, on his show today. So it's gonna be good, man. Action packed show for y'all tonight, man. So but without further ado, I present to you.
What's good, everyone? This weekend was a very, how can I say, disappointing weekend for the
Disappointing, right?
locals. Um, you know, we had some serious losses this weekend in the college football world. Syracuse lost to Pitt 19-9, and Rutgers also lost. They lost to Michigan 52-17, and Princeton beat Dartmouth 17-14, and Monmouth lost to Delaware 49-17. Syracuse, um, that was a really tough loss. I mean, they're on a 3-game slide right now. After Clemson, then NC State, and now Pitt. They were favored to beat Pitt, and it didn't turn out the way that that it was supposed to. Carlos Del Rio Wilson didn't have a very productive game. He was 8 of 23 for 120 yards passing, no touchdowns, no interceptions. Sean Tucker, their leading rusher, was 10 of 19 for a 1.9 average. So pretty much the offense was shut down by Pitt. I mean, Pitt just seemed to have total control of the game from the get go. I mean, Syracuse did fight their way and make a little bit of noise here and there. I mean, it's always a rival with Pitt and Syracuse going back to their days into the Big East, but for the most part, Pitt really did control the game. And Syracuse couldn't do anything offensively in that game. Rutgers, what can I say, man? For me, it was a tough game. Being a Rutgers fan, Rutgers had the lead going into halftime 17-14, but Michigan went on a roll in the second half, and scored 38 unanswered points. They even had in the third quarter 3 interceptions, literally back to back to back. One was a pick six. Gavin Wimsatt threw his first interception, and then his next pass was the pick six, and then of course the third one later in the game. But it's also a product of having a freshman as a quarterback. Could they have put in someone else? Yes, but Shiano wants to go basically with the freshman to kind of prepare him and see what you can get. So it's a kind of a catch-22. But and defensively, the defense wore down. I mean, Michigan, basically was doing what it started to do whatever they wanted to do. I mean, the momentum went out. Basically, it seemed like that pick six, and just went downhill from there. Um, in terms of Princeton and Dartmouth, Princeton was productive offensively. Blank Stanstrom was 31 for 40, 264 yards, but no touchdowns, no interceptions. Ryan Butler was fairly productive, 20 rushes for 62 yards, no touchdowns, and DeJaris Carter was 8 for 30 with 1 touchdown. So, I mean, Princeton has always had a good offense. So, Dartmouth is always a hard fight for Princeton, no matter what the records are. And that's what Dartmouth did. They continued their fight with Princeton, no matter what. But, Princeton was the better team, and, they ended up controlling the game. I mean, they were up 17-7 at the half, but Dartmouth scored a 4-quarter touchdown to close out the scoring. And then Monmouth, when they stepped up, I mean, being that they're in the CAA, Delaware is always one of the top teams in the FCS, so it was a step up in class in comparison to all their other oppositions. I mean, they were down 42-10 at the half, and each team scored a touchdown late in the second half. I mean, and those Arjona was 8 of 19 for 90 yards, no touchdowns, no interceptions. But Jaden Sheridan was 26 for 202 yards and 1 touchdown. So Monmouth had their ground game going. It's just they were unable to put up points. There were a couple times that I did notice because I did check in. Delaware just didn't let him get score from in the red zone, and that's really what it boils down to. Monmouth has always had a good offense, but Delaware, like I said, is a step up in class. They're one of the top teams in the FCS, and they're going to be fighting to get into the FCS playoffs. So that's pretty much it in the football world. Yesterday started college basketball. Rutgers, Syracuse, St. John's all won Princeton.
Yeah, I seen that. Yep, let's go.
So,
Basketball
just wanted
season
to
is
touch
here.
on that. And, we'll be getting into that a little bit as we go along. So, that's pretty much it. Just wanted to give you those updates on college basketball, too. Oh, and Rutgers women, they also won. Um, Much respect to them. Rutgers women's basketball is playing with the 8 lady roster. I mean,
Wow.
that's all they have on their roster, especially with all the changes. They had I think 7 players transfer along with uh, I think 3 or 4 who graduated. So um, it's going to be an interesting season. They're going to fight, but they beat Hofstra yesterday. So and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do this year. So that's pretty much it.
Cool, 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 man. Appreciate that, coach, man.
Hmm.
Now speaking of college, I do have something that I want to share with you guys. Just give me just a second. It is a mock draft, and I want to talk a little bit about the players in this mock draft that the New York Giants could be particularly interested in. Just give me just a quick minute to pop this up real quick. Um, all right, got it. So let me share screen. Appreciate y'all. Levant says Syracuse
What's
90,
up,
Lehigh
man?
72, final score. Joe
Mm,
Garrard 19 points to 25 minutes played. Good
mm,
shit, man. Definitely.
mm. Good
Uh,
stuff.
Share screen. All right. Can y'all see my screen?
Hmm.
Yes.
All right. Now this is from Big Blue View from SB Nation. Good website if you want to check out some good Giants content. This article is here is by Chris Flum, I believe that's how he says his name. Add to the Giants roster with a midseason 3-round mock draft. All right. So yada yada yada. I'm not gonna read all this, but let's just look at the picks, and then
Hmm.
we'll react to them. All right. So first round, 27th overall, Quentin Johnson, wide receiver, TCU. He says, "I'm high on the Giants receiving core than a lot of people. I think they made the right move, not spending draft capital to add a receiver at the 2022 trade deadline. The Giants don't have a true number one option on their offense, and I couldn't pass up the opportunity to add one. I don't expect Johnson to be available this late after the draft process gets into full swing." So that's key line right here is that
Hmm.
this is still early in the draft process, so don't get your hopes up. But this, from all I've been hearing, is one of the top receivers in the draft. So I'm jumping on the opportunity to select him here at 6'4", 215 pounds. With great length and potential elite athletic traits, Johnson is not only big and long, pause, but he has great acceleration, speed, and body control for his size. He might not be as quick or detailed route runner as Jordan Adson, Keyshawn Boutte, or Jackson Smith, but isn't weak in that area either. He could be what the Giants hope Kenny Galladay would be, and a great complement for Wandell Robinson and the smaller, quicker receivers. So, what do you think about that pick, Coach?
Okay. Um, I understand if he's there, you have to take him. Um, I do think I have a feeling I'm waiting to see how things play out, but the way things are going right now, I actually think he might possibly be within range, especially
Mm,
if we're at 27. I mean, if he's there at 22, I could definitely see the Giants making a trade to move up, especially because we have 11 draft picks and some future assets. So, I could see us trading up if he's within that range to go ahead and get him if you really want him. So, but again, it also is a matter of how you how you have your draft board in terms of grading, because there's also going to be value in the second round. So it's just a
Mm-hmm.
matter of, what are you trying to attack? I mean, are you going to attack the offensive line? Are you going to attack the defensive backfield, the linebackers? But Johnson, if he's there at that position, at that pick, yeah, I could definitely understand that. He's definitely going to be has good value. He's definitely has the tools for the number one. Now, being that he plays at TCU, he has to develop his route tree.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at him, understanding how to attack a zone. In other words, sitting in the windows. Better using his skill set to um, take advantage of man principles on the defense. Just elevating his game to the pro level. But he does have those skills. So there's no denying that he's definitely a big number one receiver, and he has good speed. I mean, he's going to be in the 4.45 range in terms of 40. I just also in the long run I want to see his quick shuttles, just to see how quick he
Okay.
is. But everything that I've seen of him, yes, he's dynamic, he's good, he high points the ball very well. So he would definitely be a good pick for the Giants. If we were able to select him. So um, in terms of the other two, like you said, Addison and Boutier, yeah, I think he's right there with them. It's just your preference. They all, they're all dynamic in their own ways, and they bring something different. But Johnson, I could see him being the first receiver off the board. I could see him being, the fifth or sixth receiver off the board, because
Mm-hmm.
to me, it's that deep in terms of the wide receiver, and it depends on the team picking what they're looking for in terms of the wide receivers.
So real quick, coach, what about Rashee Rice? Have you
Mm-hmm.
this guy's from SMU.
Mm-hmm.
What do you know
Mm-hmm.
about this guy? Because in Pro Football Network's
Mm-hmm.
mock draft, they got the Giants selecting him at number 27. Now they
Mm-hmm.
got the Jets taking a guy you just mentioned earlier, Jordan Addison. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I know I'm going all over the place here, but
Mm-hmm.
I just want to get your take on some of these wide receivers and who do you think is the best of the bunch, or who would you value more for the Giants? And you could talk about the Jets too, since this is heart of the city, but because they got the Jets taking Jordan Addison in
Mm-hmm.
Pro Football Network's mock draft, and the Giants selecting Rashee Rice,
Rice.
wide
Okay.
receiver from SMU.
Rice. Rice. I mean, big ups to Big Pat for talking about him. Rice is good. I mean, he's bigger than I thought. He's around 6'2". He's definitely has quickness. He has the skill set to also be a number one receiver. Number one, number two, give or take, depending on who you have in your system. To start. But he definitely handles the ball. The little bit of film that I've looked on him, I haven't seen any drop balls. When it hits his hands, he snares it. He doesn't. He hasn't bobbled. He's not the type where what I call a bounce catcher. And what I mean by that is he always lets it comes into his chest and is bouncing off into his hands. He does use his hands fairly well. He would definitely be a good receiver. I mean, I am trying to get more film on him, but I do like what I see with him. He definitely would, fit in. I know some people are going to question being that he plays at SMU, and also the
Mhm.
system, kind of like Johnson, not playing in a true pro style. So, what type of route
Mhm.
tree does he have? I mean, is he able to do? But that's something that you can develop. But
Yeah.
he can definitely, he could definitely become a number one. The Addison was interesting. That's overkill to me for the Jets. I mean, because you're gonna
Mhm.
you're gonna have to get rid of somebody to do that then. And if that
Right.
was the
They got a
case,
lot of receivers. You
I'll
mhm,
tell
right.
you why. I'll tell you why they might do that because of the whole Elijah Moore stuff that's going on. They might decide to
Mm.
drop him after the season because of everything going on with him, and they're not even targeting him. that maybe they'll
Mhm.
decide to think about trading him in the offseason. And you could go get a guy like Addison. I don't know if he's a slot guy more, if he could play the outside, because they have experimented with Garrett
Mhm.
Wilson at times in the
Mhm.
slot. So they might think about
Hmm.
doing that. And that's maybe reason why they have Addison going to the Jets, because of the whole Elijah Moore stuff.
Well, if that was the case, you probably could have got more value for him coming this past with the trade deadline as opposed to waiting during the season. I mean, after the season, because now what are you going to get? Because you played him. You're not playing. If you're not playing him, you're not targeting him. You're diminishing his value. So for you to do that, you might as well have traded him to get as much draft capital or whatever for him now, as opposed to wait till after the season. Now, if they start targeting him and he explodes and then they end up trading him, then it makes sense. But at that point in time, why would you want to trade him if he explodes? So it's a catch 22. I just to put another receiver in there. I mean, you have Barrios, you have who am I forgetting? You have
Corey
Wilson,
Davis.
Corey
Corey
Davis,
Davis. You still got Mims on there.
Mims.
Um,
You have Jeff
See,
Smith.
Elijah
yeah.
Moore,
So
yeah, and then Garrett
it's
Wilson.
it's I would have had to seen. Did they do something? I mean, for me, I can't understand why you would do that, but um, I mean, if they did get that offense, get him Addison on that offense with that offense and the guys that they have now, mm, 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 that would
Yeah.
be scary. That would really be scary, for me. So mm,
Mm.
that's interesting.
Yeah.
So, um, let's talk about a couple of these other players. Second round, Chris has got number 58 overall, Ricky Stromberg,
Hmm.
offensive center from Arkansas. He says, I still want to find a long term answer at center.
Hmm.
Stromberg could be one of the highest rated centers in the upcoming draft and blends good size at 6'4", 310 pounds with solid movement skills and hand usage. He's
Hmm.
also an experienced center with a good football IQ who has played against some of the top interior defensive linemen in college football. Stromberg is versatile enough to man the center position as well as guard if necessary. The Giants
Hmm.
have shown a definite preference for versatility in their offensive linemen, and that philosophy has already borne fruit for them. That could attract them to Stromberg at the end of April.
Hmm.
So, what's your take on one Richie Stromberg from Arkansas, coach?
He's good. I mean, there he's definitely, everything that he just said is very true.
Mhm,
He's very smart. I in the film that I'm looking at, I mean, I there's sometimes I wonder, about him flipping his hips, to
mhm,
seal the alley, sometimes. But in the zone scheme, he seems all right, but again, like I said, with pin and pulls and down blocks, there's just little minor things, footwork, his hand placements, So if he's there in the second round, that's fine. Um, I wouldn't be, I wouldn't object to it. The one I want though right now that I've been studying a little bit more is John Michael Schmitz from Minnesota. Um,
mhm.
the kid is nasty. First and foremost, he's nasty. Yes, it's Big Ten bias with me. I get it, but it's because of what I see. It's not like I haven't seen Arkansas. I definitely have seen them play. But he pops out on the film. Minnesota plays with big linemen. They're about the same size, 6'4". He's about 320, 325, somewhere in that range. He does well on his reach blocks. Um, he's quick. He does a good job in all the fundamentals that he needs to do. He's smart. He has good command of the offensive line. But they're both to me like 1A, 1B. It's not really that much, in terms of differential. It's just like I said earlier, and with the receivers, it's more of a preference. Um, you know, uh, but they both can play. They both can do a hell of a job, you know, at playing the center position. And I think they both can give you versatility. as you continue to build the offensive line up. So, but yeah, if he's there in the second round, fine. I'm going to be honest. I wonder if both of them, one of them, may go in the first round, in the late
Mm.
second half of the first round, and especially if the
So how do they
receivers are gone.
compare to um Tyler Linderbaum that was drafted this year? How do they compare? Because he was one of the few centers drafted in the first round.
Linderbaum is different because of the fact that he's also faster. Because remember,
Uh,
Linderbaum is lighter. He was around 295, 300. These guys are around 320, 325, 315.
mm,
So, they're not as quick as him, and
stronger.
his quickness allows him to play with better leverage, which helps his strength and playing with leverage. But the other, they both are maulers. So I mean, Linderbaum is good. I mean, would I say they're all pretty much the same? Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's just, again, it to me, it's a preference. I mean, again, I still have more film to do on them to really, break them down. But everything that I've seen so far, I love of both of them. As I just like Schmidt first.
Coach, I have a question for you.
Hmm.
If you were going to put the two that you just talked about, Stromberg and Schmidt, and they were in the
Hmm.
same draft as Linderbaum, and I'll even go a couple of years before that, and Creed Humphrey, who would
Mm.
you think has the best overall value, and who would you think overall would give you the top value at the center position?
See, it's first of all, it depends on the team and the scheme, because you're saying value. They all have good value. I mean, Creed Humphreys was what, a second round, but he's playing like a
So
first rounder.
narrow it down to the Giants.
Yeah.
Um, since that's who we're talking about, or the Jets.
I believe Creed
Um,
Humphrey was an all pro last year. He was like rated the
Yeah,
number one center in the NFL in
yeah,
his rookie year.
yeah.
yeah. So, and if I'm going to do that based on what I've seen so far, see, Linderbaum and Humphreys, that what hurt him was injury issues coming
Hmm.
out of Oklahoma. So, but he always had the talent. He should have been a first rounder, but because of I think he had knee issues, which dropped him. So, but if we go by that, if they were all equal across the board, maybe it is Humphreys number one. Linderbaum is a technician, even for his size. He's still strong. I mean, remember what he did to what's his name during high school with
Tristan
wrestling?
Wirfs.
Yeah. So
Hmm.
I mean, he understands leverage. Schmidt for me though is just something about that nasty attitude that I prefer. I mean, let's put it like this: Schmidt has the Gates type of attitude. If
Yeah.
I can say exactly what give you what I'm thinking about. He has that demeanor, that attitude, that nastiness, and he plays like that. I'm not saying the others don't, but you can see it every time he's out there. He's playing to the echo of to the whistle, and he's trying to push it all the way, and he's not going to back down from anyone. It doesn't matter. I mean, if it's Aaron Donald, he's going to go toe to toe with him. He's not going to back down. He's going to snatch him up just like Donald will snatch him up, and that's what I mean by I like this kid. And Minnesota's linemen have always been big and nasty. Their Big Ten is known as for their offensive linemen because they're big, nasty, and physical, and that's how I look at him. So that I mean, but again, Stromberg. I mean, you can't go wrong with either one of the centers this year. They fit. They would definitely fit a need. For me, if they're there in the first round, I might be apt to take them. But according to this, that must mean he slipped to the back end of the second. So
It's a second. Yeah.
but again, that's me. I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. And of course, I would take a receiver in the second round. But again, that's me. That's how I look at it. But Quentin Johnson, the talent is there. That's why you would have to take him over an offensive lineman at that point in time, based on our receivers that we have.
Totally agree, Coach. Now, one more before we move off the topic. Actually, two more. So you can lump these two together. He's got 91st overall Jack Campbell, inside linebacker Iowa. I totally agree. We definitely need to upgrade this inside linebacker spot. The Giants need to do something about their linebacker corps. Yes, Wink Martindale prefers to use defensive backs, but still, it can be painful to watch the Giants linebackers in the middle of the defense. And frankly, it's a position that the team has needed to upgrade for a long time. When's the last time the Giants had a decent, really
Antonio
good
Pierce.
linebacker? And that's too long. That's too goddamn long.
Mhm.
So I totally agree with what's this guy? Chris Flum here.
Hmm.
Um I've seen Campbell described as a throwback linebacker, and that fits
Hmm.
perfectly. He's
Hmm.
big, strong, and quick to close downhill, yet also athletic enough to cover in shallow zones. He's a tackling machine who has some production as a pass defender. That's key. Has some
Hmm.
production as a pass defender. That's what we need. His size and length could also make him an intriguing option as a movable piece in Martindale's blitz schemes. Campbell also has a sky-high football IQ and was named a permanent captain of Iowa's team back in 2001. So, Coach, you're a little bit familiar with
Hmm.
Iowa being there. They're in the
Hmm.
Big Ten.
Hmm.
Tell us a little bit about Jack Campbell or anything that you know about Jack Campbell.
Everything he said is true. He is a throwback. To me, he's a combination of Beavers and McFadden. If you want to be,
Ooh, okay.
I mean, first of all, in terms of his size, he's 6'4", 6'5". Let me see. Let me double check.
And I do think Beavers
Six.
is coming back, and I think
Mm-hmm.
he's going to be the one that they're looking for to help solidify that
Mm-hmm.
linebacker corpse. But they still need more because you can't just roll in with Tay Crowder and Jalen Smith next year.
6'5", 246. So, he matches Beavers in terms of size. Um, he's fundamentally sound. Um, I wouldn't want him always man to man because he might get beat with some of the quick type of receivers, but he can carry the seam at times. A big tight end carrying him up the seam. He can definitely stay with him, so he's fine. And you said what was the other one? Dennis.
Sir, yeah, Dennis, right here. I don't
Dennis
know how to pronounce that
is
first name.
Zavochi. He's six
So, but
one.
yeah, from
Six
Pitt.
one 230. I mean, he seems like he's a stumper. I'm trying to remember. Did I notice him
He
in the
says
Syracuse
Dennis
game?
played basketball and lacrosse in high school, and he puts those wheels to work in coverage and pursuit. He's also a frequent blitzer in Pitt's defense, which would serve him well in Martindale's scheme.
He has a first explosive first step and his fluidity, flexibility, core strength to chase through traffic and make plays. He's a sure and violent rap tackler. That's good. Weakness: Dennis is slow to locate the ball and too often overruns plays, easily fooled by counters and misdirections. Not being funny. Guess what? Who that sounds like? Tay Crowder.
Yeah, that's great to say it. Yep.
So he has limited
Quick
experience in
score
coverage.
update.
Go ahead.
Um, the Rangers are 3-2 over the Islanders. This is an inner city battle. We're gonna be talking about Knicks Nets coming up here soon, but not to be outdone. The Rangers and the Islanders are going head to head right now, y'all. Islanders are 8-5. Rangers 6-4-3. The Rangers are up 3-2. They have two power play goals in the second period to put them up 3-1, but the Islanders have just scored in the third period to make it 3-2. So anybody that's and
Let's
the
go, Devils.
Devils are 2-1. Devils are 2-1 over the Flames right now, and that is also in the third period. So like I said, we heart of the city, man. We're gonna stay true to our name.
Mhm.
But go ahead, coach, man. Not to cut you off.
No, I
Talk
mean,
about this linebacker.
it does say, this report did say that in terms of his past, he's had limited experience in coverage, and his awareness when dropping into zone will likely be an issue. So he'll
Mm,
need to be covered up to be effective. And what that basically means when they say covered up, that means you have to have defensive linemen who keep the blocks off of him, because he is not going to be able to take on blocks very well. So, but he's probably someone that you can develop, so it's not like you don't have something there. And like you said, he plays lacrosse, so he does have good stamina and a certain level of quickness, because playing lacrosse, you definitely have to be able to move and change direction at a moment's notice. What's up, Tudo? So
fact, man. What's good, Tudo, man? Appreciate you, man. Always salute to Tudo, man. The biggest giant supporter in the community, man, and just the biggest supporter of all of our content creators, man. So we always gotta pay respect
What's up,
to
Tudo?
my main man Tudo, man. Hope everything going good over there, man, with you and your squad, man. You know what I'm saying? Tudo puts
mhm.
in that hard work, man. And salute to him, man. But go ahead, continue, coach.
No, but the Campbell, I definitely like. What's up, Hit? Congratulations, his
Good hit,
squad,
squad.
on
Yes,
achieving
congrats
Yes.
to you,
500.
For
squad.
500, man. Most definitely, man. Salute to the bro, his squad, man. He puts in that hard work, man, every single day, man. This brother, man, got fire content, man, and he's just a cool dude, man. I like his squad, I like his vibe, man. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, man.
Yeah.
Congratulations, man. Keep grinding, brother. But
Keep
go
grinding
ahead,
So,
yourself,
coach.
bro.
um, but like I said, Campbell, I definitely like. It's an intriguing. Like I said, to me, he kind of reminds me of a cross between Beavers and McFadden. And McFadden is growing. You see what he did. The last game. Getting that big sack, and he did. He was starting to supplant. Um, what's his name at linebacker? So. Um, but
Yeah.
if you got Campbell, yeah, that's definitely. I mean, you do something like that, you might only have to keep one of them, and more than likely you'll probably keep next year. You'll probably keep Smith, and Crowder will basically be gone by the wayside, because the others will they'll play, but they'll also play special teams while they develop. And McFadden, I think, will he's going to be further along than even Beavers, because he's had the whole year to play. So but that Campbell, that's an intriguing thought.
Mhm.
I mean, I'm really going to start breaking it down more as we go along. I mean, right now I've been working on the offensive linemen, which is kind of why I know them, and the receivers a little bit. So, but
Mhm.
and in terms of advance, I think he asked how many first rounders did I project?
Right here. How many wide receivers
Do I
to go in
think?
the first round?
Let me go back and look at the listing. Hold on. See the
Appreciate
question
you too, his squad, man. You know what I'm saying? Most definitely, brother, man. Thank you for tuning in.
right now,
Thank you.
Mims. Let me see. Johnson. I think somebody's going to be intrigued by Hyatt, especially if he blows it away with the 40. If he's in the 4-2 range, somebody's going to snatch him up. But that's a
Mhm.
John Ross type of feel for me. But
Mm,
Johnson, Hyatt, Addison, Boutte, Smith, and Jigba. So that's one, two, three, four, five. Let me look at page two. And maybe Rice and Tillman. So it could. You know what? That's pushing it. That's a lot. It's going to be
mm.
five or six. It's going to be five or six that might go in the first round.
How you doing,
Mm.
Vance? Thank you. Love and
Appreciate you,
respect that to
Levance,
you,
man.
bro.
Most definitely, man. Appreciate you holding us down, man. Tudo says, Kenny, I'm on the national team duty now. We are underdogs plus 222 last Saturday against Samoa Island, but we won 49-17 with total defense dominance. That's what I'm talking about. Dominate.
Right,
Dominate,
bro. That's right,
son.
bro.
Yeah.
Hmm.
That's right, man. Kick ass too, though, man. Appreciate that, man. For real, man. Do your thing, man. We always rooting for you, man. You know what I mean?
Mm, interesting. So, but that's what I think in terms of receivers. The question is going to be quarterbacks. Let's be real.
Yeah,
Um, Quarterbacks are what's
yeah.
going to set the draft.
Yeah.
And
That's
I
true.
mean, you're looking at Young, Stroud, Levis. Does Hooker go in the first round?
What about
Um,
Richardson? You
Richardson is
know,
another one, but I think Richardson is going to have to test well for him to be a
I
first rounder.
think I think Richardson should go back to school, but I don't think he
Hmm.
will. What do you think?
No, no, I don't. I think he's going to.
He's gonna come out, is
Hmm.
he? Yeah.
Yeah. Now, the one that I'm intrigued by is Tanner McKee. Most people are not going to look at him because Stanford is not winning this year, but the
Mm.
kid is big, 6'6", 230 pounds. He stands tall in the pocket. He's mobile enough. He can get downfield. And like I said, that's a big kid. Um, almost in the mold of Luck. And those Stanford quarterbacks are they're like that. And it's just something. When I saw him, I stayed up and I watched him against, was it Washington or SC? I can't remember. But he looked like he was holding his own. It was just he was constantly pressured because he had no time. But when he had pocket, he had good awareness, strong arm. Um, he's pro ready to me, because he
Mhm.
plays in that Stanford offense, which can play with multiple tight ends, but it'll spread you out. So but in terms of quarterbacks, one, two, three, Hooker maybe four. The kid from Clemson, I don't think he's going to go now because he had a bad one.
What about Van
Richardson,
Dyke from Miami?
I don't think he's going to go in the first round.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think
Ooh.
he's, I think he's more of a third or fourth rounder.
Okay. Thank you.
I still want to break him down some more, like, but number one, I don't think he's had a good season, so it's just,
Mm,
and usually at least you get the national media giving you a little itch, so you want to go take a look at something, but I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback, but could he go second round? Yeah. Um, I need to see him test really to say yes, he's a legitimate first rounder, but I don't think so. I mean, the ones who I think will go is, of course, the top ones, that we just talked about with Richardson if he comes out. So it's
mhm.
Young, Stroud, Levis, Hooker,
Hooker,
those, and then
yeah,
Richardson
Richardson.
maybe, and that's it. I mean, I know some people are talking about Jaron Hall, because they're trying to compare him to Wilson, but he might not go until later. And the one who I'm intrigued by, honestly, if he was 6'3", 6'4", I think he might be the number one quarterback, and that's Stetson Bennett. It's just something about that
Mm.
kid. He's a winner.
I've heard a
He,
lot
he
about him, but yeah, I don't. I don't know, man. I mean,
he's 5'11". That's why
mixed them up.
Got the
Yeah, a little mix.
intangibles about him. He seems like he got
he
those
Yeah,
intangibles that you love in a quarterback,
exactly. He's a
but it's just
born
his
leader.
height.
yeah.
He can
I've
put the
heard
ball
that
there.
before though. With the
Hmm.
quarterback with the intangibles. I'm gonna throw two names out there for y'all. One being Tim Tebow, the other being Baker Mayfield. They said the same thing about those two quarterbacks. But the intangibles. It's something about this kid, and it wasn't really nothing about him because they didn't succeed. But that's just what I would caution. The intangibles are good, but I want a quarterback. If we taking a quarterback now, I got an
Hmm.
opinion on that.
Hmm.
But if we do, I want a damn quarterback, man, that can play football, man. You know what I'm saying? Just a gamer, a baller, somebody that's
What do you
go
mean
out
by
there.
play football? See, this is what I'm talking about. The
I
intent.
don't. It's not because to me, it's not necessarily all the way about it's a balance, coach. Because you get a
Yeah.
lot of kids that come in and They got the leaderships, they got the skills, they got the look, but they don't have the it. And then you get some of these guys that we talked about. They got the intangibles, they got the it, but they can't throw the damn football. So, can we get a quarterback that can
Okay.
play football?
But
Bottom
see,
line, I don't.
that's the thing. It's because the things you're saying.
Got to be a
If
blend.
he has the it, okay, but sometimes the it, because like I said with Stetson Bennett, yeah, he has it. He has the leadership skill. He exudes confidence. He draws the confidence out of his teammates. So
Mhm.
that's the other thing. Now Georgia does have some talent, yes they do, but Georgia has always been known for more than anything running the ball and defense. And
Yeah,
Stetson
that's true.
Bennett has been lighting it up. I mean, look what he just did against Tennessee.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that he's you know right now. That's why I said if he was 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", would he be the number one? Yeah, I think so. I really think so because you
Mm,
know Bryce Young also has the arm, so that's different. They're about the same size, but Young has a better arm, yes, but they both have that. They have that moxie. There's just something about Bennett as a coach. I just I know I could win with him. That's me. I
yeah.
just know I could win with him. So, and I would take him over a lot of the other ones, including Richardson, Hendon Hooker, maybe not Tanner McKee, definitely over Will. No, yeah, because he's smarter than Will Levis.
Mm,
I would put him with Bryce Young in terms of the intelligence and those other intangibles.
I
But
okay.
I
Let's
think with
let's
him,
let me get to a couple comments and then I'm gonna let you answer Jeff. Hold that thought. Um his squad says where's his squad's comment at?
I think
Dang,
he
did
was
I
talking about
lose
the
it?
500
nine
subs one.
The wide right here, the wide
nine
receivers. If
thirteen, yeah.
Johnson isn't there, and we're late in the 20s, where
Yeah, we
we
just
go?
talked about that. Yeah, we were
Um,
just talking. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
yeah, nah, you right. We talked about a couple other guys, Rice, Addison, a
Hmm.
couple of these other guys. Tudo says Kenny last Saturday. I had 13 hard tackles, 3 lost fumbles, hits, 3 spine shattering tackles, all tributes to all my Giants fan community in America. Salute. Definitely,
Hmm.
man.
Salute to you too, though.
He says we're getting ready for our next match against Australia. Losers on Saturday. Hope you've got Sports Sky Rugby Pass. We need everyone's prayers for opposing teams' casualties and victims. Games on. I like his aggressiveness, man. I like that aggressive attitude too, though, man. Like, yeah, man, we need that on the Giants, man. Not saying we don't have it, man, but we need that on the Giants. Coach Gladney, if Giants keep on doing good and go to the playoffs, Johnson won't be available by then unless Giants trading picks
I
in the first
addressed that.
round.
I said that too, though. I basically said that. I said if he's in 20 to 22 and you want him, you trade. We have 11 draft picks. Future capitals. If you want him, you go get him. So I agree with you. And in terms of hit squad, yeah, we talked about that. We talked about, like you said, Rice, Addison. Um, I mean, I'm probably more apt to go offensive lineman. Especially because we talked about centers, but I do understand if the receivers are there. But yeah, we talked about all the receivers, and like I just said, I think the quarterbacks are going to push, if not most of those, maybe one or two of them to late in the first round, based on everyone else's projections. And, but, it's still early. We still have plenty of season left to go. So we'll see.
Right on, man. I'm gonna let Jeff get in here, but before I do that, this episode of Heart of the City is brought to you by Shadow Worlds Radio. Please go check out Shadow Worlds Radio. The link is in the description of the video.
Mhm.
For all your radio needs, they do great work over there. This podcast will be airing on Thursdays from 8 to 10 and Saturdays from 8 to 10 on Shadow Worlds Radio. Shout out to DJ Nas for sponsoring this show and supporting us as well. So y'all please go head over to Shadow Worlds Radio, man. Go check that out, man. It's awesome music, man. I was listening to it today, man.
Mm-hmm.
Some good jams, man. Some good tunes, man. Trust me, y'all gonna love it, man. For real, man.
Mm-hmm.
But let me let Jeff get in here, man. What you got to say about all this, Jeffy? I know you haven't got to speak much.
Well, in terms of what you guys were talking about Bennett, I think for him, because of his diminutive size, I could see him drop to maybe like as a second or third round quarterback. He does have that type of intangible and that type of leadership that you do look for in a quarterback. And I think for him, he has to get drafted in the perfect system with the perfect. He has to have a good head coach with him because remember what happened with Russell Wilson. He was drafted, I believe, in the second or third round. And what helped him out is he had a great head coach in Pete Carroll to help get the most out of his talents. And that's why you see Russell Wilson, being the successful quarterback he is. So a lot of these quarterbacks, it's about where you go. It's about the system fit you have. It's about the coaching staff you're around, the pieces that are around you. And that's really how you can get the most out of him. Plus, he had a veteran wide receiver like Doug Baldwin, who we all know what Doug Baldwin was like, the type of player that he was, where he got the most out of his players, and Tyler Lockett even earlier on. So, I mean, you need to have the team around you, but you especially need to have the system and the coaching. I think if Bennett gets drafted to the right type of coaching staff that can get the most out of his talents, you could see them getting the most out of him. Because there are smaller quarterbacks that have succeeded. Obviously, Drew Brees being one of them. I mean, the guy is one of the all-time greats. And obviously,
Kyler
Russell
Murray.
Wilson is another one. Kyle Murray has been another one. So smaller quarterbacks can succeed in this league. It's just, for me, all about the system fit, and you need to have a coaching staff that can get the most out of their talents.
That's true, man.
Mm-hmm.
Well said,
Excellent
Jeffy.
point.
So let's get on to this Giants stuff, man. This Giants news. I'm gonna hit a couple topics here of discussion for this team. And the first one is the big news, obviously, is well, which should be the big news isn't the big news, but the big news is the Odell Beckham Jr. rumors. And that's been going on for a while now. Joe Shane admitted to being in contact with OBJ. So we're gonna have to see how this plays out because the Giants need a receiver and obviously OBJ needs a team. But how does it fit? You got a guy coming off 2 ACL injuries. You have limited cap space, and from all reports, the deal sealer seems to be OBJ wanting a multi-year contract. Now, if you're the Giants, are you willing to give Odell Beckham Jr. a multi-year contract, whether that be 2 years, 3 years, whatever have you, because of his injury history and he's not the same player he was obviously when he was here with the Giants. So the way I see it is if the Giants think that OBJ is the missing piece for them to get over the top this year, then go for it. Because honestly, it's about the money, to be honest with you. It's about the money, and OBJ, if I'm a player like OBJ coming off 2 ACLs, knowing that this is probably the last hurrah for me to get a good deal or a decent deal. It's gonna be tough to want to sign with a team that's not guaranteeing you much money and a team that basically is now remind you the Giants were looking to rebuild this season. Um, the rebuild was accelerated. So now this is a contending team, whether we want to say that or not. So it fits OBJ standards and it fits what the Giants are looking for. They're looking for a receiver, but you got to ask yourself too, is OBJ going to be a number one receiver? Is OBJ still a number one receiver? Now look, I want OBJ back with the Giants. Um, I'm a fan of Odell Beckham Jr. I've, I had his jersey on Sunday when I did the podcast, and basically, I think he should retire as a Giant. But I'm also a realist, and the circumstances have got to be right. I don't want to see the Giants go all Dave Gettleman and give OBJ a 4-year deal or a 3-year deal. That would be stupid because the guy has serious injury concerns. So if Joe Shane, and I trust Joe Shane from so far so good, if they're smart enough to make the deal work where it works for both sides, the Giants and Beckham, I'm all for it. But don't go blow your wad on old OBJ and leave this team in a bad situation moving forward in the future. Because remember, you're talking about paying Jones, you're talking about paying Saquon, you're talking about paying all these guys. You can't pay everybody. That's why I said what I said about McKinney. Somebody's going to have to bite the dust. Somebody. So, look, I'm all for OBJ coming back. Be smart about it, Giants. Don't give this guy a 3 or 4-year deal just because you don't want to see him go to the Cowboys. Don't do that. That's all I'm saying. Don't do that. And now, if you want to bring him in and give him a 2-year deal that you can get out after a year, okay, cool. However you want to structure it, but don't do. Look, I was on Twitter Spaces. Somebody talking about backload the contract. Are you fucking crazy? You gonna backload a contract from an injury prone? That's the problem with Kenny Galladay. Kenny Galladay's contract was backloaded. That's why we can't get out of it right now. You can't do that again. You gotta be smart with the cap. Now, I'm not a cap guy. Maybe you guys have a little bit more knowledge about how the cap goes and how to structure it and the way the deals are going or whatever. But I'm gonna tell you right now, if I see a crazy number, if and when they sign OBJ, I'm not gonna be happy about it. And I've criticized Joe Shane before. I know everybody want to think he's the godsend of Giants GMs, but he also let James Bradbury go to the Eagles for nothing, and they're fucking 8-0. So don't act like this guy hasn't made mistakes. I'm serious. I'm serious what I'm saying. You got to get out of your emotions, Giants fans, and be rational and be objective. Joe Shane is not perfect. So maybe there's some pressure from the fans to want to bring OBJ in here, but don't be stupid about it. And that's my take. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jeff. Let Jeff talk.
Mm-hmm.
Odell Beckham Jr. Here we go again. The OBJ rumors are running rampant like crazy, and it's swirling around the New York Giants facility and with the fan base. If I gotta be honest, the fan in me absolutely wants Odell Beckham Jr. back in New York because it'll be justice for what that jackass, and I actually don't mind what Dave Gettleman did, But what he did in saying the famous line, "We didn't sign him to trade him," and then later on you trade the dude after you just signed him to a big deal.
That made me so mad.
That made me
But
sick. But
oh,
I think the reasons that Odell Beckham Jr. would come back is for redemption. He'd want to try to he wanted to try to come back to here and be like, you know what? I didn't end my Giants tenure the way I wanted to end it, so I want to come back and end it on a better note. And I'm going to be real, and people might disagree with me. I think he wants to come back and play with his boys. Pause. With Saquon Barkley, and if he was healthy, Sterling Shepard. I think those guys mean a lot to him in his career. And I think he would come back specifically because he wants to be on the same team with a couple of his best friends. That means a lot to certain players. But I think it's
I
mainly
agree.
because of the fact that if you sign Odell Beckham Jr. to a multi-year deal, I'm telling you right now, Saquon Barkley and
Gotta pay
Sterling
for it.
Shepard will be Giants next year. They will be Giants. Because Beckham's going to want his boys to be here. Just saying it. They will both be Giants next year. But in terms of if I were to give him a multi-year deal, I'm really on the fence with it because the fan of me says there's not even a question in my mind if you give him like a 2-year deal. Yeah, I would do it as long as the money's not too crazy. But at the same time, I'm so worried about this dude's injury history because he's gotten hurt a lot. And fans got to remember, Beckham got hurt a lot even in his Giants tenure. Remember a couple of those years, especially 2017, he suffered that horrendous broken ankle. And when every single wide receiver on our team went out against the Chargers in that Week
Yeah.
5 game at MetLife Stadium, and at the same time, he got hurt towards the end of that 2018 season, and that's when all the drama really surrounded him. And that's the reason why they maybe want to get rid of him because they felt like that he wasn't injured and he still could have played at the end of that season, and that rubbed the staff really wrong. Besides the whole comments with Eli Manning with the Lil Wayne interview, but would I want to bring Odell Beckham Jr. on a multi-year deal? Like a multi-year deal, if it's 2 years, yeah, I would do it. A 2-year deal with reasonable money, I would bring Odell Beckham Jr. back. Absolutely. 3 or 4
Yeah. That's what
years,
his says.
3 or
I'd give
4
him a 2-year
years.
deal.
No, I'm not doing it for two. I'm not doing it for more than 2 years because I can't trust him. He'd be going into his age 33, 34 season. I can't trust that those knees are going to hold up, especially the one that got surgically repaired twice. Then it's just really more of like, this is the thing with people have to realize. You have to sometimes put your fandom aside for what's better off for
I
the
agree.
team going forward. And as much as we all want Beckham Jr. to be back as a Giant because it would be like redemption for him and it would be like a way to right the wrong that happened back in 2018, at the same time, we have to realize that Odell Beckham Jr. is not going to come here and save the day. I don't think he's that number one elite receiver he was before. I think he'd be
And
a good
that's the
number two.
thing.
He'd be a good number two, but we still need that number one receiver. And just to close out my point, I agree with you what you said about Joe Shane. Joe Shane has made some moves that have been very questionable. So I would not say that he's done everything right. He's done a lot of right. I will say that. He's found a lot of good gems in the draft and in free agency that have helped out this team, including getting a good defensive coordinator and a head coach that have really turned this organization around. But at the same
Fact.
time, he's got to know that you cannot just have nostalgia coming in or anything with an Odell Beckham Jr. and how much he does mean to this fan base. If he wants a 3 or 4 year deal and Dallas is going to be willing to offer that, then I'm sorry. I'm going to be like, you know what? Good luck in Dallas. I'm not giving him a 3 or 4 year deal because I can't trust him to stay healthy. 2-year deal for reasonable money, sign me up. I'm willing to bring Odell back, or even a 1-year deal if he wants to have a 1-year prove himself for the rest of the season. Then you could negotiate after the season. But yeah, it's more about the fan of me wants him back, absolutely. But I'm torn on what kind of multi-year deal he actually wants. So, Coach, go ahead and give your thoughts.
Mr. Odell Beckham Jr. It's hard for me right now. And first and foremost, one of the guys who played for me at minor league semi-pro football back in 07, 08, he was my quarterback. And ended up being my Hall of Fame quarterback, actually, in minor league semi-pro football. Odell Beckham Jr. is his cousin. And Mike Purnell is also a Giants fan. So, we had a lot of love during that time frame. So it's hard for me. It makes no sense to get him at 2 years. And here's why. He's coming off of 2 ACLs. And we all know if you have an ACL, yeah, you can get back in a certain amount of time, but you're not your same explosive self. That usually takes about 2 years. 2 years. So for us to sign him and get production out of him, it's going to take those 2 years. So to get true value from him, it's really going to be 2 to 3 years. Which everything that you guys just said is so true. So ultimately, does it really make sense? I mean, you said he's a number 2. If Odell Beckham, even at 75%, he's going to command two sets
Holy
up.
smokes! What
Mm-hmm.
Tudo's saying is Kenny, as you mentioned, OBJ had 2
Mm-hmm.
major ACLs. If you remember, he's had a major hamstring injury
Yep.
his rookie
For the
year.
Mm-hmm.
year.
Remember
Yep.
that.
Yep.
You can't
Exactly.
race with patched up and worn out tires, and he's demanding minimum $17 million per
Which
year.
is
He
going
wants
into
that,
what
then
I'm
no. Then no. I'm not doing it.
Man,
and
No.
hell no.
No.
and
I'm
I
sorry,
understand.
bro.
I understand, Odell. Go get your money, bro. I'm not mad
Yeah.
at you. I want you to get your money, man. Especially if you can get it to 4 years. Go get that money, bro. Because like NYG just
Oh,
said,
snap! The
you're going to
Islanders is
be
four. It's 4-3 Islanders over the Rangers right now. Damn it! Go ahead.
so. Yeah, there's the big fan in me that wants him. I want him to retire a Giant, but let's be real. I mean, now if Odell
That
said,
was
"Yo,"
3-2, Jeffy. Looks like it's about to end.
Let's go.
Yeah,
now
18 seconds left in the third.
If Odell was coming here, and you know, Jeff, you said he wants to play with his boys. If you want to play with your boys bad enough, you're not going to ask for that kind of money.
Exactly.
You
You
might
want.
say, "Yo, give me 3, 4 mil," and I'll play off of that. You sign him this year anyway. To be honest with you, everything is going to be prorated for this year. So it's yes, you're going to have to finagle things, and if what Big Pat said is true, that's the one thing that really hurt. Also, that you're going to have to restructure Kenny Galladay's contract.
Yep.
But
Whoa,
getting
whoa,
back
whoa,
to
whoa,
my
whoa,
point,
whoa, wait.
yes,
Hold,
yes,
Yep.
hold
Yeah,
up.
yes.
he's right. He's right. You have to.
Doing what now? We
You have to restructure
restructuring.
You
Galladay's.
have to
You have to do it.
look. We have about $2 to $3 million in cap space for the rest of the year.
Yeah.
Where are you getting the money from? It's coming from Galladay's contract.
Mm-hmm. It's the only way you can
Now,
free up enough money is you have to restructure that deal. No other choice.
exactly.
Well, I
Everybody else
think
doesn't
what we
restructure it.
gotta, I think what we gotta do is pause for a second.
Mm-hmm.
And if that's the case, then you need to see what the hell Kenny Galladay can give you,
Mm-hmm.
if anything, before you think about signing OBJ, because you can't tie up half of your cap
Mm-hmm.
to the
Mm-hmm.
IR guys.
And
You
that's
talking
where
about
I
Yeah,
was
Jeffrey,
going.
exactly.
you
That's
talking
ex-
about
Yeah.
Galladay, you talking about guys that ain't even here. You know what I'm saying?
exactly.
And now you talking about OBJ, who has an injury history, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So
So,
absolutely not, man. If you got to restructure Galladay's contract to bring in Odell Beckham Jr., I'm sorry, I'm falling back 100% on that one. Hell to the
mhm.
no.
Yeah.
That's where
No,
as
absolutely not.
much I would want him. Yes, I would want him. So please, no one think that I'm hating on OBJ. No, if we could get him magically get him on here and he could retire a Giant, I'm going to be at the front of the line. No, I'll be right behind his cousin. I'll be right behind his cousin saying hell effing yeah. But the reality is everything, all the red marks, everything that I just talked about. It's just like I get it. I understand. I know what OBJ will bring to the table, but are we going to sign him for 3 to 4 years? Because that's really what you
Can't
have to
do that.
sign him.
No,
You
Because
can't do it.
cannot do that.
don't, and that's the point. The ACL. First of all, he had one, and then the other one went, which I'm wondering. I don't know, but I'm wondering, did he overcompensate, which caused it to pop because he was overcompensating for the other one? But again, you can get back within 1 year. You're not going to be your old self. Usually by year two, that's when you're going to be your old self. He had
Coach,
this
didn't
in
he blow out the
February.
same knee? Did he blow out the
Nope,
same knee
nope,
twice?
nope,
That's the
nope.
other one.
It's the other one.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought he blew out
So,
the
and this,
same knee twice. My
no.
fault.
And that was in February. So he's coming back now. The only person I've ever seen, only athlete I've ever seen come back from an ACL and be within the same year and be
Peterson.
productive was Peterson.
Yeah.
So
Thomas
there's
Davis wasn't
no.
bad either.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Davis.
Thomas
You're right.
Davis had like multiple ACL surgeries, and he still was a good player, even coming back.
But he wasn't the same explosive player though. That's the
No,
point
he
I'm getting.
wasn't. You're right. Yeah, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
he was
I
still
would
an
not
Yeah.
effective
touch
player.
Galladay's contract,
No.
either his squad. I'm
No.
telling you, oh man, you can't continue
You can
to,
ask Pat. I was just like, oh my gosh, no, no,
man,
no,
bruh,
no, no. Even
ain't
even if
no
you said,
way.
even if you said you would just dead hit it, after the fifth year and still you cut them. I mean, you still whatever you eat it after a fifth. No, I just can't. It's enough to just get through this year, and then next year you cut them post June 1st, and then you'll be able to get some savings. But to get him now, and just like you said, you need to see what you're getting out of him. Now, if he comes back and he's productive, and we see, oh wow, he's
That's
really out
best
there
case
balling,
scenario. Yeah.
then
Yeah.
and now you're like, okay, we could still get something, and then this will be good. And if we could draft another young kid, then you're starting to see something. Then having OBJ is worth it, because then you change the
Right.
dynamics, because now you're pushing it to, we can actually be a championship caliber organization. But
And
right
you
now,
don't have to have the pressure on OBJ to
exactly.
do it all.
I'm not
If
touch.
OBJ,
I'm afraid to touch him. He actually did tear his ACL on the same knee. He tore his ACL, his left ACL in 2020. Then he came back and he tore the same knee in the Super Bowl last year. So it's his left knee that had two
uh,
ACL injuries. Not the right
that
knee
ain't
is not as
that's
bad. The left knee is two multiple ACL injuries. Yeah, I figured that
jeez.
was the case. But I'm not. I'd be very weary about
Yeah.
that knee.
No, if it's the same knee, then no. Everything I heard was the
I
opposite
just looked it
knee.
up. I just looked
No,
it
I
up and
got
said
you.
he tore that knee twice. That left knee. I remember him saying. I remember that they said that he tore his left knee
No,
twice. So yeah, I'd be very scared about getting
no,
a
then
guy.
then then it's a no. It's a no for me. So
Yeah,
those are from
Yeah. I mean, it can't be. Now let me ask you this.
I just
Before
can't
we
know.
move on here, would it upset you if OBJ went to the Cowboys?
No,
not really. The fan in me
no.
a little bit because it is our rival, but not really. Because what is OBJ right now? That's the thing that fans are forgetting. What is Odell Beckham Jr. coming off a second ACL tear on the
Right.
same
What
knee?
can he offer you? Exactly.
Exactly. People are
That's
automatically thinking that he's going to come back and become that superstar receiver that he was previously. He's not going to be the
okay.
same guy. He's
How
30
does he
years old
mess with
too.
this team? How does he
Exactly.
mess with Daniel Jones?
Exactly. And how long is it going to take him until he actually starts getting up to NFL
Mm-mm,
speed? It's going to take
mm-mm,
him some
mm-mm,
time to get
mm-mm,
used to NFL
mm-mm,
time.
mm-mm, mm-mm.
I don't know. I don't get it.
No, he tore it. He tore it a year and a half after he originally tore it, and now you're going to try and have no. Mm-mm. Nope. Sorry.
And
No,
left
can't do it.
ACL
I can't do
injuries.
it. I can't
How
do
much
it. I
cartilage
can't.
does he still have that knee? It's gonna have a lot of scar tissue building up in that left knee when you tear your
I,
ACL
I
twice.
just I just can't. I just
Man, I'm
can't.
I'm I'm for it. Like I said, if the
Mm-mm.
deal is right, if you
Mm-mm.
going to just throw on a bunch of money
Mm-mm.
away, 17 million.
No.
And look, I was on a I was on a Twitter space. I'm not gonna put any
Mm-mm.
names out there because I don't do that. But I was on a Twitter space, and
I
you
already
had
know
got
who.
cats talking about bringing back
Mm-hmm.
Sterling Shepard
Mm-hmm.
and Odell Beckham Jr. Like you
Mm-hmm.
want the team to change, but you want the team to stay the same at the same time. Like it's ass
Mm-mm.
backwards.
Mm-mm.
Either
No,
you're gonna make a change and you're going to rebuild this thing, or you just going to keep bringing
No.
back these same
No.
injury-prone players that do not perform for you because they either
no,
can't stay on the field or they're head cases.
no.
So,
I'm not bringing back Sterling Shepard unless he's gonna be
I,
retiring in a year or two. Then he wants to
man,
retire a
you
Giant. That's
don't
it.
know how many people actually agree with the idea of bringing back Sterling Shepard. I was flabbergasted
Because they
to,
love the
to
guy. Because
see
fans love that guy.
that
That's why.
fans actually can justify bringing back Sterling Shepard on a vet minimum contract. You guys act like the vet minimum is nothing. You are still paying the guy.
Yeah.
So what if it's under $1 million or whatever it
Mm.
is? You're still paying
Because
the
of
guy
accrued
money.
years. Because of accrued years, I think it's actually it's going to be over $1 million if I'm not
That's what I
mistaken.
think too, coach. It's over $1 million. So $1 million ain't no chump change. I'm sorry. I'm not wealthy. $1 million is a lot of money to me. So you just going to throw away $1 million for a guy to sit on the bench because you like his character? I thought this was a business, but maybe I'm wrong.
How many years does Odell? I mean, Sterling. He's what, 7 right now.
He'll be going his 8th year next year.
Yeah, yeah. He was
He'll be
drafted.
30.
So
Wasn't
it would
Sterling
be
Shepard
1 point.
drafted in
2016.
16? Yeah, the boat
Yeah.
trip year. He was a rookie.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
So it would be 1.165 million. Mm, mm-mm, mm-mm.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
I'm
know.
very I'm
Tudo
very
says
difficult on that. And I
they
love
shouldn't
Shep.
structure KG's contract. That means more guaranteed money down the road, which will
Exactly.
be a formula for disaster years to come for the Giants
Yeah,
organization.
don't do it.
Exactly.
Don't do it.
He says Jerry Jones won't pay
Mm.
OBJ no 17 million never. All of these rumors are put on Twitter by OG Bay's agents to stir things up. Don't believe none of them. I agree, Tudo.
Yeah,
I totally
who's
agree
paying him
that there
17 million? Who is
Mm.
paying a guy that's coming off a second ACL tear in the knee
no and
17
no
Well,
million?
NFL
No
and
team will do
O-
that.
no, but
OBJ is
there's
trying to drive up his market.
no,
He's
no.
trying to get in
What
New
he's
York.
doing? What he's doing? In terms of business, it's very smart if he's
Yeah,
doing it.
I agree. I ain't mad.
He's putting it up there because now you negotiate. The team is going to come at a lower, so now you're going to work your way to the middle. So if he's starting at 17 and the team comes at, let's say, 5, you're probably going to end up somewhere between 10, maybe 11 mil, and that to me is still. Mm,
I wouldn't
mm-mm.
do it for that much.
Mm-mm.
No.
And now, thank you, Jeff, for showing me that. No, I'm not.
You're
Mm-mm.
welcome.
I just can't. No, I pass. It's a hard pass. I just hope Shane is using that as a ploy to force somebody else to jump in and snatch him up, because I just no. First, it was a year and a half, and then you tore it again, and now you're coming February to November, December. Really, 9, 10 months. No, that's too much. That's too much wear and tear on the knee. You don't
Yeah.
know. Mm-mm. Me personally, I can't. I can't. And what we've been through in terms of what's up, well,
Hey, Wills.
what we've been through as an organization with receivers and just injuries alone across the board. I mean, look what we're dealing with now. No, I mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. I love them. I love them. You know, I,
Look,
mm-mm. I
Odell
just can't.
Beckham Jr. and Sterling
Mm-mm.
Shepard are two of my all-time favorite Giants. I love both those guys. what they have done for this organization, both of them. But let's just be real. Both these guys, they're going to be in their 30s now. Beckham's already 30. Shepard will be 30 next year. As much as we all love them, as much as fans love these two for what they have done and the character, well, at least for Beckham's case, the lightning flash talent that he had on the field, and in Shepard's case, the character. Both these guys have two back-to-back serious injuries.
How you doing, brother?
Serious injuries.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do it. I can't do it. And I mean, I love both these guys. I can't do it. It just be you're asking yourself for something bad to happen. Unless like they're gonna say we want to retire Giants and we're gonna be done after a year. We'll take less money and then we'll be done after this year and just hang it up. I'd still be very hesitant to do it because I can't put my faith and trust in guys that just have not proven to stay on the field. I can't do it. But we'll see what Joe Shane does. I mean, I know he loves Shep, and I know he's teasing with Odell. But we'll have to wait and see what's going to happen. I really don't know, but if I had to lean, I'd probably say no for both. Especially for Odell if he's asking for a good amount of money and for multiple years. I'd have to say no.
All right, let's talk about this McKinney thing real quick. So there's a lot of people out there bashing Xavier McKinney because he had a ATV accident on his off week, and people saying that was reckless. How can you do that? You jeopardizing your health, your team, yada yada yada. Look, I sprained my ankle walking through the freaking airport. So, bruh, an injury can happen anywhere you go.
Yeah.
These are professional athletes who grind their asses off. Ask my man Tudo in the chat. These are professional athletes who grind their asses off. You're going to tell this man, this grown man, that he messed up for wanting to enjoy his week off and something just so happened to happen? Look, you can't put your players in bubble wrap, bruh. These are people. These are people. I'm sick and tired of fans criticizing dang on athletes for sneezing in public. These guys are human. These women are human. They're people, as far as I know. So please chill out on Xavier McKinney. He had an accident. He did not mean to mess his hand up. It is obvious. So why y'all mad? Because he can't play for a few weeks? Were you mad when Kenny Golladay couldn't play for a few weeks? So don't give me that. Oh man, Xavier McKinney, he's a captain. He needs to be more responsible than that. Well, what's the guy supposed to do if he's got a week off? Sit at home and play Grand Theft Auto? Like, come on. Cannot be mad at this guy. How in the hell? How in the hell can you be mad at Xavier McKinney for something that happened that wasn't his fault? How? These guys got a life. You need to get one. If you mad at him, maybe you mad because you wasn't on the ATV. Maybe that's what it is. I don't get it, man. That's just that's booty. For real. Oh, he needs to take better care of himself. He was reckless and doing what he did, yada yada yada. Well, what is a football player supposed to do? Somebody tell me. Are you supposed to go to the field, play football, go home, lock your damn door, and don't come out because you're scared to get hurt? These guys got lives to live. They make millions of dollars. They want to enjoy themselves. What's the point of getting paid all that money and you can't do shit with it because the NFL not for long or no no
No,
fun league? What you expect? I could see if he was going out here drinking and driving, or doing some drugs, or you know what I'm saying, doing some mischievous stuff. He was on a 4-wheeler, man. My brothers in the country and them ride 4-wheelers all the damn time. I seen my brother flip off of a dirt bike. Flip the hell off of it. Go up in the air. Like tumbling. I was scared as hell. He landed, got up, scraped it off, and he was good. But shit like that happens all the time. Don't do that to McKinney, man. Don't do that. And then you got the media pressing him. That's why people don't want to play in New York. You got people pressing this man for an accident. Y'all shut y'all's asses up, man, because that's bullshit. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little
mm,
out because
I got
that's
you. I
dumb.
can. I'll answer that part for you. Unfortunately, in terms of what you're saying, that's contractually negotiated. So it's in their contracts. Tulu even just alluded to it. That's in their contract. So unless the union fights to get that stuff taken out, you sign your contract. It's in there. That part is in there. That there's nothing you can do. So, either you don't play in the NFL if that's what you want to do, or you abide by the rules, and which means that you can't ride a motorcycle, you can't do anything that could put you at harm. Now, the issue I have is these players' medical records being posted, and I've been guilty of it too. Going talking about Kadarius Tony and his hammies and all this and that, but we live in a day and age where whenever we're working, whatever, we got HIPAA laws. Our medical information can't be divulged. So why is it that because they're millionaires, their medical history can be put on full blast just because the fans pay for tickets and merchandise? Well, if you buy a house, you're putting your hard-earned money to buy a house. If your realtor is not there during closing, do you want to know where they are, or if somebody else is going to be able to step up and handle it because your realtor is out for whatever reason? That's my issue. And then for the to see
Yeah,
the
I didn't
way
know that
the
Tudo.
reporters, yeah,
Let me just
yeah,
address Tudo because he's a
hmm
professional athlete.
hmm
I did not know that was in the contract. And if that's the case, then yeah, I
hmm
agree that then he broke his contract. He should
hmm
be disciplined. But that's something like you said, coach, that they need to
hmm
negotiate, man, because these guys are allowed to live their lives. You
now
know what I'm saying?
now
You can't
now
have
now
bubble wrap.
now you just said the magic word, discipline. That discipline should be between the team and the player. And if
I
you want to
agree.
say the union, but to make it public, we
Yeah.
really need to get away from that because if whatever reason dude catches a whatever, he's promiscuous and whatever happens, but the point is we don't need to know all that. You know what, they're out for medical purposes. That should be the end of it. That really should. That's the most you should be saying. But they have this injury and that injury, and he ATV. Yo, come on, man, come on, because you're right. They do, and he made a mistake. Don't get me wrong. He made a mistake, a big mistake. And as an athlete, Tudor will tell you this: when you get injured, especially when you make a mistake like that, not on the field, You feel like you let your teammate down, the organization. You'll feel like you let the fans down too, but you're harder on yourself than anyone else can. And that should be about the gist of it. The team should handle that, and that's where it should end. Period. I, I just hated seeing the way first the media loves him. He's the darling, he's all this and that. But the way they were going at him, he said a freak accident. He answered it, and you guys keep pressing. And because it's not what you wanted to hear, you got to keep going and going and going. But this and ATV, and he kept saying a freak accident. He didn't want to go into all the, because the second he says something, guess what also happens? Management gets to use that because guess what? You said it in a public forum. The man is smart enough to know that he ain't putting that out
So,
there.
question, coach.
Mm-hmm.
What is the rules on how and how often players have to speak to the media?
Okay, that's negotiated. That's the contract. That's what they're supposed to do. Yes, but remember what's his name? What did he do?
Marshawn
Marshawn
Lynch.
Lynch. He said, "I'm just here so I won't get fined."
Oh, in
That
the Super Bowl, yeah.
yes,
Yeah.
he's speaking to the media. I'm just here so I just see. You can't force somebody to answer a question the way you want.
Yeah.
Just because
Yeah.
they don't answer it the way you want. I mean, now you want to go and you want to attack
Then
him
they
and
paint him out to be like an asshole and all this other
exactly.
stuff. Yeah.
But the other side is like I just said. He says more, and you don't think they're watching that, and they're going to take that negotiations during contract. What happens during negotiation? Every little thing. It's already going to be enough. We talked about his contract, right? You don't think they're going to use this against him? So it's already enough. He's going to have to deal with that contract negotiation. But now, if he says something even more, just a little smidge, they're going to add
Yeah.
that into it. So
Hmm.
the media, because they have to write their stories and they want to get whatever and they want to get a sound bite, so then they can skew it and spin it because we've all seen it. You're like, well, wait a minute, that's not what he said. And you'll go back and you look at the whole interview, and I've done it plenty of times. I'm like, did I miss something? And then I go back and I'm like, that's not what he said. You're just twisting it to fit your narrative.
Right.
And that's what the media does.
Kudos says, Coach can explain all these better than I can do. We're literally living in our training camp dormitories
Mhm.
for days, good reasons. We all owned by our club, 100.
Mhm.
We don't have any freedoms to offer our best performance.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
So there you
But
go.
that's across that's all sports. In a sense, yes, you're owned. Remember, players are merchandise. You know, Matter of fact, we all are. Let's be real. In the essence,
Talk
you know,
about it. No, you're
yeah,
right.
we
You're
all are.
right.
But they're put in a public forum. That's the difference. But everyone else, you, me, everybody in the chat, for the most part, except for Tudo, our personal business is our personal business. It's not put on blast. And that's where I have a problem with it. And it wasn't until I sat and watched what McKinney was going through, because we all loved him. And then the media is turning on him the way they're doing it. It's like, really? And he answered the question. At least, he's a team player for the most part. He made a mistake. Give the boy a pass, man. Give the young man a pass. I mean, to go at him, and just like you said, NYG, you're treating him like he's an asshole. He's never been like that. He made a mistake. He's already dealing with enough. Yes, the team can void his contract. They really can. But do I think they're going to? No, no, I don't think they are. But that's my rant. That's how I see it. You know, Jeff, what about you?
Well, when I first heard about the news, the fan in me, I'll be honest, was very aggravated. I was not happy
Hmm.
because you don't want to hear about these off the field incidents or
Hmm.
accidents that happen that could affect the team on the football field. And Xavier McKinney has been such a key player for our defense. He's really fit so incredibly well with this Wink Martindale defense, along with Julian Love. I mean, and the fact that he was wearing the green dot and he was the one calling the plays on defense, he was essentially named a captain.
Mm-hmm.
It does annoy me a little bit. I have to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
It does
Mm-hmm.
annoy me a little bit that this happened. And I was talking with the Miz about it a little later. He thinks that he could still come back later in the season. I think he can too, but just the way he was sounding in his press conference, it doesn't give me a whole lot of optimism that he's going to be back and he could even be playing to what he was doing before because he suffered, it sounds like, a pretty serious hand injury. He apparently, it just, I did not feel very confident but what he was saying. But at the same time, I agree with you guys. I don't like the way the media was digging in on him. I don't like the way the
That
media
ain't
is
right.
thinking that this guy is, a piece of trash, treating him like
Mm-hmm.
garbage. You can't do
Mm-hmm.
that. Xavier McKinney has never done anything bad with the Giants organization. He's never been an off the field distraction. He's never been a problem. He's always been there. He's been named a captain for a reason. You would not name a guy a captain if he was an off the field distraction because they viewed how talented the guy is and how much of a leader he is on this football team. It is an accident. You mean it
Mm-hmm.
does suck. These things happen. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
I broke my ankle slipping on steps, and I've never broken a bone in my life. I broke my ankle and fractured my foot too, just slipping on steps. So you can get hurt
Mm-hmm.
anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But what it actually did is it just made Julian Love that much more important to not only this year but going into the future. I think Julian Love is going to be the one that's going to benefit. I think he already, and if you guys disagree with me, you can. I think Julian Love is actually outplaying Xavier McKinney this year.
I agree.
I think Julian
I
Love
agree.
is actually the guy, and we were talking about this backstage before we started the show. I think
Mm-hmm.
Julian Love is actually the guy they prefer to bring back, and it's case in point by the fact that they were already negotiating a new contract during the bye week. That the team and the organization obviously look at the value of Julian Love. I'm not trying to divert away from McKinney, but
Mm-hmm.
Love plays a part in this whole thing too because he's been another guy, and he is going to be the one now to assume that green dot on his helmet, and he's going to start making the play calls.
But
So
what is love though? Love falls under that what? Smart, tough, dependable.
he's a Notre Dame kid, and they teach him well over there when he was playing at Notre Dame. He
Mm-hmm.
was, and
Mm-hmm.
he's that type of player. But in terms of McKinney, I mean, he did. They could go against him, and he, in a way, I mean, he did
Mm-hmm.
violate his
Mm-hmm.
contract by getting injured in an off the field type incident. And I
Mm-hmm.
know he feels bad. He posted on his Twitter. I don't want to like
Mm-hmm.
make the social media stuff, but he did post saying how deeply sorry he is, and he felt like he let the team down. That's for me where it stops. I just feel
Mm-hmm.
terrible for the kid. I do. I feel bad because I like McKinney. I thought McKinney could be a big time piece for this team going forward. But like you said, Coach, they can use this now against him in contract negotiations and be
Mm-hmm.
like, you know what? This is what you did in your third season where you got hurt off the field and you ended up missing numerous amount of games and possibly he could miss the rest of the season. It's not inconceivable he could be out for the rest of the season. But I just don't like the way the media is treating him because you know what you're going to do? If you keep treating him like that and treat him like an asshole, he's going to want
He's
to not
gonna
be
want
here
to.
after this year. He's going to want to
He's
walk.
gonna want to leave, and I think
Hello, Kadarius Tony. You now have given justification to Tony. Think about
I
it.
think yeah, I think a lot of these younger players, um, they they're really not that they're not really willing to put up with a lot of the backlash from the media. Players rather go somewhere nowadays where they can be at
Mm-hmm.
peace, do their thing, and just play. They're
Yeah.
not
Mm-hmm.
so much caught up in, oh, I want to be in New York because it's New York. Oh, I want to be in LA because it's LA. They just want to go somewhere where they can ball out, make money, build their brand, like you said, coach, their brand,
Mm-hmm.
and You know what I'm saying? Have something to sit on when they retire from the game. It's not so much. Everybody's talking about, oh, they want to go win champ. Beckham wants to win championships. Da 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 da. He just won a ring. You get one. That's more than damn Charles Barkley and some of these Reggie Miller and some of them got. So
Mm-hmm.
you get one ring. You should damn well be happy. Like people say that
Yeah.
about Kevin Durant. What is Kevin Durant chasing? Is
Like
K, and we're gonna get into the Nets here in a little bit, but what is he chasing? A ring? Because you
legacy.
damn sure ain't getting one with this squad. So why are
Hmm.
you here?
It's
You know what I
legacy.
mean? So a lot of
First
these
step on his
players,
legacy.
right? A lot of these players got to think about. A lot of these players think about. Look, I'm not in no position to win no championship. Yeah, I want to have legacy status and all that. But what's more important than that? Taking care of your damn family.
Yeah.
You
Mm-hmm.
think Sterling Shepard ain't thinking about that? You think Odell Beckham Jr. ain't think about that? Didn't they both just have children, young children?
Mm-hmm.
So look, we can build up and boost up the Giants
Saquon Barkley's
organically.
another one. He's got a young kid as
Right.
well.
Yeah. So we can build up and boost up the Giants too. Like the end all, the be all into football, and everybody's supposed to love and want to play for the Giants. But look, at the end of the day, I'm trying to go somewhere where I don't care if this team's stupid enough to give me $20 million, knowing I'm only worth 10. I'm going there because guess what? Even if I don't play well, I'm getting paid.
Hmm.
You're going to take a contract with a team like the Giants that's going to be heavy incentive laden, and you go in there and tear that ACL again, and you asked out of
Mm-hmm.
all your money.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the thing.
Hmm.
That's the thing people have to think about when we talking about some of these players like OBJ and Sterling Shepard. But we're gonna keep the show rolling today because we're gonna get into a kind of a freestyle segment here later on. So want to hit all the points now. Let's get on to these Jets, man.
Mm.
Mm. How about those Jets?
Big win for the Jets.
Jets. Jets. Jets. Jets. Jets.
Yeah.
Mm.
Big win for the Jets.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what, y'all? Jets is 6-3. The
That
Jets are six and
defense.
three, and they are looking good.
Yeah.
Beat the Buffalo Bills. Buffalo, they did not play their best game. Obviously, um, Josh Allen had a couple interceptions.
Josh Allen might be
Um,
hurt.
yeah. Zach Wilson did his thing. But the takeaway here for me is this just defense. Let me tell y'all something. This Jets defense has shut down two of the highest powered offenses in the league, and that's the Miami Dolphins and the Buffalo Bills.
Hmm.
That's what the Jets did. Yeah. The New York Jets. Jets, jet, all that crap. You know what I'm saying? So these guys have performed. Like you cannot take the Jets lightly anymore, folks. And if you do, you just ain't been paying attention. This team is good. They're good. They're good. So they beat the um they beat the Buffalo Bills 20-17. So it was a good game for the Jets. You had Sauce Gardner, he came up with a pick. Now he got burnt early in the game. I was actually watching the game a little bit, but he got burnt early in the game. But he came back, man, with a big time interception, man. And this kid's for real, man, and this young talent on this Jets team, man. If you're a Jets fan, man, if my brother Reels in the chat or anybody that's a Jets fan in the chat, man, you got to be excited about this squad, man, because they literally do have what's looking like one of those old school Jets defenses, man, when they had Darrell Revis
Yeah.
man in that unit. You know what I'm saying? So now they got Sauce, you know. Zach Wilson is still growing as a quarterback. He's not fully developed yet, so you're not gonna see big numbers. You're still gonna see stupid mistakes and things like that, but he's progressing. Um, Garrett Wilson is going to be a star in this league, and so is Sauce Gardner. You know, Jermaine Johnson, he adds to the pass rush. You still have who did they draft? Jeremy Ruckert at tight end. So this team is young and they're ascending. Now they're 6-3. Buffalo Bills are 6-2.
Mhm.
So I got a couple questions um for the Jets here. For this Jets fans. For these Jets fans, just for the NFL fans in general. Can the New York Jets win the AFC East? Can the New York Jets win the AFC East? Given let me clarify now. Given the fact that they have beaten the Miami Dolphins and the Buffalo Bills. Now, they lost to the Patriots. For some reason it's just it's hard for the Jets to beat Bill Belichick. Um, but they they beat Miami 40-17. Now Miami was injured; they didn't have all their players in that game, but still, so they held Miami to 17 points. They held Buffalo to 17 points. They held Baltimore. Well, no, they held yeah, they gave up 24 to Baltimore, but they held Green Bay to 10 points. This defense is for real. So, given what we've seen out of the Jets, do you think it is a realistic chance that this team can come out because they got a game up on Buffalo and Miami out of the AFC East? Go ahead. Whoever want to jump in first, go ahead. Y'all hit that like button. Please like, subscribe, and share the video. We put content out here every single Tuesday, and it's all around the city. No matter what fan you are of a New York team, I guarantee you we got you covered. But now we talking about the Jets. So, can the Jets win the AFC East?
Yes. Yes, they can. And you know why I say yes, they can? That defense. That
Mm-hmm.
defense right now, the way they are playing, and I'm going to be
For
honest,
real.
does that defense really have a major weakness? I'm sure they have a weakness right now, but that defense, it's scary all around. I mean, we talk about Dexter Lawrence as one of the best defensive tackles in football. Go watch Quinny Williams and the way he's playing right now for the Jets. That guy has been dominant in the interior. Carl Lawson, we were just talking about guys, might be different positions that had multiple knee injuries. Carl Lawson's looking pretty good on the outside as a pass rusher. Franklin Myers, he's looking pretty good too. I know they lost Sheldon Rankins, but you know what that team has? They have good depth on that defensive line. They can rotate a bunch of guys in and out, and still have good production. Their linebackers are scary good when they're all out there. I love the play of their linebackers between Quincy Williams, CJ Mosley, and Quan Alexander. All three of those guys are doing a really good job filling in the gaps, even doing good in their coverage. They're staying healthy, obviously. They're doing a great job. And that secondary, oh my God. You want to talk about an elite cornerback duo? Sauce Gardner right now is the best cornerback in football, and I'd like to see anybody dare to tell me otherwise.
No, that's
He's the best.
facts.
He's the best cornerback in football. This dude, he got burned on that first play, and he was able to adjust, and he
Mhm.
stepped his game up to another level. And DJ Reed, the other guy on the other side, he's pretty damn good too. He's
Yeah.
been playing elite football. Their cornerback duo is so good right now. And then you got their safeties between LaMarcus Joyner and Jordan Whitehead and the way they're playing. Robert Saleh's got that defense playing on another level right now. And I mean, what a hell of a job him and that defensive coordinator are doing with that team. In terms of their offense, I've always been high on Garrett Wilson. I maybe went a little bit too crazy saying that this kid could be the next Jamar Chase, but I love his game. And this dude has got elite wide receiver skills. If he can just develop more as a number one receiver, I think the Jets got a special talent in him. Zach played more of an efficient game. I will say Zach played more of an efficient game out there than he did the week before. He wasn't trying to turn the ball over all the place. But I like to see him go out there and make at least a couple more plays on the field. Maybe that's just me being a little greedy if I was a Jets fan. I love Michael Carter. I do. And I think that him getting his opportunity, as well as James Robinson, I thought that was a great pickup when they lost Breece Hall. And think about this, too. The Jets are playing this good football right now, and they're missing two of their best players on their team without Breece Hall and Elijah Vera Tucker. And this team is still playing great football. Look at the job they did with that offensive line.
That's
Their
a good point.
third or fourth, their
Facts.
fourth offensive right tackle is on the football field right now. And this guy, the offensive line coach, is doing a hell of a job getting the most out of a beaten up offensive line. Nate Herbig, the blocks that guy did at right guard, oh my God, the Jets got a good pickup when they got it from the Eagles. That dude's playing great football. Laken Tomlinson's working great. Dwayne Brown looks like he turned the clock back to when he was playing at a Pro Bowl, All-Pro level back in Seattle and Houston. I mean, I'm a little bit questionable why they're not using Elijah Moore. I don't know what's going on with the whole Elijah Moore situation because that kid's got talent. I don't know what's going on with him. But if you're a Jets fan, you got to be on freaking cloud nine right now because this team is so talented up and down that roster. And there's a reason why yourself, Coach, and myself and other people picked this Jets team to be a lot better than people thought. Because this team's got serious talent on both sides of the football. And now we're starting to see this talent come to fruition. And that's a major kudos to Robert Saleh. So to close my statement, why the hell can't the Jets win this division? They've already beaten the Dolphins. They've already beaten the Bills. And we could say that the Bills had an off game, but guess what? Part of the reason they had an off game because of that Jets defense. That Jets defense made them have an off game. And defense is what's ultimately going to win out in everything. And if that Jets defense stays healthy and keeps playing to the level they're playing, I'd like to see a team try to go over there and try to beat that Jets defense. Because right now, that team is just clicking on all cylinders on defense, especially. And that offense just plays efficient enough. That team's going to be scary going forward. So, Coach, give your thoughts on the Jets.
Of course they can win the NFC East. They can win the whole AFC together.
Mm.
I agree with that, too. I do.
Think about it. The Bills already beat KC, right?
True.
Agree.
If they beat
That's popular.
if they beat Buffalo again and KC loses again and everything stays the same, who's going to be the number one team in the AFC?
Yeah, that's the
Nah.
New York Football Jets. Can it happen?
Now, the Jets, for everything, all the good, feel good that we're talking about right now, they have to beat New England this weekend.
I
There
agree.
is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If they don't beat New
It's
England,
next. It's next weekend, Coach.
Yeah, they're on the bye this week.
They're on the
oh,
bye
okay.
this week.
I just
So let's run down the schedule real quick.
sorry, I just
Week
knew they were.
11 they have New England. I agree that's a must-win game.
Hmm.
Chicago's been playing well of late, but they should be able to take care of them. They're at home. Minnesota, that's gonna be a tough one. Then you
Hmm.
got Buffalo again at Buffalo. That's gonna be tough. But
Hmm.
then you got Detroit, Jacksonville, Seattle, and Miami again. So those last four games, they go 2-2, 3-2, something like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
I could easily see them in the playoffs.
last two games will be
Easily.
tough.
I
Yeah,
think
they,
they're
they got a
going to
little
make
bit
the
of a tough
playoffs.
stretch.
That Miami game could actually be one that could decide the division if Buffalo slips a little bit. Is with the Dolphins and the Jets. It could be a division or even a playoff decider.
And you got to
Hmm.
think, too, with some of these teams, like Kansas City, like Buffalo, um, how pressed are they really to win? I know everybody wants to win the division, and I get it, but you got some of these teams that's really like, okay, we feel we can beat anybody on any field. Um, Sometimes teams kind of sleepwalk towards the end of the season, and you might see a team slide in there and get that division. You could
Hmm.
see that with us. You could see, I
Hmm.
could easily see Philly slipping down the stretch and us sliding in their division lead. I
Yeah,
could
it's
see that with the
possible.
Jets. You
Hmm.
know what I'm saying? I can see that with
Tudor,
I can see that with the in the
Eagles.
NFC South with
Oh,
Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay.
I can see Atlanta sliding in there. So we don't know, man. But the thing about it is with the Jets, yeah, it's all gonna be how they finish the season. But let me get a couple comments in, and then I'm gonna let Coach give his thoughts. He's Tudo says Coach knows all these. We have so many meetings, conferences,
Hmm.
online classes to explore all the contract classes in very details, and we also are required to pass exams on those materials and protocols. And you got a lot
Hmm.
going on too, though, man. So
Hmm.
salute to you, man, for real, man. Much respect, man. And you already know we pulling for you over here, man. His squad says, what's up, gang? So you drop back. Yeah, we still here. We ain't going nowhere. We the long-winded show on YouTube. So we'll be here for a little bit. So go ahead, drive home, get home safe, man, and you could tune back in when you get to the crib. Tudo says, gentlemen, it's been an honor, privilege to hang out with everybody in chat. We have to start our daily workout program. God bless everyone. Much love and respect. Much love and respect to you, Tudo.
Hmm.
I appreciate your support, man. Each and every
Thank you,
time.
Tudor.
We rock out, man. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely appreciate you and your support. Um, and everybody in the chat, man, not just Tudo, man. His squad, Wells, Levance, Wifey, Breezy. Me and Breezy about to get it in. I know he ain't going nowhere. I know he's still listening because I got you, bro, on that KD situation. But we're gonna get into that here in a little bit. But go ahead, Coach. What you think about this? The Jets and their chances to win the AFC East.
Of course. I mean, it's going to be tough. I mean, looking at their schedule, I mean, like you just talked about, I mean, number one starts with the Patriots when they come back from their bye week. I mean, they have to. You can't win your division and not beat the Patriots. You just can't. You know, and on top of that, their three division games left are all on the road too. So so it's imperative that you definitely have to win those games. But if they do what they're supposed to do, I mean, is it feasible? Yes. I mean, but it's not. Like you said, it's not easy. I mean, like I said, you got the Patriots. You're at the Vikings, at the Bills. That Seattle, we already know that. The Dolphins, you
Yeah.
know, those games are going to be tough. But I will say this: if they win those games, they're going to be very well battle tested, and it could come right through MetLife Stadium, and it changes the whole dynamic. And the Jets fan base is very rabid, and they will get at it and make it hard for any opposing team. So
Yeah.
you
I
know,
think you know what I think the Jets fan
Good old
base is kind of
fireman
like,
Ed.
Coach. The Jets fan base is kind of like a college football fan base. I feel like because they get those chants going. They're they're very energetic. You know what I'm saying?
hmm hmm
They're
They're loyal
they
too.
know right. They because they lose, but they pretty much still show up.
Yeah,
Um,
that fan
and
base has
so
been beaten down and beaten down and beaten
it's
down
been
every
tough.
single year. If you're a Jets fan,
It's
you've
been
had a
tough.
long, long, long years of misery with that team. Remember,
I
they
don't
haven't had a
know.
franchise quarterback in years.
I think the Jets have probably been the most beaten down franchise in the heart of the city, in New York City. Think about it.
You can say the NFL.
They got one ring. One. That's it.
Mm,
Yankees got more. Mets got more. Islanders got more. Knicks got more.
I'd say
Nets.
between them and the
Eh.
Knicks. I'd say that between them and the
The Nets
Knicks.
had to go back to the ABA. But who else? Who else has been beaten down more than the
The Knicks.
Jets?
The Knicks. For what the Knicks have been doing recently, the Knicks have been getting beat down a lot because
Recently,
it's been a
yeah.
long time the Knicks have been irrelevant. The Jets at least have had relevant years. The Knicks have been irrelevant for almost 20 plus years. Maybe a blip or two here and there, but the Knicks have really been. I'm not trying to smash on coach's team, but the Knicks have been a very irrelevant basketball team for a very long time. And the Jets have at least had moments.
Yeah, but the Knicks got more championships.
It's been since the 70s, though, right around
It's
when the
been a
Jets
while,
if
but
won.
I'm
if
saying
you're
from an
talking
overall.
about if you're talking about the Jets going back to the '60s, it's the same thing with the Knicks.
Yeah,
It's
they're
the
around the same time
overall.
frame.
Yeah, it's the
It's
overall. That's what I'm
Yeah,
saying. The
okay. It's
Throw
overall.
the Mets in
overall.
there, too.
I mean, when's the last time the Mets won a championship?
86.
Exactly.
Nets
Well,
in
that ain't
the
too
80s.
long. That's a lot longer than what? What when was the Jets
69.
69?
69.
Yeah.
That's when the Jets, the Mets, and the Knicks all won. And then 69.
See, if you go based on the fan base, each fan base is going to say it's theirs.
That's true.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
Nah,
matter.
cause I know
No,
it's not the Giants. I
no,
know
no,
it's
no,
not
no,
the
no. I'm not
Yankees.
talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm
Yeah.
talking about those three fan bases: the
Oh,
Jets
the Nets, the Knicks, the Mets, and the
The
who
Jets.
else are
and
we
Oh,
the
talking
yeah.
about?
Jets.
The
Oh,
Jets.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yes, they're all
Absolutely.
going to say it's theirs. As much as y'all don't want to admit to it, New York City is a Knicks fan base for the most part. I
Yeah,
mean,
No,
y'all
that's
I
can
true.
go
agree.
at me, and this fan base is done,
I
and
agree. I
and
grew up
the
a Knicks fan, so I know I know where you
and
at
this
with
this
that.
this dysfunction, and and even the '90s with being so close.
Hmm.
I mean, it's so yes, and then you could say the Jets. I got plenty of Jets fans, who I mean friends who are Jets fans, and they're the misery and the anguish and
Mm.
everything that they go through. It's just
I
you
listen to a
know
guy on Sport WFAN all the time named Joe Beningo.
exactly.
He's a Knicks, a Jets, and a Mets fan, and every single time he talks about the misery of not
Hmm.
watch. He hasn't watched any of his teams win since the '80s when the Mets finally won. But I mean,
Exactly.
I agree. The most tortured teams in the New York area easily are the Jets, the Mets, and the Knicks. It's not even close. Those are the three. At least the other teams have had moments. You could say maybe the Islanders, I can't say the Rangers because they've been too successful.
Mm-mm.
The Devils have won 3 championships in recent
Yeah.
memory. Obviously, the Giants have had their success. The Yankees are good almost every year. They just
Mm-hmm.
can't get it done in the playoffs.
The
It's definitely
Yankees.
it's the Knicks, the Jets, and the Mets. It's not even close. Those
Whoa,
three
whoa, whoa, whoa,
teams
whoa,
are
whoa, whoa,
torture.
whoa! Back up a second. Back up a second. Back up a second. That little sly remark ain't gonna get over Jeff.
Yankees.
Nah, bro.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Nah,
whoa.
bro.
No,
Nah,
I
nah,
wasn't
nah,
even
nah.
trying to make a slide. I was not even trying to make a slide on that one. I wasn't. I'm being dead honest. I was not trying to make a slide on
You
that one.
just said they just can't win. Yo, bro, who's the one
We can't win
franchise?
either. We
No,
suck.
no, 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 no. Who's the one franchise that has the most baseball championships ever?
I'm just
Matter of
talking about
fact,
recent now. I'm talking about recently.
oh
Overall, yeah,
nine,
you guys are the
oh
Who
most.
has
nine,
the most
oh nine,
championships
oh nine. The only
ever?
other no, the Canadians have more than the Yankees.
How many championships the
Okay, yeah,
Canadians have?
I think the Canadians. Let me double check. If he, I remember him saying Montreal.
they got more than. Oh, hold up.
I think they
Are you
do.
I
serious?
think the Yankees have more. I think Canadians have maybe like
The Yankees
24.
gotta have more.
Yankees have 27.
Yeah, I know that. I know because I know it's the Celtics and the Lakers in the NBA. Whoa. Oh, 25 times. Okay, they're two behind the Yankees. Sorry.
Mhm. No, I wasn't trying to make like
I was
a
gonna
slight. I
say.
Mm.
was being like serious on it. Yankees fans don't give a damn what you guys did in the past, right now. The Yankees fans only care about what you're doing now.
Hmm.
They don't care
No, I
about
get it.
2009 or years before. They care about the here and now because you know what they look at it? We haven't won anything in 15, 16 years. And we're just a team
Mhm.
recently that just keeps getting bounced from the playoffs. I can't say anything. My team is the only team in the NL East that hasn't won a championship in the 2000s or the 90s or even now. Every other team in my division has won a championship recently except the Mets. What the hell do I have to gloat about? I have nothing. None of my teams
Mhm.
besides the Giants have given me anything. Even the Mets and the Nets have given me more misery than they have
you
given me
fit.
happiness.
You picked the Ets teams.
No,
That's
no,
what.
no,
That's,
no, no, no. I'm not. If I picked the Nets, I would have been a Jets fan. I'm not. I picked the
well,
Giants for a reason.
yeah,
I
I
picked the
got
Giants
you.
for a reason.
Yeah, Mets
I would not torture
and
myself that
Nets.
much. The Jets are just a different
Yeah, because
story.
that would be woo man.
That
And I
would
know
get that would
I
be
know some
brutal.
people they're Ets fans.
Mhm.
Ask
Mets,
Alex's brother,
Mets,
Luca.
Mets. Oh my
That's
god!
Mhm.
oh, it's
You
brutal.
talk about pain. I wouldn't
And
even
Mhm.
I'm
watch
a
sports.
Rutgers fan too, and
Like,
that team hasn't given me
Mhm.
happiness either. What has Rutgers
Mhm.
done recently? Besides break our hearts, I'm still pissed that they lost last week when they're up 17 to 14 at halftime, and then Michigan just blitzed them in the second half. I was like
That's
still wondering what the hell
yeah.
happened.
See,
That's
I.
I'm not gonna lie. I cheated when it came to college, and I'm a UNC fan,
yeah,
so
it's all good.
I'm
I stick with
I'm
my
not gonna
local
hold you.
team.
I went outside the boroughs for that
But
one, but
wait a minute. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Because you went to UNC because you're basketball, and one of the
yeah, just
most
for
sorry
basketball. I don't have a
other
college football team. Yeah,
exactly other than UCLA, it's usually Duke or North Carolina when you come talking about championships.
Yep,
yeah,
And Kansas. Sorry, I have
and
to put
Kentucky,
Kansas.
and Kentucky.
Kentucky
Oh
too.
damn, I
Yeah,
forgot about so yeah. But those are the blue bloods. That's the point.
Yes,
So you saying you cheated? Nah, bro.
that's not cheating. Yeah.
You basketball. I get it. So
yeah. I grew up a UNC fan. It's not because of Jordan. Um, it was because of the you remember those
mhm,
teams, man. Well, who was on there? Hubert Davis. Um,
Yep.
yeah, they had
mhm.
Rasheed Wallace,
Wallace,
Stackhouse,
Vince
Vince
Carter, all of them.
Carter. Yeah, that's what made me a UNC fan. Yeah,
I'll just put it
those
like
teams.
this: I've always said the greatest UNC player that I watched was James Worthy.
Facts. I can't argue with that.
Oh, yeah. No arguments
I
here.
can't argue with
But
that.
and
Yeah.
that's college. That I'm not saying in the NBA. I was just saying strictly during with his time at UNC because you know Worthy was that man down there. So
Mm-hmm.
Who you fellas like in the World Cup? Well, I mean, obviously I'm going USA. I mean, I'm gonna stick with my roots.
USA
So
and Germany.
I'd probably say USA, or I'd have to say Italy. I've always had an affinity for Italy. I don't know why.
Eins sprachen Sie Deutsch.
So there you go, coaches.
Eins sprachen
On
Sie
that.
Deutsch.
You
I
don't
used
speak
to.
German,
No, I
or you
do.
like to speak? You know how to speak German. That's right.
Eins sprachen Sie bitte in German. Deutsch. But no, I lived in Germany. That's why.
Eins, zwei, drei.
Mm-hmm.
1,
Mm-hmm.
2, 3.
Mm-hmm. So yeah.
But
But yeah,
yeah,
it'll. I
One
mean,
of those
Germany
spit.
and Germany and the United States. Dwayne the Pearl Washington with Syracuse. Yeah, Pearl was nice. He
he
was
was.
nice. And those old Big Ten, I mean Big East days with Syracuse, with Georgetown,
Yes.
St.
Yeah.
John's with
There
Walter
you go.
Berry and Mark Jackson and man, yeah, I could
You
sit
said
here.
Italy didn't qualify, Jeff.
Oh, that's rough. Italy's been one of the powerhouse
Wow,
teams in soccer for years. The fact they're not qualifying now, that's shocking.
wow,
I mean, Italy has
yeah.
been a powerhouse team for years. Wow, they really
Mm,
must have fallen on hard times. Thank you, Wales.
it's gonna be
But
interesting.
yeah, I
Uh,
mean,
yeah,
getting back
it's
to the original
got
question,
USA versus Wales. Um,
Mm,
maybe Wales is going for Wales, I
of
guess.
course he is.
of
Of
course,
course he
come on,
is.
of
Come
course.
on.
No, he's no. You know what? He's gonna pick. He's
Why
gonna pick
yes?
Argentina.
Yeah,
He's gonna
of
be
course.
Argentina. Yeah.
My man's Chris Mullins and John, what's his name? Wedman? No, Weddington.
Bill Wennington.
Bill Wennington. Yes. So
Yeah,
Chris,
of
yeah,
course. Chicago
yeah, I remember
Bull.
Chris Mullins from he
and
says
then
unfortunately.
Yeah.
Felipe Lopez. Yeah, trust me,
Yeah, I remember Felipe Lopez.
I was a St. John's. I rooted for St. John's in those
I
Big
did
East
root for St.
days.
John's too. I'm not gonna front. I
I
did.
still remember that Arizona
That
team
was
back
my
in the
second
day
team.
with
Yeah.
No,
Richard
no, no.
Jefferson, Miles
Remember
Simon,
Ron
and Mike
Artest.
Bibby.
Yeah, I remember those teams too.
Exactly. So I mean, and then Seton Hall with Terry the Hare and Jerry Walker and Bob, but not Bobby Hur, Danny Hurley. Damn, I always get those two
Yeah.
mixed up. So, but yeah, I
Bobby was Duke.
Biggie's. Yeah, Bobby was due, but I remember Biggie's football in Pac-10 and Pac-12. Yeah, with John Wooden back in the days, the true ultimate coach.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Absolutely.
it sucks that all the teams I'm
He
rooting
says,
for.
never nervous Purvis Ellison. I remember him. Never nervous Purvis
Oh,
Ellison. Boy,
freshman
damn.
year. Yeah, that freshman
That's
year.
I go back right there. Purvis
Mm-hmm.
Ellison. I ain't heard that name in
That's way
years.
back in
Louisville.
the day.
Woo!
And you had Milt Wagner from Camden who went down to Louisville. And now his son. Yep. It sucks that all the teams are rooting for are in the same group. Okay.
Wales, US, and England. Yeah.
Hmm.
Um,
All right. So.
all right, so check it out. This episode is brought to you by Shadow Worlds Radio, man. Go check out Shadow Worlds Radio. The link is in the description, man. Um, for awesome music content, man. And this show will be premiering on Shadow Worlds Radio on Thursday from 8 to 10 and also from on Saturday from 8 to 10 as well. So you can catch the recap of yours truly and also my two co-hosts Jeffrey T and Coach Ed. We're gonna
Mm,
we're gonna
mm.
transition into
Ooh,
some
hold a minute. Hold a
basketball
minute. Hold a
here.
minute. Before you go into basketball. I
Oh, what's
like
up,
this
Taj?
coming.
What's good, Taj? I see Taj.
Hey, Tosh.
What's up, Taj?
What's good, man?
Wait
We're
a
about to
minute. I'm
get
going to
into
read
your
something.
subject,
But
Taj.
this is a little baseball. This is a
Basketball.
little baseball from Derek Jeter.
Uh
Derek
oh.
Jeter believes baseball today has gotten too far analytical. You can't judge a player's heartbeat. I explained this the other day that players are humans. Numbers can't dictate all of that.
Yes.
Wow. Yes.
Derek
Okay.
Jeter knows the
Yes.
game. He
Yeah.
knows.
Yes.
Exactly. Exactly.
Thank you, Derek Jeter. Mm.
Uh,
Go ahead now.
I
Go
mean,
ahead, Jeffy.
I'm happy about some of the Mets stuff that happened earlier too, but I know you see one transition to basketball.
Yeah,
Mm.
nah, we're gonna get into the Mets. That is in the title. The big news in there with Edwin Diaz
Mm-hmm.
re-signing. So if you want to touch on that real quick, you can, Jeffy. Didn't he
Sure.
sign one of the biggest contracts
He actually signed the
ever?
biggest relief contract ever. 5 years for 102 million. He has a
Damn.
full no trade clause. He has an
Ooh.
opt out if he wants, I believe, in 2025, if
Wow.
he wants to opt out of his contract. And I believe he has a fully guaranteed, like a $20 million option in 2028. That's for Edwin Diaz's contract for the year that he had this past season, which he deserved. Am I a little bit hesitant to give a player, especially a closer, that much money? Yes, because he had a
What's good,
fantastic
Bookends? I
year.
see you, bro. How you doing?
What up,
What's up, bro?
bookends? The problem is I have a little worried because to me, I compare relief pitchers to NFL kickers. They're great one year and they could suck the next, unless you're Graham Gano, or Mariano Rivera. But I think Edwin Diaz absolutely deserved it. I think out of all the Mets free agents, he was by far the number one guy they had to bring back because you can't replace him. There's nobody on the free agent market that could replace what Edwin Diaz did for this team. So am I surprised that they gave him that
Jacob
deal?
DeGrom?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
Well, I'm hearing not great rumors about DeGrom that apparently the Rangers and the Braves are hard going after him. Pause. And that
oh
there
my
and that
God.
there's belief that they might get outbid in their pursuit to bring back DeGrom, which I don't love hearing. That the Mets might get outbid for DeGrom
The
when you have the richest owner in
Braves?
baseball. Yeah, that's his hometown. He's from Atlanta, so he's
Golly.
been getting he's getting recruited by the Braves. That would really piss me off. I would be very upset if he went to the Braves because then I have
That
three of
that
my
pissed me
pitchers and
off, and I'm not even a Mets fan. That would
I'd
piss
be
me
pissed
off.
because then
Like
I'd have
that's
two of
so
my best pitchers
disrespectful.
on
Yeah,
our division rivals. I have Wheeler
right.
in Philadelphia and Syndergaard too, and then I have to deal with DeGrom in
Uh,
Atlanta. I'd be furious. It's like how much more can you torture my franchise already? But
that
that's the
would be
rumors I've
like
heard.
Aaron Judge going to the dang on Tampa Bay Rays or the Red
No, the
Sox.
Red Sox. The Red
I would.
Sox. That would
Oh
piss you
no,
off if he went to the Red
I would flip
Sox.
shit.
Yeah, that's how I feel right now about that. But in terms of Diaz, it was the right move. They had to bring him back. He was too important to this baseball team. Now at least you have your
Mm.
closer stabilized, and now obviously the next two guys you have to worry about is Jacob DeGrom and Brandon Nimmo. They to me are the next two guys you got to think about. And I know Colorado, the Rockies are going hard and heavy after Nimmo, and they're approximately saying that Nimmo could command a contract within 120 to 130 million because he has Scott Boras as his agent, and we know what Scott Boras does. He's going to
Yeah,
drive up the prices of his baseball players. I don't think Brandon
Mm.
Nimmo is worth 120 or 130 million, even though I really like Brandon Nimmo a lot. But I think that he is a perfect player for their team because he's a great table setter. He steals bases. He puts the ball in play. He's actually improved a lot as a center fielder. He did an excellent job in terms of his defensive prowess at center field. I think Nimmo is an as intangible player as you need. He hustles all the time, but I just don't know if they're going to be willing to give him the type of money that he's asking for. And then the pitching staff, Taiwan Walker and Chris Bassett officially became free agents as well. I believe Carlos Carrasco will also become a free agent. So you're talking about forfeits of the New York Mets starting rotation that will be free agents this offseason, with Scherzer the
can
only
we
one coming back.
can we get one of them?
You can have Bassett because I don't trust Bassett at
I don't
all.
want him.
And you could have Taiwan Walker as much as I thought Walker was solid, or Carrasco. You could have them. Just don't take DeGrom from us. That one would hurt because
That's
I
the
want
one we
DeGrom
want.
so bad to be a Met. I want him so bad to be a Met long term. There's been a long time since we have had a New York Met that has been a New York Met alone for many years. I want what you guys had when you had your core four. When you had
Let me
all four of
ask
those
you.
guys there the entire careers. Well, besides
Let me
Pettit for that
ask
little
you
stint.
this, Jeffy. Um,
Shoot.
Let me spar with you here. Just from a baseball standpoint. Y'all hit that like button, man. Please share and subscribe to the channel if you don't mind. If you're watching,
Damn.
Would you? So we got Aaron Judge. You got DeGrom. Would you swap? You
Huh?
got
I
What?
possibly. Hold up. Hold up. You got
you just set
possibly
coach off
the
by
best
saying
hitter
that.
in baseball and possibly the best pitcher in baseball. Would you swap the best hitter in baseball for the best pitcher in baseball?
Oh man,
That's
you
what
put
I'm
me on a
saying.
spot. You're putting me on a spot because it's not as
It ain't as
easy as you
crazy
might
as it
think.
sounds.
Because
Trust
I
me, it
love
ain't.
DeGrom, and when DeGrom's healthy, the dude is awesome. And I mean, Judge is just all world. Ugh.
Tough
I
question.
can't, this is hard because I mean, the easy question one to say is Judge because he plays
That's
more
the
than a hit than
easy
a pitcher
question.
does.
But what did Judge give you in the playoffs?
Nothing. And DeGrom has been good.
Exactly.
Well, but DeGrom wasn't that
He's
great
been
this past
solid.
playoffs. And DeGrom was great in 2015 when we went to the World Series. He was phenomenal as a pitching. Oh man, this is a tough one. This, you know what? I'll let Coach answer it because he's in the same spot too. Coach, what would you do if you had to swap the two? How would you feel about that? DeGrom
Pitching
a
over
Yankee,
hitting.
Judge a Met.
Pitching over hitting every time.
Okay.
There you go.
As much as I love Judge, pitching over hitting every time.
But do you trust DeGrom? Because he's been hurt a lot. That's the question with him. Do you trust him to
What
stay
did you just
healthy?
say? What did you say? He doesn't. That he shows up in the playoffs, right?
He did, yes.
Usually. Yeah.
Usually he does. This past year, he wasn't as great. Plus, he's going to be 34, 35 years old. Eventually, he's going to start slowing down.
Hmm.
Judge is still in his prime, or he's still in his early 30s.
Oh, all right. You're talking about right now. Okay, never mind. Forget it.
Right
I was
now,
thinking
yeah. Well, if you
something.
want to go overall spectrum, absolutely, I agree. Pitching over hitting any day of the week.
But if you're talking about, right now, of course you take Judge. He's younger. Just age alone.
Yeah,
I mean,
Age ain't nothing but a number.
yeah. I
but
wish.
then again, Judge is
I'm
always
just
injury
saying,
prone.
yo.
No, Judge is also injury prone too. This was really
Right.
the first year that he wasn't injured,
That's
and
true.
And he gave you 60 something home runs and 0 in the
And
but
postseason.
next
this
year
is hard.
he's going down to he's going probably going down into the 40
I'm
range,
with bookends. Good
and
pitching wins chips.
It
What did we
does.
exactly.
talk about, Jeffy? And before the playoffs started, what was we on this podcast talking about? Good, solid pitching and timely hitting.
Yeah, thanks, Max
Mhm.
Scherzer. And now Chris Bassett, we appreciate
So
it.
we don't get either. We don't get the pitching or the hitting because
No, we
all of our
didn't. Neither of
hitters are
us.
power hitters and they disappear in the playoffs.
And
Every
so did
single one of them.
ours. Our hitters
Yeah.
disappeared too. That's why we lost. Oh man, this is tough because you know what? I'm taking DeGrom. I love DeGrom. I would really be hurt. This one would hurt if DeGrom did leave. This would probably be the first Met that would, if he left the team, that would actually hurt me as a fan because this dude has been part of the organization since I think 2006 when he was a shortstop and he converted into a pitcher. This one would hurt because I wanted him to be that New York Met for life. So if I have to see him play in Atlanta, that would crush my soul so much as a Met fan to see
This is an
my guy
excellent
pitching
point.
in Atlanta. You need to be able to
What
win
bookend
those one
says
two
right
run
here.
games when you bats go cold. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You need those pitchers to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Scherzer didn't do that, and we're locked into him for a couple of years, and he's going to be 40 soon.
Oh God.
That's what hurts me most is we locked up Scherzer long term, and that's why DeGrom might leave is because we locked up Scherzer long term, and I don't know if we're going to be willing to lock up two starting pitchers that are getting up there in age and have had injury issues recently to long term deals. That's the only reason why I feel that. But you have freaking Stevie Cohen. Open up your wallet and pay the man. DeGrom should be a
There you
Met.
go.
Do not let DeGrom go. We need him. I hate to say it, but we need Jacob DeGrom. So
Good to
I don't
see
know. Maybe that's
Strawberry lead
just
the
a
match.
fan of
Yeah,
me.
Strawberry. Yeah.
That did hurt too,
He
and
did
Gooden.
lead a he did lead a mess, man. Came back later on with play with the Yankees. That was weird, but
That hurt me, and Gooden
um,
too.
yeah,
When
yeah,
Gooden,
both of them.
when
Yeah, that
Gooden
was.
pitched a no hitter for you guys, that hurt.
I
That
remember
hurt.
that.
That really and
Yeah,
David Cohn too pitches a perfect game.
David
A couple of former
Cone.
Mets
That
doing
was that was
that
my
hurts.
favorite pitcher. I'm not gonna lie to you.
My favorite
David
pitcher
Cone
too.
was my favorite pitcher out of the whole Yankees. I mean, besides Rivera, because we know Rivera was just a different dude.
Yeah,
But out of all those Yankees pitchers in the '90s, in the early 2000s, David Cone was that dude for me. You know what
yeah.
I'm
I
saying?
love
Some people
Cohn.
might say Andy Pettit, but David Cone, that dude was
You could say
sharp.
Jimmy Key. They like Jimmy Key a lot too.
Yeah. You could say that. You know what I'm saying? But for me, David Cone was that dude for me, man. I really like David Cone, man. He always seemed to come up big, man, when we needed him.
I thought you were going to honestly say David Wells. I
Mm-hmm.
thought you were going to pick
He was
Boomer.
good too. Very, very good. He might
Mm-hmm.
be number 2 on my list.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the big husky man,
Everybody
David
loved it.
Wells. Yeah,
Everybody loves David Wells. Everybody loved David Wells with the Yankees. Boomer.
yeah.
That's why our guy to your David Wells was Al Leiter. And Rick Reed.
Al Leiter, I remember Al
I
Leiter.
loved Rick Reed and Al Leiter. They were my
Mm-hmm.
favorite pitchers growing up. I love
Didn't Al
those
Leiter
two.
have that sinker ball
Yes,
or
he did.
splitter? So yeah, I think it was a sinker. He used to kill him with that, yo.
He did. He did. He killed. And Rick Reed was another good pitcher for the Mets too. He really
hmm
came into his own when he came to the Mets in the late '90s, early 2000s. He was like one of those intangible type, bulldog type pitchers on the mound that I loved, like a Turk Wendell in
Mm-hmm.
our bullpen too. I mean, I just
Yeah.
love those Mets teams. I mean, that's why that 2000 one really hurt. That 2000 World Series when we lost to you guys, that hurt because I thought we had a legit chance to win the World Series, even more than 2015.
Mm. All right, let's get on to the basketball here, and we'll finish out the show talking about the Nets and the Knicks. Um, so we'll start off here with the Nets. They
Hmm.
lose to the Mavs 96-94. Um, and I get it. They've played better as of late. Um, since the whole Kyrie Irving situation. Now Cam Thomas has stepped up. Um, Claxton has played well. Royce O'Neal has played well. But
Breezy.
you lose last night. Oh, he gonna show up because we were sparring
Harris played well too.
earlier. Because my take is, and I'm gonna get to it in a minute. Now, Joe Harris did play well. He played better. Um, Seth Curry still coming back from injury. Ben Simmons, as usual, gives you nothing. So, you
It's
have a guy that's supposed to be a starter, that's supposed to be a star on your team that gives you nothing.
no.
Zero impact on the game. And he got Kyrie who's off in his own sphere. So, um,
It's a nice way to put it.
yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say. I don't want to get into the political situation, but bottom line is the cat ain't playing. So,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Now there he is. I know he's gonna pop up. So my thing is, given that, given that the Nets don't have a number one draft pick, well, let me back up. They have one next year, but I think they owe it to the Rockets or Sixers, and then they have another one that's their own. So they're gonna get the lower of the picks.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of that, they don't have another first round draft pick until 2028, y'all.
Uh-huh.
2028. So where is your future with this team? Kyrie Irving's a free agent after this season. Ben Simmons is washed, in my opinion. And Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant. You can't say anything bad about Kevin Durant from his basketball standpoint. Um, trade Kevin Durant for who? For draft picks. You don't have any, bro. Where are you getting this talent
This is
from
going
to
to be
build around?
34, 35 soon.
Right. He's gonna be 38 by the time his contract is over with. You're gonna build around a 38-year-old by the time you get a first round draft pick? That Oh
Look at
no.
LeBron
No,
and the
no, 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 no,
Lakers.
no, no. No, 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 no. We need to get this thing fixed right now. We need to get this thing fixed right now because you got to do something with this team. You got two players that are giving you nothing. And then you got Kevin Durant who can't carry the team to a championship by himself. You're going to waste Kevin Durant's years, his prime years, being the sixth, seventh, eighth seed in the Eastern Conference. Who are you beating? You damn sure can't beat Milwaukee. They didn't show you that. You ain't beating Boston right now.
No.
Can you beat Miami? Can you beat Chicago? Can you beat the Hawks? We'll see if you could beat the Knicks
Can we
tomorrow.
play Cleveland?
Can you beat Cleveland?
Yeah.
So what is the future of this team? I see what you're saying. Compete right now and try to get something going on this year. I get it. You don't want to get rid of KD and just tank the season because you don't got no draft picks anyway to tank for. That's why I'm saying trade the guy because you need to get assets. You don't have any assets unless you're going to get rid of your young players again. We didn't went through this before.
No.
Not trading Cam Thomas or Nick Claxton.
No. 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 No.
Exactly.
No. We are
So the
not
piece
touching
you
those
to
two.
look, if you hold on to Kevin Durant till his contract is over with, you're gonna get nothing for him. Absolutely nothing. Now I'm talking about the future of this basketball team. I'm not talking about 2022 to 2023. I'm
Yeah.
talking about the future of this team, and that's why I think that the Nets should explore getting rid of KD. Look, it's not the end of the world. We seen the Jazz do this, trade their players. We seen the Hornets. The Pelicans do this. It's gonna be okay. We seen the Thunder do this. You can still compete without having that big name superstar on your squad because as it is now, you're not going anywhere at all with Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You can't get nothing for Kyrie Irving. You can't get nothing for Ben Simmons. Those
Can y'all
players
hear
right now
Breezy?
are
Breezy, put your
untouchable.
volume up a little bit.
Yeah, it's not loud enough now.
It's a little bit faint.
Yeah, you're a little low. You might need to come out and then come back into the stream.
Yeah.
Come out and then come back in. I'll let you right back on.
Well, I just got aggravated now just thinking about the whole Nets future thing. I forgot it's not until 2028. We don't have a first round pick.
2028. That's what I'm
It's a
saying. So
stupid ass James Harden trade.
exactly. So what are we doing here? We're gonna ride this thing out with Kevin Durant to be the 7th, 8th seed, probably get swept in the first round by Milwaukee or Boston or somebody.
Oh God, not again.
And then what? And then where you going from there? KD already look, the guy already asked for a trade in the offseason.
Yep.
So you think do you think he's happier now than he did when he got the two dudes he was counting on aren't on the team? You think he's pleased with playing with Cam Thomas and Nick Claxton as his wingmen? No. Those players are young players and they are ascendant. I get it. But those ain't no players that are going to be championship players on your squad.
Yo,
Now you hear you.
I
Hear
hear
you much
you.
better
You feel
now.
me?
yo, hold on. Yo, shout out to the panel, man. Shout out to NYC. Shout out to the heart of the city, man. Yeah, man, this show fire. Y'all already know that. But yeah, man, me and Unpopular Opinion, we had it out earlier, and I've been thinking about something since earlier. And what I will say is this: with Kyrie Irving situation, every NBA player that could be a potential free agent to come to the Brooklyn Nets, who are even considering it, is watching how Brooklyn Nets handle this Kyrie Irving situation. It's already been reported that the NBA Players Association is having a meeting to discuss if they feel that the Brooklyn Nets are being fair to Kyrie Irving. Now, I'm saying all that to say, with everything that happened in the offseason, to see KD come and play 25 and get 25 plus points every game since the season started. And what I will say, to add to NYG 22, so y'all don't think I'm going on a tangent, respectfully, we're 2-6 with Kyrie Irving in the roster. And I think we're 2-6 with Nash as the coach. To my knowledge, like I said earlier, I'm not sure if they got fired. Well, both did Kyrie stop playing after 8 games, and and Nash got fired in 8 games. I think that's correct. But I'm saying that to say, free agents ain't gonna want to touch us if we do away with KD, or if we don't handle this Kyrie situation the right way. They're not even gonna bother. They're gonna be like, nah,
They're not going to bother with KD.
No. KD is
ain't got
always
nothing
going to
around
be.
him.
No, I'm not saying they don't want to play with KD. Listen, KD is a competitor, and the difference between him and a lot of other talent in the league is that he competes at top level. And Cam Thomas and KD is the new duo, in my opinion. And I'm only saying this to say that when it comes down to trade history for the Brooklyn Nets, we don't have a good history. And building from the draft is important, but we can do that with a Cam Thomas and Day'Ron Sharpe and Sean Marks, and Josiah is already committed to winning now.
I don't know about Day'Ron Sharpe. He's not even in the rotation now.
You don't have any draft picks, so how are you building through the draft, bro? When you have no picks.
Hey, what's up, Cam Thomas? I'm good. How you doing? Cam Thomas, Day'Ron Sharpe, and me, in my opinion, Alondes Williams. And then you see what comes along. No, it's easy.
Day'Ron Sharpe's not even in the rotation right now. He's been out of the rotation the whole time.
Right.
Hold up. Let Coach interject. What you got going on, Coach?
You said y'all don't have any draft picks.
And so we don't have any first round draft picks until.
No, that's what I'm saying. You have none. The NBA doesn't allow that.
We have one in 2023, and we don't have another one until 2028. That's what I'm looking at. Because the one we owe one to the Houston.
Because of the James Harden trade. We traded a lot of our first round picks to Houston for James Harden.
Because remember, we traded James Harden twice. We traded for him.
Yeah, but the NBA says you can't trade in back-to-back years first round draft picks. You can do swaps, but you have to have a first round draft pick.
Well, the first round draft pick we had, we gave up for Royce O'Neal.
Yeah. We had a first round pick, but we traded it for Royce O'Neal.
So this year you traded for Royce O'Neal.
Yes.
But you don't have anything next year.
I think we got
They got one. They got one first rounder next year. They should have 2, but they traded one in the Harden trade.
But getting back to what you said about Utah. Listen, those guys are a bunch of free agents. They're not necessarily superstars, but they Clarkson and Laurie McCollum. However you say his name. They got talent over there, and they playing good basketball, in my opinion, based on the coaches. And it can only be the coach bringing them together like that. Which brings me to my point. We're looking and judging the Brooklyn Nets is saying that we should break up based on a 4-7 record when 6 of those losses out of the 7 losses we got out of the
I'm not basing it off the 4-7 record, bro. I'm basing it off the outlet.
Bro. All right, so think about it like this: if it was 11-0, would you be saying the same thing?
If we was 11-0, would I be saying the same thing? If Steve Nash got fired and Kyrie wasn't on the team, yeah. But those things happen.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. what's the significance of Steve Nash when he was trash? He wasn't helping us win. And what's the significance of Kyrie Irving when we were 2-6 when he was on
The
the roster?
significance is we don't have any direction. You're getting you fire your coach in season, and your star point guard is suspended. And
Listen,
you're
all
gonna
right.
tell me you still believe this team can win a
Well, I
championship
will say
with Jacques
this. I will
Vaughn?
say
And
this real quick.
I
I think the
disagree,
team
bro.
defense has been better. I noticed
It
the
has
team
been.
defense
I
has
agree.
not been great, but it has been better with Kyrie out of the lineup. And you could
Better,
tell because they're
Exactly.
holding
but your
teams to a
scoring
week
is
below
down.
100. The scoring is down, but the defense has been better. They are
Right.
holding
So
teams
you
close
giving
to
you
or
take.
under 100 points.
So with the scoring, but hold on. Let me get to Jeffy's point real quick. NYG 22.
Go ahead.
Out of 29 out of 30 games, the Brooklyn Nets won when we held teams under 100 points. The other night was the first game out of 30 games that we didn't beat a team when we held them under 100 points. So when
Yeah.
we
How
score
many
less,
seasons was that over?
when we score less points, we win most of those games. So us missing
But how
scoring
many? But you said 30 games over how many seasons?
Well, I don't know how many seasons to answer the question, but the blaring stat for me is when we hold teams under 100, we won 29 out of 30 times. So I don't think the Brooklyn Nets need to be a dominant scoring team. We need to be a defensive team, and the way we were playing without Nash as the head coach is a better way. JV, Jacques Vaughn, if he don't get his look now, he'll never get his look. His experience is once he was done being a player, he was an assistant coach under Coach Pop from the Spurs. Then he had a look to be the head coach with the Orlando Magic, and he did that for 3 seasons. His record wasn't impressive, but yet he still has experience as a head coach. Then he was an assistant coach under Kenny Atkinson. Then he's seen Ime could have got the job, didn't get the job. Steve Nash got the job, and then Steve Nash got fired. No, Steve Nash kept Ime left. Steve Nash was there, didn't do what he was supposed to do, got us swept, in my opinion. So head coaching got us swept last season, not KD. That's my opinion. And I'm also saying that if JV don't get the look now, Jacques Vaughn don't get the look now, he'll never get the look. The Brooklyn Nets owe it to Jacques Vaughn to give him a chance. And like I was saying prior, and I'll land a plane because I want to hear the panel. I'm gonna critique JV coaching every 8 games. So right now, we played 4 games on the JV and we're 2-2. If we're 4-4 after 8 games, I feel like he deserves a chance, bro.
Well, I do notice that they did back off. You're now hearing reports that they have backed off, naming Ime Udoka their head coach. There's actually a possibility they just might table that altogether. And one thing that I will say too, the injury to Yuta Watanabe last night really hurt that team too. That guy has been playing great basketball off the
He has
bench.
been.
He has
He
been a
has been.
spark plug off the bench. He's been
He
playing
hit a
good
big
defense.
3-point shot, a bank shot too. At that,
Him getting hurt is going to hurt that team because he was one of the best bench players off
Jacques
that
Vaughn,
bench
Kansas
besides Cam
University.
Thomas.
You're right, Levance. I remember when Jacques Vaughn
Yep.
played.
I like Jacques Vaughn. I want to see him be
Yeah,
able to
he
get a
was
chance.
decent.
But
But the thing about it is, look, you could say all that about Vaughn and Nash, and I get it, man. But Jacques Vaughn beat the Washington Wizards and the Charlotte Hornets. So I'm thinking about it from like, okay, hell, Steve Nash could have won those goddamn games. Who is this guy really impressed you by beating?
and we should have won last night too. We should have beaten
You
Dallas.
should have, could have, but you didn't because you choked down the
know.
stretch. And I seen this team choke too many times down the
KD
stretch.
choked at the end.
For a team to have Kevin Durant and all these wannabes, you guys choke down the stretch every single time.
Yeah.
Breezy is too heavy for him. He don't want to hear this spar, man, because I'm a master debater. And you can't come up here and tell me that you think this goddamn Brooklyn Nets team is a damn championship team. This team is ass.
Not right now, no. They're not.
They're garbage.
Yeah.
I don't care if Kevin Durant, Simmons, and Kyrie's on the court. They're not winning Jack Vaughn.
Transition there.
to keep it PG. They're not winning Jock Vaughn. So to me, it's like, why are you holding on to Kevin Durant? Get him out of there. Let him go explore it, whatever opportunities he thought he was going to explore when he wanted to get traded in the off. Remember, this guy wanted to get traded in the offseason. You think he
Yep.
feels better about the team now than he did in the offseason? Hell no. Kevin Durant is probably like, oh my God, this team is a freaking disaster. And I got to go out here on the court every day and put up 30 just to have a chance for this squad to win. Now, I will say this. The defense has gotten better, and I like what I see out of the young guys. The two in particular is Claxton and Cam Thomas. I give Breezy that. He called on Cam Thomas. He's an ascending player.
Yeah.
But don't come up here and tell me like he's a superstar, like it's him and KD and they didn't know Batman and Robin. Man, get the hell out of here. That's crazy. Cam Thomas got to learn how to play defense. He hit 2 for 4 from the 3-point shot last night, but I want to see more from his 3-point shooting, and he's got to be a better ball handler. It don't look like nobody can handle the ball on the Brooklyn Nets.
No, they can't.
They don't have a true point guard out there right now.
And what the hell happened to Patty Mills? Where's Patty Mills?
I don't know, man.
He did nothing last night.
Did nothing.
Our bench was horrendous last night. Besides Cam Thomas, our bench did nothing. Their bench outscored our bench so badly last night, and that's one of the biggest reasons why we lost that game, is we got flat out nothing from that bench besides Cam Thomas. He was the only guy that showed up. The only guy that showed up.
So what are you holding on to these players for? What are you holding on to KD for? What are you gonna you can't get what are you getting out? You can't get anything out of Ben Simmons. You can't get nothing for him, and you can't get anything out of him on the court.
I'll tell you why, NYG.
Waste.
Relevancy. That's why they want to hold on to KD. I'm being serious. They want to be relevant. They want to still be relevant, and they still want to be the team that everybody talks about in the NBA, or namely in the tri-state area.
Nobody's talking about them though. They're the joke of the NBA right now.
It's
literally
still talk. It's still talk, and maybe to them that's something.
The freaking Knicks got a better record than them. Now, if they go out here and they lose to the Knicks tomorrow, I am going to come on here Tuesday and fucking destroy this team.
You might get ready.
I swear I will.
Not be shocked that they lose.
I swear I will, because this squad is the most fraudulent squad I've seen in sports history.
You're right there.
One of the most fraudulent squads I've seen. They're up there. This team hasn't even reached a conference championship. They've been in the dwellers of the NBA despite having 3 Hall of Famers. That is mind-boggling. So you can point to Sean Marks and the trades. You can point to Steve Nash and his coaching. But here we are. 2022, 2023 season. The Brooklyn Nets are 4-7. And Cat's telling me to be patient? Get the hell out of here.
No, this has happened twice with this team too.
Squad no more.
It's happened twice. It already happened years before when we had it with Billy King with that disaster. So this would be arguably the 2 biggest disasters in NBA history. Both happened with the Brooklyn Nets. Both of them. That's really hard to take. And then when I'm not patient with this team anymore. I've been patient for 3 years. My patience is done. I have sat here and was patient for 3 freaking years. I went into the season. You went into the season. Breezy went into the season. We all said
optimistic.
We were optimistic, but we said it has to happen now. No more excuses. It's year 4. When the hell are we going to start to win? Ben Simmons, you might not even play this dude. He played in 16 minutes and did not do Jack Vaughn. I'm stealing your catchphrase. My apologies.
No,
But he
you
did
good.
not do anything. Seth Curry, I get it. He's coming back from an injury. He didn't do anything. Where the hell is Patty Mills been? Where is Patty? He's supposed to be a guy that can score points. He had 0. He had as many points as the 3 of us did on our panel. I mean, besides KD, Claxton, and now Cam Thomas, and I will say Watanabe for a little bit till he got hurt.
Yeah, he was doing good. I'm not gonna knock him.
Nobody on this basketball team has been consistent. Royce O'Neal and Joe Harris have had flashes, but I don't want no damn flashes.
Inconsistent.
I want you guys to be on the court and starting to play more consistent. No more excuses. This team is dropping the ball. They have dropped the basketball so far out of bounds. It's insane. I'm disappointed. I'm depressed. I'm not going to say I'm depressed. I'm disappointed in this basketball team. I'm disappointed in the franchise.
More than anything.
I'm trying to be angry, but I'm more
not disappointed.
Now.
I'm not sad. I'm pissed the hell off. Like screw these dudes, man. How dare you bring 3 Hall of Famers on this squad and can't even give us a conference championship?
Nash,
championship.
There's a reason why
it ain't just Nash.
Better.
It ain't just Nash.
All right, so all right, NYG, let's make a bet, right? Let's make a bet. Let's make a bet that if JV stays the head coach, every fucking record that Nash had as a head coach, I'm talking his whole tenure, I bet you JV have a better record with the team we got now without Kyrie.
It ain't hard to do though, bro. No. He was ass.
No. But what I'm saying is, I'm saying the duo between Cam Thomas and KD is better than the duo of KD and Kyrie, KD and Ben Simmons, James Harden and KD, and fucking Kyrie and James Harden. I'm taking it there. I'm taking it there because I'm willing to bet my marbles that Cam Thomas is going to be the second scoring player on the Brooklyn Nets, and he's going to rejuvenate
nobody else to score the basketball, bro.
That's my unpopular opinion. That's my unpopular opinion.
Who else is scoring on this team?
There's no other guy.
Scoring? That's the problem. Is Joe Harris
going to be the second leader scorer? He's the only one other than KD that can score. The rest of them are washed up.
Who on the bench is scoring?
Listen. I'm gonna tell you. First off, yeah, y'all right. Especially you, Jeff, when it comes to missing what Wasabi Watanabe. We do miss him, and we're gonna miss him until he get back. It's nothing. There's no way around that. Unless Kessler could step up and because Wasabi Watanabe took Kessler Edwards' spot, but they sent Kessler Edwards to the G League because he was not hitting his threes. So yeah, I agree with y'all guys. But what I will say is KD is going to give us 25 plus. Cam Thomas is going to give us 20 plus. We could get Royce O'Neal to give us 10 plus. If we could get Joe Harris to give us 10 plus, and Patty Mills, I feel like he could give us 10 plus depending on how JV coach him. Case in point is, don't have Patty Mills out there for 30 minutes. He comes in for a good 10 minutes and do what he can do best, and that's it. Do not have him running up and down the floor because he's a liability on defense. So even if he hit the three, chances are the defense is going to attack him coming down the court and score the three that we just fucking scored on them. So you got to know how to coach this team. And Jacques Vaughn see all of the wrong ways that it was being done by Steve Nash. Dead ass. This is why I'm confident like this, not just because I'm some Brooklyn fan fanatic, because shit, the little glimmer of light that we have, I hold. I'm telling you, I don't think we accepted for 8th seed. I think that teams like Philly, they got to show up too. Teams like Washington, Charlotte, these Detroit, Indiana, those are going to be the teams that's going to continue to
not play feeders. Well. Exactly. But are you beating Milwaukee? Nope. Are you
Milwaukee?
Chicago?
I'm not. Nope. Listen, I'm gonna keep it real with you. I want it, like you said, with the 10-game clip. How much games are we giving Jacques Vaughn? I mean, because you gave him 4 games and you ready to blow the team up.
No, I gave the team 10 games. That's what I said. I said I was going to reevaluate this team after 10 games. And after 10 games, your star point guard is not playing.
He's not my star point guard, bro.
The team in their aspect was supposed to be the star point guard. He's not playing. The coach is fired, and the guy you traded for is a non-factor. We said he was going to be the X factor. He's a non-factor. So
I'm not
how in
disagreeing
the
with that.
hell how would you expect me to feel about this team after 10 games? After 10 games. Remember, this happened after 8
10 games in
games.
the 10 games in the 82 game season, not a football season with 16 games and it's over with.
I get it. But I told you in my unpopular opinions, I told you 10 games is what I was going to give Nash. He didn't make it 8.
Nigga,
So
nobody gave Nash credit for because of what he did prior. He was terrible, and nobody thought he should have coached this season in the
but they
first
bought
place.
him back. But they
So no,
bought
hold
him
on.
back.
Right. So what I'm saying is, we fired him. That's a good move for the Brooklyn Nets going forward. Not a step
I
back.
agree.
That's a step forward.
But that ain't gonna make them championship team. That's
Can
not gonna
somebody
turn this
wake
team
Ben
around.
Simmons the hell up? Ben Simmons has got to do something for
Ben
this
Simmons
basketball
and
team.
Kyrie Irving is what's holding this team back, bro. That's what I'm trying to make you understand. You have 2 players taking up a lot of cap room that aren't doing shit. So until you can get those contracts off your books, you're not going anywhere. I don't care if Cam Thomas turns into freaking Michael Jordan. This team
Okay.
isn't going no fucking where.
When you say going nowhere, you mean we not making the playoffs?
I didn't say that. I'm saying the goal was when we all of us on this panel said we expect the Nets to compete for a championship. This is not, they're not doing that. So my expectation now is this team is a failure if they don't get to the championship, and they're not going to get there unless a miracle happens.
Okay, well, what I will say, in 11 games, a lot of things happen. Not only was Ben
Too
Simmons playing
much.
bad, he got injured. So in my
Right.
opinion, and Steph Curry, in my opinion, is injured. He's playing injured. He don't look like he 100% healthy playing basketball. That's my opinion, right?
Yeah, that's
Now
true.
I'm saying that to say that I'm taking into consideration why we lost these games, and I put a lot of onus on Nash. And again, I'm gonna do the same thing you did. I'm gonna see how we look under JV after 10 games. If we go 4-6, I'm not even gonna beef with you, bro. I'm gonna pull up and I'm gonna be so humble. I'm gonna have a slice of humble pie before I even come on the show. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna come up talking spicy. I'm not gonna have no spicy seasonings in my cabinet. It's gonna be all pleasantries. You know what I mean? But I have to give Jacques Vaughn a chance. Only because for the Ime rule, when Ime came to the Boston Celtics last season, he didn't immediately make a winning impact. It took some time, but once they got it going, they were 8-2 for 30 games. I mean, every 10-game clip that we like to review, 8-2. The next one, 8-2. Then the 30th for the next one, it was 8-2. I was like, God damn. Like they actually, I watched us fall from grace and them rise to the first seed. I seen it week after
So
week.
what's your outlet? What's your outlook on the rest of the season? Where do you think this team can go? Because I'm curious to see with Jacques Vaughn, if he's the guy, where does this team end up right now?
Right now,
In your opinion?
I got a 6 seed going into the playoffs versus the 3rd seed, based on what I've seen thus far and my confidence of what we're gonna do. My phone is gonna cut off, but I'm gonna chat until my phone cut off until I get home.
Nah, you good.
I gotta be honest. Jacques Vaughn, he'll do what he has to do, but it is not about the coach. It's more about the guys on the court getting the job done. So I'm looking more at these players
I agree.
that need to step the hell up and start raising their games. And KD can't be the only guy consistently going night in and night out having these big games. And lately it's been Cam Thomas and Claxton too. Can some of these other guys that are getting paid high salaries step the hell up? Patty Mills, who you just re-signed, can he step up? Can Joe Harris actually go out there and step the hell up? Can Royce O'Neal go out there and consistently step the hell up? Can Ben freaking Simmons go out there and actually do something? I mean, that's what I'm looking at more. I know the head coach is an improvement. Anybody, the four of us on this panel could be an improvement on Steve Nash because he just wasn't ready to be a head coach. But
Right. That's what I'm saying.
in basketball, it's more about the guys on the court. Coaching can go so far. When you have a veteran team like the Nets do, the guys on the court have got to get the job done. And this is where you need your key players to step the hell up and start playing to the level of basketball you expect them to play at. KD can't do it all. And I understand where you're coming from, MYG. And I understand where you're coming from too, Breezy. But at this point, it's on the players more than the coach. The coach can only do what he can with the players he's got that are not performing.
And Breezy's right. I guess his phone went dead, but I'm not holding him on what he's saying about Vaughn over Steve Nash. Like you said, it wouldn't take much for somebody to do a better job than Steve Nash. So my thing is though about the future. I'm a little bit of a forecaster, so to speak. So I'm always looking at what's ahead for the teams because everyone wants to talk about the right here and right now. We live in this condensed society where everything's happening so fast and so quick that we forget about the past and we never look towards the future. It's to me, this team has no foundation and no direction moving forward in the future. You don't have a coach. Jacques Vaughn is an interim coach. If they come out and they say, okay, he's the coach moving forward, I can get on board to what Breezy's saying. Okay, let's see this guy do his job, or so on and so forth. But before he even became the interim coach, they was talking about bringing in Ime. So apparently he's not as high, or he doesn't have he's not as high on the Nets radar as some of the fans think. You know what I'm saying? Because they would have came out and named him the head coach, but they're looking for outside people. Now with KD, where KD is not going to be here forever. At some point you got to start building your roster and having in mind the fact that KD, Kyrie, and Ben Simmons ain't gonna be here. Kyrie's a free agent. He's as good as gone. KD has a contract, but KD is still a dominant player. So what's gonna happen is, I'm gonna tell you what's gonna happen when you got fans saying some of the things that Breezy says. They're gonna keep KD until he gets washed, and they ain't gonna get shit for him. They're gonna try to get rid of him. He's gonna be hurt or underperforming, and you're gonna be stuck with him, and you ain't gonna have no picks, and your team's gonna be a dumpster fire for a long, long, long time. Because if you look at that Brooklyn Nets future draft picks, y'all go look it up. I can pull it up for you right now if you want to.
Oh, it's brutal.
They don't have any picks.
Nope.
So you don't have nothing to replenish the talent that you're going to lose. And we all know you can't build a team in free agency. The Brooklyn Nets have already tried that twice.
Yeah.
They tried it with the Garnett, Paul Pierce debacle.
Yeah.
And they tried it with this debacle.
Yeah.
So don't give me that, we're gonna get free agents and Giannis is coming and you know what I'm saying, Ja Morant is I don't want to hear that shit. Get out of here. That sound like some New York Knicks type shit. Waiting for the next free agent to come in so we can go get him. Now you look at the Knicks, they're doing this shit the right way, and here we are looking stupid. Looking for answers that's not in the building. Because there's no answers in the building right now. We
No,
can
we're
boost
not.
up Cam Thomas and Nick Claxton all we want to, but those players are still young, A, and B, you're going to have to pay them cats at some point.
Well, Claxton already got paid.
Okay, well, Cam Thomas is going to have to get paid too at some point.
Yeah.
And then who you going to have around him?
I don't know.
No draft picks. So why not trade KD, get you some couple young pieces that you can hold on to and build around and recruit some of your draft capital, and you're going to suck anyway. So the picks are going to probably be high. So do it that way, man. I'd rather the team do it that way than us going to the season. What pisses me off, you know what pisses me off more than anything, Jeff?
What's
Is
that?
having a team with high expectations that underperform.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
I'd
so tired
rather
of it.
go into the season like with the Giants, not expecting shit, and then boom, the team's great.
Yes.
As opposed to going in there thinking your team is going to win a championship and you one of the worst teams in the goddamn NBA. But let me stop. What's your take on this, Coach, man, before we get into the Knicks, man? Then we're going to wrap it up with the Knicks, man. Because Breezy hopped off. I guess he couldn't take the heat that I was bringing. But nah, that's my dude, man. It's all fun, man. Go ahead.
I get the logic, but you trade away Kevin Durant, you're going back into being irrelevant.
Yeah, I want to be relevant.
I did mention that earlier.
But,
yeah,
but
I don't want to be relevant and
no,
on the fence.
No, I get that. But
we want
remember,
titles.
But you also need stars to be able to get those titles. It's a star-based league. The NBA is a star-based league.
Mm-hmm.
And other players want to play with stars, superstars at that. You could sit here and say the Knicks are doing it right. We don't have a damn superstar. As much as I love my Knicks, and I hope,
But y'all got foundation.
We got a foundation right now. And it's
right.
still
You have
shaky.
A head coach.
It's still shaky. Everything
you have a young players.
It's still shaky because there's question about, well, is RJ the one? It's questions. You can sit here. Yes, we have young talent. We have this. We have that. We don't have a star. We don't. And will we ever get that? Will we ever get a star? The only one who wanted to come here was Julius, and he was never a star.
That's cool, but you could have a star and still suck. So I'd rather have no stars, like the
you
Knicks,
can build up faster
like
in
some
the
of these.
NBA.
Yes, like some of these other teams that's playing well, and do it that way. Then have these stars that are disgruntled. We talk about this with the Giants, Coach.
Mm-hmm.
You bringing in these free agents that's
Football
not
is
drafted.
different than basketball. Football, that's why I said the NBA is superstar driven. The NFL, yes, it's superstar, but it's the ultimate team sport. You can most times you can win for the most part with just one superstar and a couple of stars and the rest role players. You can't do that in the NFL. So I get where you're going. If you want to rebuild, you want to strip it down and rebuild it back up. Okay, I get you. But you better get you some stars. You better be like Memphis, and you hope that you can get a John Morant.
But you got to draft. That's what I'm saying. Where do these stars come from? They come from the draft. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, draft. John Morant, draft. Giannis, draft. Doncic, draft. All these players come from the draft.
You also have to be lucky with the draft. You have to be lucky. You have to be lucky with the lottery also.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. There's a little bit of
you look at the best teams in the NBA right now too. The best teams in the NBA right now are a lot of teams that drafted very well. Cleveland being the one example now, where they had a good amount of young players on their team and they brought in some players.
What's pushing Cleveland over the top right now?
Donovan Mitchell.
Exactly.
But
That's not
And
who?
Garland becoming a
yes.
superstar
But they
too,
got what? Jared Allen, don't they?
and Karis
Trade,
LeVert.
And
trade,
Karis
trade.
LeVert. From who? From this
The-
dumbass team.
no, I'm
So
not. I'm not disagreeing with that. But the
Don't get
point
me
that's
I'm
what I'm
wrong.
making,
Don't get me
saying.
started with that.
what I'm getting at is there has to be an even medium between what you and Breezy are both arguing. It can't be either one way or the other. What I'm trying to get to is there's that even medium between it.
That's
And
true.
that's what you want to look for. So you can get a star, but you want to draft well and develop. That's the other thing. You want to develop.
Yeah.
That's true.
You talked about the Knicks and we have a head coach, but one of the biggest things is his development, and he's being so hard fast and playing a lot of veterans that it hinders young guys' development.
That's what Kenny Atkinson did so well at it. That's why I was pissed
So
when we fired him. He was great at developing
That's true.
players. He
so
developed 4 or 5 young players and got the most out of it. Look at
exactly.
Spencer Dinwiddie. Dinwiddie was a guy floating around all over the place. He turned
Hmm.
Dinwiddie into one of the best 6 men in the league. Karis LeVert, who was a question mark coming out of college because he had knee
Hmm.
issues, he turned him into a really good player. Jared
Hmm.
Allen, he turned him into one of the best young centers in basketball. He made
Exactly.
Joe Harris, somebody who was
Exactly.
floating around all over the league, into the best 3-point shooter in the NBA. And he took D'Angelo Russell, who had the world amount of talent
That's the
Exactly.
in
big one,
LA,
Russell.
and he turned Russell into a
Yep.
stud.
So, and that's where you have to
That's when
have
we
that.
started effed
Mhm.
up right there. We fired
That's where
Atkinson.
but see, it also was because your superstars didn't want Kenny Atkinson.
Yeah,
So
I blame it on them
it
too.
goes,
That's what I'm saying. The superstars.
but
Those superstars that aren't from that were not here, that were not
mhm,
brought up in this program, that were not brought up under that coach, they came here disgruntled. It seems to happen every single time in sports.
Look at the
mhm,
When
Lakers.
you bring a player to another squad and that squad does not, the only reason it works in some places you can point to is because they had success. If you come to a team and the player doesn't have success, 9 out of 10 times they end up disgruntled and you end up having to get rid of them or doing something stupid.
the problem with the Nets is they went for too many superstars per se.
Exactly.
Oh
So
yeah.
I
Oh my
agree.
God. Yeah.
instead of keeping what you had and adding one to it, then that's a different story. And let everyone understand their role and play their role. But no, you had KD and Kyrie who were playing games with the Knicks and wanted to
Mm-hmm.
spit in the Knicks' face, and they came to the Nets where, just like you said, and then you had the right coach, and then what did he do? We don't want we don't want him because he's not a championship level coach. And Steve Nash is. At least Kenny
True.
Atkinson has coached and put his dues in the NBA. But you want Steve Nash over Kenny Atkinson.
And you know what he did? He went to Golden State and
So
became an
and
assistant coach, head coach, a coach over there, and he won a
and
damn championship.
and he even turned down another offer because he said it's not right because he learned
Exactly.
from this first. So that's where it lies between what you both are saying. You need that even medium because you do need the superstars in the NBA. You do, because I'm sorry, my Knicks, as much as I love them and I hope we can develop something, but we are the prime example of what happens if you sell everything to get a superstar, but you don't have the pieces around him, or you're a middle of the pack team, bottom low middle, because you don't have a superstar.
But coach, that's why I get so mad with the whole James Harden trade. That's where I
Mhm.
think this team screwed up because they had everything, the components to win.
Oh
They
my
had two
God. They had
superstars and they
everything.
had depth. They had
So many
Kyrie Irving
pieces.
and Kevin Durant, and then you had
Yeah.
guys like
Who pushed
Harris,
for
you had Dinwiddie, you had LeVert, you had Jared
who
Allen,
pushed
you had
for
all the.
who pushed for Harden to come over there? Wasn't it Kyrie and
No,
KD?
I was, and I blame them
That's
too.
the
They're
point
not
about
winning.
having superstars
I'm
on
not
the
blaming this
team.
either. I'm not blaming this
But
either. I'm pissed at them as well for when they did
but
that.
That's the point.
but
You
see the superstars, the NBA. What's the biggest knock about the NBA? Everybody's boys. and they want to play with their boys. And that's what it boils down to. And they see James Harden, they want to, and they go to management and they sell the dream. Well, we can play with him, we can win a championship, and management is intrigued. And then they're putting everything into putting all their eggs.
That shit's going away, coach. I'm gonna tell you why it's going away. You know why? Because of the Brooklyn Nets. Because people are going to see what happened to this team and what happened to the dang on damn Lakers over there, and they're gonna be like, we can't build a team this way. You know what I'm saying? The Giants tried it a while back. I know it's two different sports. The Lakers have tried it. They won actually because of
COVID.
CV19, that whole situation where they had to play in a bubble or whatever. But we only talk about that. But that's the only reason I feel like they won.
Yeah.
But outside of that, it hasn't worked the past few years. The teams that are winning is the teams that have built through the draft. Milwaukee, you know what I'm
But
saying?
Milwaukee
Golden
added
State.
people. See, that's the thing. Yes, what you're saying is true in terms of their
But
superstar.
their stars have came through the draft. You got
What
to
they
get your
did,
stars through the
No,
draft.
not only that. Brooke Lopez, Drew Holiday,
I was just
Brooke
about to say
Lopez
this.
is not
Bobby.
a star. Those are role players,
No, I
coach,
will
in
say
my
this. I
opinion.
will say this.
No,
They had
Brooke
Middleton
Lopez is
and
a star.
they had Middleton and they had
I disagree.
Giannis
Brooke
as the
Lopez, an
two
all-star.
guys they drafted.
No.
But then they got Drew Holiday, and Drew Holiday was one of those final pieces, as well as Bobby Portis. And they had TJ. They had what do you call it? The guy in Philadelphia. His name is blanking me. The one that's the tough ass player. His name is blanking me.
Yeah, I know who
He's
you're
on
talking about. He was
he's on
with
the
Miami
Sixers now.
last year too.
Yeah, he was one of those guys that helped put them over the top too. So I will say I agree partially with both your points that you need those homegrown players. But what the Milwaukee Bucks did, they had a couple of homegrown stars, and then they built around
That's
those
what I'm
guys. And when you
saying.
got
You get your
those other
stars
players to
in the
build around them,
draft,
Okay,
that's what the
and
Nets
you
should have
build
done.
around with the free agency. Go ahead.
There's one thing, okay, and this was explained to me as far as the NBA. There are superstars, and then there are stars, and then you have your back end of the rotation role players. Superstars are your marquee players, your Giannis, even KD and Kyrie, those guys. Your stars are, what, on other teams they could be an all-star player. Brooke Lopez was a former all-star player, but he went over there and accepted a role in the back to be there. But if he was somewhere else, he would be an all-star. I'm not saying he's a superstar. He's a star.
I got you.
And then you have the rest of your guys like Bobby Portis. Bobby Portis is a back end. He's more of a middle because when he was with the Knicks and Atlanta, he was his role was a little bit more than what it should have been.
PJ Tucker, that's what I was thinking. I'm sorry, PJ Tucker.
PJ, yeah.
So, and that's what I mean by when I say superstars and stars, and I separate the two. So it's not like the NFL when you say superstar stars. That's different. NBA. That's what I mean by your superstars can win you your damn game. Your stars can help and play certain spots. They also have a role, but it helps the superstar. But the superstar in the end is the one that's going to win it. They're going to make that final shot to win the championship or win the game and all that good stuff. Or they're going to kick it to the open man who's going to make the shot, a la Michael Jordan to Steve Kerr. So, and that's what I mean by when I say superstar and star.
That's why I get so frustrated, and I understand. I'm pissed at Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. Why they decided to insist on going after James Harden, because I felt that Nets team, the way it was built at that time, Karis LeVert was developing into a star player. Jared Allen was becoming one of the better centers in the league. Spencer Dinwiddie was a really good sixth man. And Joe Harris was a consistent three-point shooter. That team had depth. Taurean Prince, I believe, was part of that team too. He was doing his role. That Nets team, if Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant got out of their own asses and stopped trying to go stargazing because they want to play with their buddy James Harden, that team, if he actually let that team develop, and I remember Lots of Nets fans were against trading for James Harden rather than for it. They did
I
not want
was.
any part. I didn't want nothing to do with James Harden because I
I
watched
don't
what
like
that
James
guy
Harden.
did.
I
And the
mean, I don't
second we
like his
traded for him, I'm like,
basketball.
oh, we're screwed. The second we traded for him, I'm like, we are screwing ourselves because this guy has not proven to be a player that can get it done when it matters. And we all know how it ended. They want to play. They want to play with their boys. What happened a year and a half later? Kyrie Irving and James Harden were like at each other's throats. It looked like they didn't want to be on each other's teams anymore. That's where I think this team screwed up.
They think it's all peaches and cream though when they get together. They
Exactly.
think, oh, we're gonna come in here and we're gonna win a bunch of games, and when it don't happen, they get disgruntled. That's what I'm talking
Exactly.
about. Bringing in
Mm-hmm.
stars. You want your
Mm-hmm.
stars, and I think we can come to this conclusion. You want your stars, your superstars, as coach say, your superstars to come from the draft. Your
Mm-hmm.
stars and your role players, the ones that supplement the rest of the team, those are the ones that you can pick up from free agency or via trade. That's what
Yes.
I'm gonna say. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Just to put a bow on this thing, because
Mm-hmm.
I do feel like that it's time. It's time for the Nets to do something. You can't just continue to ride this thing out, knowing that you're going nowhere with KD, you're going nowhere with Kyrie, just to be relevant for what? Maybe it's about ticket sales. Maybe it's about being relevant. And if
Ticket
that
sales.
is,
We're the
then
last in the league right now in ticket sales. I looked. We're the worst
that's
team in
what
terms of ticket
and
sales.
that's what I don't get. So what are you holding on to Kevin Durant for? You're not relevant. You're not selling tickets. You're not doing anything, and your team's losing and they suck, and the fan base is down. It's like it's all negative around this squad.
I'm so tired of
So
this
so
team.
let me ask this because you said ticket sales are down. When you guys were winning, where were ticket sales?
They went down specifically because of the fact of all the KD and Kyrie or
The
Irving trade
Kyrie
rumors in the
shit. That's why they
offseason.
went
That's
down.
Okay,
why they went down.
exactly. But my point being is, when you were winning and you didn't have that to worry about, your ticket sales were up, right?
Last year, yes, but coming
Okay.
into this season, the reason
Mm-hmm.
why ticket
Mm-hmm.
sales are down is because
Because
fans
of
heard
car.
about Kevin
Mm-hmm.
Durant and Kyrie Irving not wanting to be here, and they were asking to
Mm-hmm.
be traded. So fans did not go out there because they anticipated them
Exactly.
not coming back, and that's
Mm-hmm.
probably why they're not coming back right now because they're just waiting to when these
Exactly.
guys are going to want out and they're going to want to get the hell out of here.
Or you
Mm-hmm.
turn it around and you start winning again. I mean that's just the bottom line. If you guys start winning, or everything you guys are bitching about, you guys will end up at the top of the Eastern Conference. You guys are not going to be bitching like this. I'm sorry, you're not.
No,
You
I
could
won't be
tell,
bitching. Absolutely.
and that's my point. And your ticket sales and everything that we're talking about now is going to go by the wayside. The bottom line, what cures everything, is winning, and that's
That's
what your
true.
team needs to do. Your team wins, boom. You got the superstars already in place, and you got two of them.
Should
Ben
be
Simmons,
three.
if he comes back, and I get it, it's still, but
Ben
that's
Simmons
early.
is not even a role player right now, coach.
I
He's not a
get
role
it.
player.
I
He
get
gives
it.
you nothing.
But you know what? Y'all kill me with that BS, man. It's still early in the season. Yes, he's injured, but he got to play himself into position, man. Y'all expect him to come in and pick up right then and there and do whatever. No, the guy has not played with you guys. Period. He's played a total of what, 5, 6 games, and y'all are killing the man. Y'all are literally
Mm-hmm.
killing the man because he's only played 5, 6 games. I wouldn't want to play with this team either, man. Because the fan base, the same shit we talk about the Giants fan base. That's the problem with New York. That's why you got guys like what you call, who wants to go to Casey and get out of here. And look what's happened to X-Men now.
Tony, yeah.
Because we
McKinney.
sit here, we have no damn patience, none. And we want the immediacy of everything instead of, you know what? Step back a second and let shit develop. But yes, you get frustrated because of what has happened. But because of Philly and what Philly has said about this man, and because he went through his mental issues, everybody is shaky on him. But the man is out of shape, hasn't really played. He has back issues. I'm telling you, as a former athlete, when you have back issues, It takes time to play yourself into
Oh
shape.
nah, I agree. I got my.
I've
I
had
know
back
about that
issues too.
back.
I know about
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
So to me, you probably got to wait till mid-season to really see something. And I could look at him and tell from when he was at Philly, the man is heavier. How many pounds? I don't know. Is he 15, 20 pounds? I don't know. But that man, because when he was at Philly, his legs didn't look that thick. And that man, I'm looking at his body and I'm like, yo, he's bigger than when he was at Philly. And then there was one play where he could barely jump to get to the rim. I'm like, the man has
Yeah.
back issues
Okay.
and
So what? This is the question you got to ask yourself. If
mhm.
healthy, if 100% healthy, what is this guy offering?
Number one, he gives you defense. He gives you length. He changes the passing lane. He can play different positions. He could still handle the rock and take some of the the stress off of Kyrie, KD in terms of facilitating the offense. Now, mind you, he's not a scorer, and I get that, but he can attack the paint. And at 6'10", he could still see over most guards who were even 6'6".
But he
He can still
doesn't want to shoot. He's
okay,
timid.
but
That
but it
doesn't have
goes
it.
back
Your
to
your
it
your
goes back
mentalness.
to no. It's not even that. It goes back to what I just said about his back. You're talking about being timid, and you say you understand. Well, can you really drive the lane and not be worried about somebody slamming into you, possibly knocking you down? Your back starts spasming, or you
And
you
the
you go
guy
back out.
shouldn't be playing. That's what I
Limit his
said
minutes.
before. But
But you
y'all
Limit his
have
saying,
to.
minutes.
but
No,
people are
no, no, no,
saying
no,
put
no,
him
no, no,
in, and
no,
and
no, no,
and it's
no, no.
like, okay, if you putting him in and he's not healthy, then how are
I
you
didn't say
winning?
he's not healthy. What I'm saying is he has to build the confidence up. That's
Right.
and I get it. You don't want to hear that, but I'm sorry, yo, NYG. That's the reality.
Yeah.
You expecting this man to be some type of fucking robot, and he's not. He's a fucking human being who had a traumatic injury physically as well as mentally, and y'all still expecting him to go out there and you know what? And you ain't even give him
I,
even
I
half the
guess
damn
what it is.
season.
I guess what it is, Coach. I don't want this dude on my team.
There you go.
Point
I
blank.
can
Say
respect
that.
that.
Period.
Say that.
I
That's
That
what
didn't
it
either.
is.
I
no,
never wanted him. I
I
never
don't want
wanted
him
him
on my
either.
team.
that's different.
I
That's
don't have
different.
nothing against the guy personally, but he's just not what this team needs right now. Yeah, we need defense, but when you got the situation that we have right now, we need players that are aggressive and that have that want to. This Brooklyn Nets team don't have no damn heart.
Yes.
Nah,
We
that's
talking about
cap.
heart of the city. This team ain't got no heart.
That's
They
cap.
don't.
That's
They
cap.
don't.
Cap hell. Where's the heart? Who got the heart of this team?
Kevin Durant.
Kevin Durant can't do everything, bro.
But no, but you saying the heart. If we got heart, I'm saying when you watch Kevin Durant play basketball for the Brooklyn Nets, he
Right,
plays the
but
heart.
it's not beating to keep you alive. That's what I'm saying. Your heart beats in your chest
Kevin
to keep you
Durant is
alive.
playing the role of
He's
he's
not.
trying to do everything for the team
Right. He's
instead of
not the heart. You need somebody
no.
that
And I get it. I get what you're saying. And to be honest with you, that was supposed to fall back on Kyrie. And that's not Kyrie. That
supposed
no
to.
no no disrespect. That goes back to Cleveland Day. That has never been Kyrie. That has never been Kyrie. Matter of fact, that was never Kyrie at Duke. He only played half a
Oh,
Can't
season at
just
Duke.
be KD. That's my point.
But
It
who's
can't just
going to
be
be the heart?
KD.
Okay,
It's
it's like the
Cam
Knicks.
Thomas.
It's like
Look,
the no. What I'm saying is, okay, see, I don't know Cam Thomas. What I was getting at is like with the Knicks, Jalen Brunson came in and he is now becoming the heart and soul of this team because he controls everything. He facilitates everything as well as get his points. That's not KD. That's never been KD's game. KD is a scorer. Period. Case closed.
no,
You
no, no. The case not closed. We gotta open that case back up. He's a facilitator too. He had 7 assists. He averages. Hold on. Last season
He's
he averaged
turning
6
the
assists.
ball over, bro. Are you watching the
Bro,
same game? This dude is turning the
bro.
ball
No, no,
over.
no. But no, he said that. Coach said that all he do is score.
He's
I'm
not a
saying that's not
No,
facilitator.
true.
I don't mean it like that. But what I'm saying is he's not the one to put guys all in their position and run the
Right. He's not
offense.
a
And
point guard.
he's not a Jalen Brunson. He's
Cam
not
Thomas
that.
is the point guard, man. I'm
Well,
telling
that
you.
part I don't. That
Cam
I
Thomas is not a
digress.
point guard either. He's a
Yes,
scorer.
Yes, he is, bro. All right. Now, realistically, naturally,
How many
before
assists Cam Thomas had?
well, in the 3 games that he played, the most assists he had in one game was 7 assists.
Edmund Sumner was our ball handler. Edmund Sumner was our point guard. Cam Thomas was more of a shooting guard.
Royce O'Neal had 8.
It depends.
He's
on
not
the
a
line.
point guard either.
It depends on the lineup. If Ed Sumner and Cam Thomas is on the floor at the same time, Ed Sumner is the point guard and Cam Thomas is the 2. If
Cam Thomas need to be the 2,
if in the lineup, if Cam Thomas is on the floor with Royce and Joey, then Cam Thomas is the one.
That's different. That's different.
What I'm saying, what I'm getting into is JV and his decision making when it comes to who should be on the floor together, and that's the difference I seen in Kyrie Irving and Steve Nash and JV. Now, when you look at the minutes and how they're shared between the 2 coaches is the big difference. When you look at what Kyrie was doing, he was out there getting 40 minutes a night, shy of 40 minutes a night on a regular basis. Out of those games that he played, most of them he played 35 plus minutes. Cam Thomas got 0 minutes. DDJ didn't get his chance. He got his minutes took by Ed Sumner. Seth Curry didn't even play for Steve Nash the entire time. I'm saying, yeah, you're right for being upset that we had a rough start, but after 11 games, knowing that there is 71 more games, I'm not counting us out. I'm just not going to do it. And now, and the reason why
I'm not counting this team out, I'm saying this team is not a championship team. That is what you guys have to wrap around. Hold up. Let me clarify what I'm saying to get things clear.
I see it in the future.
I'm not saying this team can't compete or make the playoffs. I'm saying this is not a championship team, and those were the expectations. So if you as a fan or even as a non-fan with coach just sitting back and spectating and you saying, hey, yeah, cool, this team can still be decent with Kevin Durant, I'm not arguing that. I'm arguing the fact that we came into this season expecting this team to win a championship. I can go back and rewind the tape.
Yes, okay, but you're saying they cannot at all, no matter what, they cannot become a championship.
With this current group, currently constructed,
okay.
I'm saying no.
I'm saying currently constructed is a very nice choice of words, because currently constructed was 11 games ago, and when 11 games ago it didn't look the same
currently
way
constructed
that it
means current.
So,
that's current.
Exactly.
Right now, bro. That's 11. What's today? 11/10, 2022. That's what I'm talking about. Today, the players that are playing now, they're on the roster. This team can't win with them. That's
all I'm going to say. I'm going to say this. They said the same thing about the Detroit Pistons back in the day. They won a championship caliber team, and look what they did through hard work, dedication, and with no superstars on the team.
Exactly.
So I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. You feel it's not constructed to be a championship. Your expectations and most net fans was to be a championship.
And I can see, but it's no chemistry. Where's the chemistry at on this team?
Listen, you're watching it right before your eyes. You've seen 4 games with the new coach. You're gonna watch the chemistry develop if you still follow, if you still believe. I'm following them. Listen, when it comes down to the Brooklyn Nets, you are seeing the new look Brooklyn Nets under the umbrella of Coach JV. Everything that you're seeing right now, saying it's more. I'm saying
go beat the Knicks tomorrow. If they lose to the Knicks tomorrow, I'm gonna tell you what. I'm inboxing all y'all.
Listen,
but see, I'm not gonna call that game tomorrow. Wait, that's not right. That's not fair, because you're very impatient. No, you're impatient.
Listen. I'm saying if
I'm not impatient, Coach. You know why? Because I waited 3 years. 3 years.
You frustrated.
3 years.
You're frustrated.
No. 3 years.
Okay.
So how many years we supposed to give this team? Give them another year, 2
No,
more years, 3 more
no,
years,
no.
4
I'm
more
not.
years,
So
5
so
more
No,
years.
then so then
no. I'm not saying none of that.
what you're saying is just blow it all up right now. Period. Case
Right,
closed.
because you had 3
Okay.
Yeah.
years and you had no
Okay.
But no,
success,
you said
and
that,
your
but you ain't
team's in
got no answer
turmoil.
for that. To trade him for who? Yeah, don't go.
You
Those
need
who got
draft
win.
capital, bro. I don't know. I don't do NBA trades. I'm
All right,
saying you
so
need to
boom.
get draft capital.
Let me put you on the game, right?
You need draft capital.
Josiah and Sean Marks already committed to winning now. So trading KD, trust me, if it was going to happen, it was going to happen in the offseason. They
I
already
get
knew
it.
what it. Listen, to an extent, you
They
got
probably might not do it. I'm not saying they will. I'm saying I would do it.
right.
I'm
No,
not
that
saying the Brooklyn Nets are going to do it.
right,
They
right, right.
probably won't.
Right. No, I feel you. But I'm also saying that this is the new look Brooklyn Nets because of the new head coach. And for a long time, it wasn't about what the players are doing on the floor. It was about the coach. Now the narrative is changing, even with the odds against us as far as roster construction. Now, that being said, Cam Thomas is an emerging star. He's going to average 20 plus. That's my opinion. Now, going forward, the new duo in the East to worry about is going to be Cam Thomas and KD. Cam Thomas is going to get more of the responsibility and going to be undeniable in the rotation because of Kyrie's absence.
I slightly disagree with that, Breezy. I think it's going to be more Claxton. I think it's going to be more Claxton than Cam Thomas. I think Claxton's been better overall than Thomas.
No. Listen. When you talk about contrasting, remember they on the same team, so it all goes good. I got Cam Thomas and Nick Claxton in the run-ins for MIP this season. Both of them, you should be looking at them for most improved players for this season.
I could see Clax. Yeah,
Cam Thomas. All right. He had 17 points, 19 points.
I'm not. Look, bro. I'm not knocking Cam Thomas.
No, all right.
I'm just saying.
But what I'm saying, I feel you.
Just saying he's not on that level yet. He still needs to be developed.
What level you talking about?
Well, for one, we talk about he needs to get his defense better. He needs to get better at passing the ball and handling the ball like a true point guard.
He been doing that.
I can break this down with you on film if you want to. I watch basketball, bro.
You ain't sending nothing slick to a can of oil. When I was watching the game the other day, I was watching him play defense. I'm watching, and I told y'all this. I said I watch the game and I watch everything that he do. I follow him around the floor when he's playing basketball. And then what happened? I did the same thing every time he got minutes, and I see the difference. I ain't hear you mention the 3-pointer, even though it was a loss. He hit that 3-pointer.
Yeah, I got you.
No. What I'm saying, hold on.
I'm paying attention.
He hit that 3-pointer like he was supposed to. Somebody that was going to step up, we would expect it.
It was down the stretch. I give him that.
Hold on. We would have expected the same thing from Kyrie Irving, but it wasn't Kyrie Irving. It was Cam Thomas that made that shot, that made it possible for KD to lose the game in the first place when he went to the free throw line to get 3 free throws, and he made the first one and missed the second one. So don't tell me that ain't nobody there for KD when I'm telling you, and you a Nets fan, and I'm explaining to you, Cam Thomas is going to average 20 plus. He's ready for the moment, and he plays like it.
And that's cool. And if he averaged 20 points and we in the AFC of the NBA playoffs, I'm gonna come right back here you on this podcast. I'm telling you, bro. I'm gonna come right back here on this podcast because I know what I'm talking about. This team ain't beating no fucking body in the Eastern Conference.
I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Listen, I know what I'm talking about. And the other day, this is a stat fact. This ain't my opinion. This is stat fact. You can't. I'm asking a panel. When the last time y'all remember Nash or Kenny Atkinson or any coach we had win on back-to-back games on back-to-back nights? When JV did it, that's when. And I'm saying it's a new sheriff in town when it comes.
I'm sorry, for me, it's not about the
Hornets
coaches,
and the Wizards.
not the players.
I'm really overwhelmed with that. Can you go beat the
strategy, structure, how to attack on offense and how to protect on defense? The coaching got a lot to do with winning.
Because the players have to execute that too.
A lot, but it's not meaning a lot because they're not. They're not doing anything. Okay, so you got the Knicks. Hold on. You got the Knicks. Okay, you should beat them. You know.
Why we should beat them?
I'm just saying. Hold on. If you're saying,
let's go to favorite.
If no, I don't care who the favorite is. If you're saying this team is progressing, go beat the fucking Knicks.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
good.
you got the Knicks, then you got the Clippers. Okay. Then you got the Lakers. The Lakers are trash. So if this team go out here and lose the next 3 games, don't come back here Tuesday, because that's gonna be the next game, Tuesday at 10 o'clock. Don't come back here Tuesday talking about, oh, we need to give this team more time and we need to wait and get the players healthy and this and that and the third. Because you know
Nah.
why? Hold up, at that particular time, this team is going to be 4-10
If you
if they
talking if,
lose the next
you
3.
talking
If they
if,
lose
like
the
these are
3 games.
all ifs. Like, okay, and listen, to keep it real with you,
Lakers, Knicks, Clippers, beat them, and
yeah.
then we could talk.
Yeah, and look, NYG 22. Listen, I call it how I see it. When I do my recaps, I ain't, oh, we still the best because we losing the games. No, I call it how I see it. If there's good, and this is how Nets fans know Wasabi Watanabe is nice, and he not having him on the team, it hurts. No, I'm not just a Cam Thomas fanboy or whatever. Like, I actually break the
Yeah,
game
I
down
agree.
and became a fan of Cam Thomas because I follow him through history and I listen to his post-game interviews. I watch his highlights and just read up on him in
And for the
articles.
record, I like Cam Thomas.
So
I
I
like
listen,
just
Cam Thomas a lot too.
I don't
listen,
see him being as like the superstar you making him out to be. But
bro, I'm
I
saying,
like the kid. I do.
listen. I'm saying expect 20 plus. I'm saying between 20
That's
and
a
30.
lot to put on a kid, man. That
Nah,
young,
it's
man.
not a
Like, you
lot to
really
put
think
on.
he's gonna come
No,
out on the
that,
bench and put up 20 points a game, bro?
yeah,
Bro,
To me,
yeah,
it's more than
bro.
just Cam
yeah,
Thomas. It's other guys got to step up because Cam
yeah.
Thomas can light it up, but who the hell else is going to help him?
Now,
KD.
listen, I'm gonna keep it real with you, Jeffy. The way we play defense, it don't have to be that. If, like I said, if when we hold teams under 100, 29 out of 30 times, we won those games. So I'm thinking we need to just put more effort on defense. And y'all talking, I'm not saying you, Jeff, but I heard a lot of spicy talk about Royce the right choice, Royce O'Neal. Like, he
Oh,
don't
he's the
think.
right choice now.
Yeah, nah.
All
What you
right,
mean?
all
I
right.
always said I thought that they were a little
He's been playing
overzealous.
well. I give you
Listen,
His
that.
defense has
He's
been
been
good.
playing well. I'm
listen.
not gonna bash him. I'm not gonna bash
Yeah,
him
exactly. Put some
this
respect
time.
on his name, man.
His
He's been
Stop
defense
it.
was
playing
good.
well.
His
I'm
Stop
defense
not
has
it.
gonna
been good.
bash him.
Yeah,
NYG,
Yeah.
yo, listen.
NYG. Here's the thing, though. I'm going to say this. I hope you're right and they blow it up. That's what I want.
He a Knicks
Let's
fan.
get it
You gonna say
real. Let's get it real. I hope y'all do. All I've been saying is because you literally 7 games in, and I get you with Nash. I get you. But I'm
But
just
was
saying
I
you
not
got a
on
new.
point? I
Okay,
said 10
listen,
games
listen,
in, I'm gonna
listen.
evaluate this
Okay,
team.
that's fine. But you made a coaching change, and to think that you're going to turn it around just like that in 4, 5,
I'm not
6
expecting
games.
them to turn it around. To me, when they hold on, I'm gonna let you get the floor back. To
Mhm.
me, when they made that coaching change, that told me that, look, they know they can't win with the squad they got. And then you suspend Kyrie, okay, and you want him to do all this training and all this other
Mm,
stuff. Okay, so that's telling me that you're not really interested in what you built, which was the
nah.
coach and the players. Yeah,
can I?
hold up.
Go
They
ahead.
bought these. They
Go
bought
ahead.
these players back. They bought them
Mhm.
back. They wanted to run it back. Everybody say run it back, run it back. I was on the plane, run it back. Now Nash is the problem. Kyrie's the problem. But no, everybody wanted to run it back. Everybody wanted to run it back. Now we sit up here saying that this player is the problem, that player is the problem, and we got answers, but we don't have no answers.
Nah. I
We
know
got no
exactly.
answers.
Can I, yo,
Go
you
ahead.
finish or you
Go
done?
ahead.
All
I'm
right, look.
done, man.
Listen. Yo, when it come down to when I'm vlogging the fact that even Kyrie Irving got to play his role. It is not on record saying this. It is not KD and Kyrie's team. It is KD's team and Kyrie's on it. And as soon and this is the difference
It's
of
the
from
Brooklyn Nets
hold on.
team.
Hold on. This is the difference between Cam Thomas and Kyrie Irving. Cam Thomas knows it's KD's team. It's no reason to try to be number one some nights. It's KD's team. If you his backup. If he needs you, you there for him. He got KD back. That's the difference. Some Kyrie don't know his role on the team. He think that he want to, it's contract year for him. So again, the bone I got to pick with him is him having talent but not understanding his role. We don't need him to be Mr. 3-point guy. If you're known for your layup package, then do that. Find your mid-range. You could wait KD, he got the midi that run the city. And far as Ben Simmons making him valuable, you keep him in the dunker's pocket. You got players like DJ and Seth. You got players like DDJ, Seth Curry that play with Ben Simmons in Philly. You got players like DDJ, Seth Curry, and Cam Thomas that could break the defense down and find Ben Simmons in the dunker's pocket and make him useful. This is why I'm trying to tell you it's about coaching, how to defend and protect the rim and how you attack.
If this was the NFL, I could agree with you. But in the NBA, yes, coaching matters. I agree with you. I said it. It's 50-50. In the NBA, though, you need players. It's, to me, now coach can speak on this. Maybe I'm talking out of pocket. But to me, it seems to me like the coaching matters a lot more in football than basketball. Only reason I say that is because you got players that can ISO. Basically, you giving that player the ball and they just doing their thing. You got James Harden's made a career out of it.
Out of what?
So ISO ball. You know what I'm talking about?
But yeah, that's anybody. Like, yo,
right, but that's what I'm saying. There's no ISO. There's no ISO in the NFL. It's all play design. So it's different. It's different in basketball when you got that player and you could be like, okay, on this play, you just gonna give it to KD, clear out ISO, and let him take it to the hoop and do his thing.
That's Nash.
That's not. That don't got nothing to do with coaching, bro. Coaching does play a fact. Coaching plays a factor in developing young talent, and that's where me and you aligned on.
Listen, this is why. Okay, and again, and like you like to do the contrast, so let's do it. There's offensive coordinators and defensive coordinators in the football, in the football and basketball. So the offensive for i.e. KD, instead of him just getting the ball and ISO, no, you set picks for him, so the defenders have to go around picks just to get him. Free him up before he even touched the ball, or let him do a fake and let him slip to the basket, and you know what I'm saying, throw him an alley, you know what I'm saying, or give him the ball in to see where he get his sweet spot, or whatever the case may be, but put him in a situation where he's at the advantage. So case in point,
did you watch the game last night with Doncic?
Yeah. Hold on, let me just land the plane saying this. I seen the difference between ISO ball and rotating the ball and making sure, you know what I'm saying, keeping the defense honest. But yeah, I did see the game last night. I recapped it.
Yeah. So Doncic, pretty much, I mean, he was coming off just with threes, man. I mean, he was playing pretty much like on an island by himself. You know what I'm saying? Now, if you double him, yeah, they're gonna kick it out. I mean, any player with a basketball IQ knows to do that. But the point I'm trying to make is, it is about coaching. But to me, a coaching change isn't gonna make the difference between this team being irrelevant and relevant, or being relevant and a championship team. I don't think the coach is going to make that much of a difference given the talent on the team.
Respectfully, I disagree.
Because we're taking 2 players off the team. Take 2 players off because they're not playing.
Take them off. After what I see you do, I believe in the Brooklyn Nets. You don't need a star. You need effort.
Everything you don't need a star, but you need talent.
Yeah, and
we already talked about Simmons hurt. Coach just talked about that. Okay,
I think DDJ is talent. I like DDJ.
DDJ, we got to see more.
Okay,
Okay, I'm not
that's
going.
fair.
I'm not going to say. I'm not going to say anything about him because we haven't seen enough. You
That's
know what I'm
fair.
saying? Cam Thomas, I give you Cam Thomas. I give you Claxton. Seth
You mean say
Curry hurt.
yeah.
Joe Harris is still. He's working his way back from an injury.
Listen,
T.J. Warren hurt. Haven't seen Markeith Morris. He's MIA.
no, I'm not talking
So
about the players that's hurt. I'm not talking about what we gonna do later down the line. You talking about these 3 games for the
Watanabe
Knicks.
is hurt.
Yeah,
But
no.
that's the point. There's a lot of players on the team that aren't playing or aren't performing. Patty Mills ain't performing.
I think last night
Siemens ain't
it
performing.
wasn't. I think last that last game, I think we really competed and we could have won that game. And I think
Yeah, they should have won.
if we play the next team like that, we got the odds are probably with us of winning. You know, we could play that hard the same way we did, and look at that game film and kind of you say, all right, we put the all you way it's supposed to go, and take out the kinks and the quirks and all of that, and make sure it's all good. And I'm saying that to say, I watched JV in a post-game interview talking about like, yo, we won that game because I asked this question and I showed them one clip. This is what he said in the post-game interview. He like, yo, I showed them one clip and said, we got to do this. And like I said, he knows how to reach the group he been around. He's one of the part of the staff, one of the longest tenors. Think about Jacques Vaughn and all of the players and coaches he's seen come and go. This opportunity to JV means something. This Jacques Vaughn opportunity means something to him. He wants to win. He has purpose in winning. It ain't like Nash. Nash is, in my opinion, just giving the keys to Carl. He just got his driver's license.
Yeah.
So my thing is with Jacques Vaughn, he's seen all of these players and coaches come and go. He hungry for it. He got something to prove. So now it's different because the same competitive way to win, having something to prove, you got that in common with KD and the coach with Jacques Vaughn, JV. JV and KV have that common thread of wanting to win and having something to prove because JV wasn't a good head coach in Orlando Magic record-wise, and he's seen a lot and went through so much as an assistant coach for the Brooklyn Nets. Who deserved the job more, realistically, him or Ime? He does. Ime left when was a rival and went to the finals. It's all business. Jacques Vaughn got. You talk about heart with a heart. Jacques Vaughn got the heart. Jacques Vaughn is the one with the heart that's seen all the players and the coaches left. He the one that stayed. Name somebody that been there longer than Jacques Vaughn. He was there before Sean Marks.
I want to see this team progress, and until they start to progress, I'm gonna keep
Jacques Vaughn gonna have his A number, man,
on their throat, straight up.
Nah, man. Yo,
I ain't letting off this squad because it's embarrassing
man.
for me as a content creator to go out here and sit here and say this team can win a championship, and before my 10-game analysis, they done fired the coach. The point guard is suspended, and the goddamn star player you brought in beside KD is hurt and irrelevant. So yeah, I'm going to be pessimistic. I got my ways where I can be optimistic, but I have seen zero from the Brooklyn Nets besides Cam and Claxton to make me give any kind of hope for this squad moving forward, man. But we've been on here for 4 hours damn near, man. So I'm going to let y'all get y'all's last word, man, before I blow a head gasket talking about this goddamn team because these sons are going
I've been quiet for a while, just listening to you guys, and I mean, like, I partially agree with both of you, but like, I disagree with the both of you at the same time. I'm on your points. You're talking about the head coach.
Yeah, that's
because
fair,
I'm on the fence with the coach because I think I do agree that Jacques Vaughn has that fire, and he is, bringing it a little bit. But I want to see these players start adapting that fire on the court too. Right. I want to see the players start getting that because the coach can have all the fire he wants. He can do all the coaching he wants and everything. But it's up to the players to execute on the court and get the job done because Jacques Vaughn is not playing.
Results.
That's the thing. I see both points. And right now, I'm on the fence. The fan in me still is holding out hope that things will turn around. because I love this freaking team. I've loved this team for a long time. This team has given me headaches for a very long time, much more lately than in past years. But right now, I'm very just disappointed. I'm not even angry. I've been angry for the entire time in the off season. I'm just more disappointed right now because of the fact that I expected more. And I know, Coach, you said it earlier with Ben Simmons. He's still coming back. But at the same time, one of the things that I mentioned earlier is that this team had to get off to a fast start because of how competitive this Eastern Conference is, and you don't want to get left behind because some of these other teams could start running away. And to me, being the 6th seed, being the 7th seed, that's not good enough for me. That is not good enough for me when you have 2 all-world talents on your roster. You have another guy with a lot of talent, and you have other core players. This is probably the most depth that this team has had since Durant and Irving have come onto this roster. So that's why I'm just I'm frustrated, but I'm trying to give it more time and patience to see what's going to happen. So I get where you're coming from, Breezy, and I get where you're coming from, NYG22. But at this same time, I have to see what this team's going to do going forward. I'll give them at least.
Don't give me,
I'll give them about 10, 15 more games. 10 games, 15 more games, and to see what this team is. But if they're still struggling, if I got to see Kyrie Irving going off the deep end if he comes back soon with something else, if I got to see Ben Simmons still playing ineffective, and if I got to see these other players not contributing, then I'm just going to be like, I'm done. I've had enough with this team giving me headache after headache after headache all the year. And I was one of the content creators, like you said, NYG, that I had to cover this team and blow smoke up everybody's ass saying this team. I keep saying every
we all look
freaking
like
week,
freaking idiots
every
right now.
single day, I had to throw out a video, not because I wanted to, because I wanted to, say everything's going to be okay. Run it back. This team is talented and everything. Right now, this team is making me look like a goddamn moron because I expected more from them. I did. It's 4 years now. I want to see this team put it together. I'm tired of the drama. I'm tired of the distractions. I'm tired of this team underachieving. I'm trying to be as patient as possible. I really am. At my last wits, at my patience level with this organization, this team right now. I'm giving it as much time as I can. But if this team can't turn it around in about 10 or 15 games, I'm done. Get rid of everybody. I'm going to be at a point where it's time to start moving on.
What's good, Pat? My man,
Pat?
Big Pat up in the chat. What's good, bro?
Congratulations to your Bulls, too. Your Bulls are actually not playing bad.
Yeah, the Bulls have been better, man.
Fuck the Bulls,
definitely, man. For real, man.
Fuck the Bulls, man.
But I had to get that out. I had to get that out.
Yeah,
They ain't how they part of that. I mean, that's your man's in them.
Coach,
Yo, I said fuck the Bulls, man.
Yo, he in the chat, man. Big Pat, man, you know him.
Yo, fuck the Bulls, man. We don't spread love outside of the city, man. They stay in the city, man. Past the city, ain't no love for the Bulls.
I'm still pissed at what they
did.
We
grab the Bulls by the horn, put them in a headlock. Yo, listen, man. When it comes down to the Brooklyn Nets, I'm telling you, I'm confident because this is treasures. I'm giving y'all treasures, so don't forget it. This is where this, and I'm saying this around a Knicks fan, so you know I ain't scared. But it's just certain connections that you can't stop. Like, did you know that Jacques Vaughn was picked round 1, draft pick 27, the same as Cam Thomas? Do you know what kind of connection they got? What kind of bond they got?
He played for the Magic, didn't he?
But it's more than Cam Thomas, so that's the thing.
No.
It's more
right. Who's the other guy? That's what I'm saying. You making it out like it's going to be Cam Thomas and goddamn Kevin Durant leading his team to a championship.
No.
I strongly disagree.
No. What I'm saying is when it come down to the chemistry and far as rotation and minutes and how they shit, that's the difference in coaching and why it matters. The way that Nash did it, he let Kyrie and KD do whatever they want, and the difference I've seen is the way that JV rests KD. When we in a situation when we up, KD rest. He ain't overexerting him. His usage rate goes down. Where KD is more sharp and he's at his game and it's not overexerting him. And I'm saying that to say that's the difference in the approach for us coaching, and why I feel like he is more important to the Brooklyn Nets than Ime Udoka. But all of the stuff going on with the media, that's just another distraction added to what's going on with Kyrie. And when Kyrie come back, to my knowledge, he is on the way back. When he get back, I'm saying he got to know his role on the team. You ain't going to be putting up 14 3-pointers a game. We don't need you to do that. We got a third scorer. It's proven. When you are out, look at Cam Thomas numbers. That's 17, 19, and 21. What we talking about?
Even Claxton scoring double digits.
Yo, I had to come on to show some support to you guys.
What's good, Pat, man?
How you doing, Pat?
Appreciate you, man. Shout to Big Pat Sports Store.
But
Pat,
what's my name?
Rehab.
Right. What's my man's name with the Nets background? What's your name, sir?
Oh, Big Fan Breezy, man. Oh, you was tight about what I said about the Bulls?
I don't know. I'm not tight, but I enjoy the enthusiasm, sir. But the Nets are done.
No, you think so?
The Nets are done.
You think you agree with
okay, first of all, this my guy Stream. I know you too, Breezy. So what's up?
Sure.
I'm not gonna say too much about the whole Kyrie situation on my guy Stream. He's just getting started, so I don't want anything to happen to his channel. But the things y'all making Kyrie go through to come back is ridiculous.
Don't say yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm a Brooklyn Nets fan, but I don't work for the Brooklyn Nets. I vlog.
Well, the things the Brooklyn Nets are doing to make Kyrie come back is ridiculous.
Okay.
I believe they're just trying to make an example out of it, and I'm gonna leave it at that.
Yeah. But to keep it basketball.
To keep it basketball. I'm going right back to the basketball because, like I said, I'm not gonna do anything to harm my guy's channel.
Yeah.
Appreciate you, Pat.
The Nets. Can we say that y'all are the biggest disappointment in basketball for the past 2 years?
The biggest disappointment.
Is that debatable? Is it between you and the Lakers?
Outside of the Lakers, yeah.
Yeah, it's between you and the Lakers. First, you make this super team with James Harden, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
Kevin Durant was a beast your first year, but you lost. I forgot you lost to the Bucks in the playoffs because of his big ass foot being on the 3-point line when he shot that three.
Yeah.
But after that, James Harden turned into a shell of himself. Didn't want to play with you guys. Kyrie Irving's in and out the lineup, being suspended or just saying I'm not going to play with you guys. And I don't blame him. He has some very good reasons why he's doing it. But you guys are the biggest disappointment I have seen in basketball in a long time.
Thanks, Pat.
All right. You finished or you done?
You're right.
Yo,
I'm finished and I'm done. Go ahead, sir.
Yo, that's the Nash era. Now say what you will. I'm not going to debate none of it. I'm saying the next time we versus the Bulls, you're going to see a different team. And I'm going to explain why. Because Kyrie got to know his role when he come back and play basketball.
What do you mean Kyrie has to know his role?
I'm explaining. When he come back, all of those shots, all of those shot attempts, him taking
Is he coming back?
Hold on. Let me say, okay, hypothetically, if he comes back to the
team. He's coming back.
Saying. Yeah, we got to tell him about that.
He'll be back.
Right. So let's
say. You think he'll be back?
Yes.
Honestly.
Based on the meeting with Adam Silver and going forward productively, yeah, I think he's coming back.
Yeah,
so I'm saying that to say when he gets back playing basketball, I think he has to know his role. Pat said, what's his role? I'm saying his role is not to take that many shots because now we got a third scorer in Cam Thomas. So now we got 4 players that could get us double digits in KD, Nick Clax, Cam Thomas, and Kyrie Irving. The shot attempts that Kyrie was taking is not necessary for him to feel like, especially with Joey heating up and Joey healthy. Remember, when the season started, Joey wasn't in the lineup and Kyrie was taking a lot of his shots. And again, the Nash era, the way he was coaching, he was just letting Kyrie and KD do what they want. And the difference between Nash and JV, and I'm just reiterating what I said before you pulled up prior, is KD get rest. When we got the lead, KD get to sit. He ain't gotta, you know what I mean? There's spaces where we go on runs, and the bench is able to hold the lead for KD to get a rest. And JV is part of that winning formula. I'm not just up here capping, bro. I'm warning y'all. Everybody want to count the Knicks. I mean, count the Nets out. And we play the Knicks, and the Knicks, we got to beat the Knicks. So if we don't beat the Knicks, you should hear how they talking about the Brooklyn Nets with all of this commotion. And when I'm saying this, like, you ever see a willow?
That commotion, though.
You ever see a willow tree in a storm? That's me as a fan. I just go with the breeze. However the storm goes, I'ma still be standing when the storm over. That's the kind of fan I am. And we 4-7. And again, like you said, when we pull up next Tuesday after those 3 games, that's what I think we are filing a ball club. Why not? Why
so
we not
a
filing
your next 3 games? Who are your next 3 games?
The Knicks, the Clippers, and the Lakers.
The Clippers and the Lakers.
Yeah,
you're gonna lose to the Knicks. You're gonna lose to the Clippers. And you may lose to the Lakers because they're due for a victory.
Nah, who y'all next 3 games?
I'll be honest with you. I don't know our next 3 games. I have to get up on my Bulls content. I just know that we're a mediocre team right now. Unfortunately, Lonzo Ball stays hurt. Zach LaVine stays hurt. So we have to. Our backups have to come in and do damage like Gordon Dragic.
Is that y'all tough team?
I mean, yeah, we're a tough team. When we're full strength, I think we want.
Drum was. I didn't see him play.
Yeah, Andre Drummond. When we're full strength, I think we could play with just about anybody. But we're never full strength. We're like you guys. We're never full strength, so you never know what we can do. Lonzo Ball is out for the year again. Like, this is the most injured
he done
dude
for the
I've ever
season
seen.
Now?
Yeah, he had to get knee surgery again.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
So
I like to see teams compete at top health.
If we had Lonzo Ball in there, I think we're a team to be reckoned with because he can guard any point guard in the league. He can guard any 2 in the league. I mean, and he learned how to shoot, and he plays very good defense, and he can facilitate the ball. He's just a whole nother element on the court when he's on the court, but he's always hurt. So it's unfortunate. But I'm just going to be real with you. Before I lay it down, I had to come show support to my guys. You guys have been going strong on Tuesday nights. Might have to move my show off Tuesday night, man. Got to let y'all guys have it. But
appreciate you, bro.
Thank you.
I need to holler at you too, Pat, man, about what we talked about before, man.
Yeah, I'm working on some things now. I got to get some equipment because I need certain equipment to do the things I want to do with that.
Let me know, man. I might have what you need, man. Just holler at me.
Okay.
Yeah.
But as far as the Nets, hey, look, y'all boys done, man. Y'all need to go ahead and rebuild. You talking about Cam Thomas like he's just gonna be a star or something.
I said 20 plus. I don't know. I don't know how many yays and nays is in the room, but I said 20 plus. I think he averaged.
It's
20
over.
Plus.
It's over when y'all got rid of Dinwiddie. You should have kept Dinwiddie on the squad. I don't know why you got rid of Dinwiddie.
That's the Nash Barrett Allen and Karis LeVert.
James Harden. That's why we did it.
James Harden has ruined.
You got rid of the nucleus of that team. If it was just that nucleus with Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, that's a championship team.
Yeah, we just said that.
Yep.
That's
now we
screwed
know.
up. And Pat, we got rid of Kenny Atkinson, who was good at developing young talent.
Right. And that Joe dude,
they didn't want him anymore either.
That Joe guy, I forgot his name, the 3-point shooter.
Joe Harris.
Joe Harris.
Nah, he's
but
healthy.
You put too much. You put. I mean, he stays getting hurt. He'll be hurt again soon.
The year before that, he played 79 out of 82 games, man. Stop it. He just shy of an Iron Man. He get busy, man. Don't take it easy on Joe.
You're putting too much pressure on Joe. Man, Joe Harris, Dinwiddie, LeVert, Josh Allen, you had defense shooting.
Jared Allen,
Then you had 2 superstars in Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. That's what I get on these damn Giants fans. Sorry to take it to the Giants fans, but these dudes only want the excitement. You don't really want a built team. You don't want a built team. You want an exciting quarterback that can put up some stats, and whatever hell else happens with the roster, they don't know that that Bills team was a built roster for almost 4 years. They built that roster. Josh Allen won shit before Diggs and them got there. He won shit. That man was
Talk
completing
about it.
under 60% of his passes before Diggs and Gabriel Davis got there. Patrick Mahomes didn't even know how to read coverages until his third year. Thank God he got to sit behind Alex Smith his first year. And thank God he had Kelsey and Tyreek Hill right there to back him up. They don't know how to build rosters.
So hold on. So let's stay there real quick. In your opinion, seeing players that are developing, like who you just mentioned, play with veterans or see veterans play before they actually play or actually get minutes that matter or plays that matter, right? I think that's not necessarily coaching, but it does work well in a teammate way. Like I think to win, examples in the NBA, you see Curry and Clay and Dre, they've been teammates for a long time. You see Giannis and Middleton, they was teammates for like maybe 10
Jalen
years.
Brown, Marcus Smart, Jason
Yeah.
Tatum, them too.
They've been teammates. And even the championship teams with the Celtics and the Lakers, just looking in through historically, they've been teammates for more than 1 or 2 years before they actually
That's
develop the
false.
chemistry to
Because
win it all. You know what I'm saying?
you develop chemistry. You develop what, like, Kelsey knows what Mahomes wants him to do without even him saying it. That's chemistry. That's built chemistry. And when you have a system built like that, all you have to do is bring people in and tell them, I want you to do this, and
Right.
it still can work. It's a
Foundation.
well-oiled machine.
So how much you contribute coaching to chemistry, percentage wise?
Before you can have
Coaching
chemistry,
75%. Before you have
right?
chemistry,
That's
you gotta have
huge.
coaching.
Exactly. That's what I mean. If you want to
How
win,
can you build
coaching is
chemistry
the
if you don't know what to
conversation.
do? How can you
And
develop
that's
if
what
you
I'm
have a coach
saying.
that
The Nets,
knows what he wants to do? The Nets.
JV,
That
man.
Steve
they
Nash
just fired
hire
their
was the
coach.
worst.
Right. They just fired
That
their
Steve.
coach.
But
That was
no,
the best
Nash
thing they
didn't.
could have done. That was the
Right.
best
Thank
thing
you.
they could
It
have
was a
done.
Yeah,
step
I
Steve
forward.
Nash.
agree. But
Step forward.
Look, NYG. Me and Coach Ed could have coached the Nets last year.
Oh man.
I agree,
When
yo.
you
I
when
ain't
you
gonna
got
hold you.
Kevin Durant, Kyrie Irving, and them boys on the floor, all you have to do is come up with certain concepts when the pressure is put on. Because when
Yeah.
it's easy street, they're gonna win it for you, regardless of pure talent. But you
Yeah,
got to
but
have a
now,
coach that knows what to do when the pressure is on. When he has to be able to see something. Okay,
right.
guys, they're
All
doing
right,
this
so
to
hold
us.
on. I see what NYG and y'all be doing when y'all do the contrast. I'm gonna stay with it with the contrast, right? Um, calling timeouts when it comes to coaching. Very key, whether you're playing football or playing basketball. In that playoff series we lost with Boston, there was key plays where they could have called the timeout and made a play for Katie and Kyrie together, like a pick and roll, where Katie or Kyrie get the pick or the roll or a switch it or it's a rolling pick or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying that to say he didn't do that. He didn't call timeouts. And when you look at the end of the game, we still had timeouts. You got to know when to call timeouts. That
You
count
know,
in the stretch of games
Here's it.
and
you know that
how
when to
you want
call
to
a
win the ball
timeout.
style.
You know when to call a timeout against a team like the Celtics. They're a very young team. Let's say normally I got like 8 to 10 point leads on them in that series. When you get a 10 point lead, y'all come down, y'all miss a couple of shots, and Jason Tatum hits a three. Call a timeout.
Yeah, take that
Call a
momentum
timeout
away
right there,
immediately.
right
Fact,
there. Don't let him feel that heat. Make him think
especially the
about it on
home
the bench
games.
and come back out there see if he could do it again. And then let's say you go back up by 10 points, they hit two baskets in a row. Don't call a timeout. I want Kevin Durant to go out there and prove why he's the second best player in the world right after that first timeout. You go back up by 10, they try to hit a shot. Let's say they up by now you're up by 8. Call another timeout. Give KD a little bit of rest. Let him go back out there and do what he does. Now Kyrie Irving. Now the focus is on Kevin Durant. Give it to Kyrie. Push it up to 10 to 12 to 15. If they miss, if you play good defense, make them miss a couple of shots. I'll call a timeout when we go up by 15. Fuck
Nah,
their
but
head up.
see, but what I'm saying is about Kyrie Irving. Everybody, got it whole misconstrued. I've been heavy on Kyrie before he all of this happened. I was saying his shot selection. He has a killer instinct. The when he shoots the ball, how he shoots it, when they do the either or KD or Kyrie, his
Yeah, I
instinct
can't
is
disagree
to
with you there, bro. He does take
he
poor shots
yeah, but he
sometimes.
it's like I
Sometimes.
understand if you would have
Does.
hit that, they would have been down bad, but you shot a three with 18 seconds left on the clock. That wasn't the best shot. You feel what I'm
Nah.
saying? Like, so I'm saying that to say, you
That's a
know,
little bit of James Harden in him.
Yeah,
Yeah, it does.
that's not killer instinct. That's just being overzealous. Killer instinct is what
Yeah.
Kobe would do. He'll drain that clock down, post you up, take
mhm,
all the clock off, and then hit that damn shot. And it's like shit. He just hit a
yeah,
damn shot and took
the
22 seconds off the damn clock. What the hell is
That's why
going on?
MJ was
Yeah.
so good too. Michael Jordan would do the
right.
Right.
same thing.
Why you think Phil Jackson never had to call timeouts when the Bulls got on a bad run or something? You want to know why? Because Jordan was a coach on the court.
Mm-hmm.
They knew
And
what
you
they
ain't
had to do.
lying because at the end of the game, the last minute where they used to use all their timeouts, because they positioned to try to win the game, the Bulls always had all their timeouts. It
Yeah.
seemed like they always had all their
Because
timeouts.
I used to watch the Bulls. I don't know if you
Cause they be
remember
like the Bulls got
Coach
a
Ed, because
timeout
I used to
here.
watch the Bulls faithfully back in the day. That dude Phil Jackson would sit in the same position for the whole game. And the Bulls will have like a 20-point lead. They let him come back to about a 5-point lead. He still won't call a timeout. He'll look at Jordan like, "You gonna finish it off or what?" like, like they had so much chemistry together, and then Rodman was just a godsend for them. That's why they won those 3 championships again after
And
Jordan came
Pippen
back.
too just
So
Rodman,
turns his game up.
hold on. So stay there real quick. You're saying that part of the reason why the success of the Bulls was because of the chemistry between Jordan and Phil Jackson.
Jordan and Pippen, Jordan, Pippen,
I
and they
mean, just the
role play.
connection. Like
I
we talking
mean,
about
I
coaching.
mean,
Like
he was
just the
called.
Zen. They call them the Zen masters. So I'm not trying to
You
talk
know what
spice, but
Phil
like
Jackson did?
compliment.
I'm gonna be real with you. Phil Jackson was a snake. He snaked Phil Collins. I mean, what's the damn coach
Holy
name
shit.
before him? Collins.
Todd
What's his
Um,
Collins.
name?
Doug
um,
Collins.
Doug Clowns,
Doug
yeah.
Yeah,
Doug
Collins.
Doug
Collins, yeah,
Collins. I
Doug
always want to
Collins.
call him Phil Collins, like the center, but it's the
Yeah.
singer. But Doug Collins, he snaked him. Him and Tex Winter did. They came up with the triangle, and that's what Phil Jackson did. He created a triangle. They looked at Jordan. They was like, "Look, if you take less shots right here and get Pippen and them involved in this triangle, we'll win a bunch of games because you're damn near unstoppable by yourself. But you're gonna need some help, MJ." And MJ didn't like it at first. That's why he wanted Doug Collins to stay coach. But Jordan wanted to win. He went on ahead and say, "Okay, I'll run your triangle. Let's see how it works." And it turned out to be the best thing for him because it allowed Pippen to facilitate the ball, which he
Yeah,
was one of the first point forwards
right.
to ever step on the court.
Yes, he
Mm-hmm.
It
was.
allowed Horace Grant to be a better rebounder at power forward. And they had who was the first center? Was it Luke Longley or was it no, it was
Wasn't
Bill
Bill
Cartwright
Cartwright?
was
Bill
the
Yeah,
first
Bill
Cartwright.
center.
Cartwright, yeah.
Cartwright,
Yeah.
yeah.
It allowed Cartwright to be the
And
dominant force
Winnington.
down there in
Bill
the middle.
Winnington.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
and
never thought I heard Cartwright and dominant in the same sentence, man.
I mean, he was dominant as a
Dominic with
defender, not a scorer. A
Oh,
scorer,
yeah.
he has the ugliest shot in NBA history.
His shot
His
Man.
was
shot
ass,
was
but the dude
terrible.
could defend.
But
He could defend very well.
what he did do is he brought toughness when people like Kevin McHale going towards the end of their career started that bullshit trying to hurt people going into the hole. Cartwright was there and he was knocking people down too. Him
Yep.
and Horace Grant.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they finally took over the Pistons. I think the Pistons got a little old in the tooth, but that's how they took over from the Pistons and they never looked back after that.
Mm-hmm.
So that when you got Jordan where he can maneuver around the court, because Jordan knew how to play without the ball too. That's the difference between these superstar guys now and people like Jordan. Jordan, yes, he was ball dominant, but he played without the ball as well. LeBron, as great as he is, he doesn't play well without the ball. He just stands there and looks until it's time for him to get the ball again. Jordan was running all over the court. Was he like a Reggie Miller? No. But he was running all over the court. He'd get to his spot and do that damn patented turnaround jump shot. And when he was on, it was over with. You couldn't do nothing with him because everybody on the court could pass. with that damn
Yep.
triangle offense. And when Phil Jackson and Tex Winter created that shit, all he had to do was this. I got masters on the court. When I say masters, I mean masters of their craft. Scottie Pippen, master of his craft. Jordan, master of his craft.
Mm-hmm.
John Paxson, master of his craft at shooting a three. Why you think they kept getting the same type people? They went from John Paxson to Steve Kerr.
Right.
They went from Bill Wennington to Luke Longley. Same dude.
Horace Grant to Dennis Rodman.
Tony
Same
Kukoc
dude.
was one of those intangible players too.
Yeah,
Tony
now,
Kukoc. Now let me tell you about Tony Kukoc. Tony Kukoc was a luxury that what's that the fat one? Jerry Krause. Was that Jerry Krause?
Yes.
The general
Yeah.
manager.
Yes.
He wanted Tony Kukoc to come there because he wanted to bring that overseas element over there to Chicago, and which it turned out to be pretty good. Kukoc turned out to be pretty damn good, a Hall of Famer as a matter of fact. But they never wanted Tony Kukoc. That's why they went after him so hard during the Olympics. If you watch during the Olympics, the only two people that guarded him was Jordan and Pippen.
Yep.
They never wanted Tony Kukoc, but they wanted that. You know, they were planning on moving on Jordan and Pippen right after the fourth championship because
I remember that.
because Jordan said it's the players that wins the championship, and the little fat guy Jerry Krause felt like he wasn't getting the attention that he wanted. So really, I think the Bulls could have won 10 championships if it weren't for that bull crap.
Yeah, Krause was the one that destroyed that Bulls team because we actually at one point we wanted to trade Pippen. I believe Pippen wanted out at one point from the Bulls because he just couldn't take. He had a really bad relationship.
But
with
remember,
Krause.
Pippen almost won. You know what I'm saying with the Bulls?
Yeah.
Pippen had them
I
had
think
that
Pippen
Bulls
deserved,
team
because of that
humming
triangle.
without Jordan.
Yo,
That triangle is a monster.
Yeah,
Pippen was such a great player. Pippen was such a great basketball player, and maybe he sometimes doesn't get as much respect because of the fact Jordan was there too. But Pippen was such a phenomenal. He was so good on defense too. The guy was such a great defensive player, and he was able to become a good two-way player in the end.
Pippen owes Jordan a lot when it comes to his career because Jordan toughened him up.
That's exactly it. Yes.
Pippen was soft when he first came into the league.
Yep, you're right.
Yeah. No, I think Jordan did toughen him up. And shout out to you about the Kukoc thing. I was just wanted to add to that and say, I think a lot of them European players should get the recognition they deserve, man. You think about the talent that come from over there. These guys are great, bro.
Like
the first one I
mine will get a lot of respect from that.
The first one I noticed was that dude from the Nets. What was his name? That passed away early.
Petrovic.
Yeah,
Petrovic. That dude was a monster.
Yeah, he used to. I used to for the fun of it. I don't know. A few months ago, I had watched him go versus Jordan.
Mm-hmm.
He was at him. When you look at the numbers, you see Jordan do his thing, but he did his thing too. Like he competed versus Jordan. You know what I'm saying?
And he wasn't scared of him.
Nah. You see him.
Talent. Drazen Petrovic was a special talent that came to the Nets. It's just unfortunate what happened.
Yeah, I think the European style, even the whole fact that we call it Euro.
What was his name for the Kings?
Stojakovic.
He was good too.
You knew Junkerlou was pretty good when he came in for a little bit. Obviously, Dirk Nowitzki, how good Dirk Nowitzki was.
Dirk lit up the dream team.
You see how the influence of the Euro step? Do they have an NBA step in Europe? Like they got a whole Euro step.
That Euro step is walking, man. That shit traveling, in my opinion. For real, bro. That Euro step, man. They walking, man. They walking, bro. In the park, you can't get away with that shit, Breezy. Stop playing. Euro step. Get the fuck out of here.
And then I don't know. Professionals doing the Euro step and seeing it at the park is kind of different.
I'm gonna leave after I say this, but basketball is nowhere near the same as it used to be. Especially when they started letting James Harden do that travel shit. That's a travel, bro.
Yeah, he creates
4 steps
space doing that.
It's like how the NFL tried to make it a pass only league. But when you look at the stats, it's
Mhm.
slowly coming back
Mhm.
Running
to
game is
regular
I love it.
football.
I love
And
Mhm.
it.
I love it. And these fans don't know how to react. They don't
And
know
they
how
don't
to
know what's
react.
coming.
They call it ugly football when it's not.
Yeah,
You're
I don't
gonna
Look at
care
the
how
start
many
teams that's
seeing
winning.
you're gonna start seeing the teams that
Yeah.
score the most points around 24 to 25 points a game
Bingo.
Yep.
again.
Ain't nobody scoring 30 or in the high 30s no more, hardly ever. A couple teams here and there, but it's mostly been 20 something games, 20 to 17,
And
24-17.
I'll
You
be
right,
honest
Pat.
with you, I love it.
Mhm.
I
I love
love
it
grind
too.
out games because that
Mhm.
shows what it's truly about.
Character. Right.
yeah,
Yeah.
Builds character.
I love it
And
too.
if they were allowed to hit like they used to, or at least be
Mhm.
able to
Or it's
touch
on them.
somebody, the points would be way down still. But
Yeah,
man,
Mm-hmm.
these rough of the passer penalties, they make it even worse to keep these quarterbacks trying to keep points up. But it's
yeah.
coming
And
back
I
to real
seen your
football.
video, man, earlier, man. You were saying like with the cornerbacks, how the cornerbacks are they got more length now and more size.
Yeah,
Pause.
Mhm.
So
because
so
that's how
they
they're counteracting that passing game. Look at all these
yeah,
corners coming out.
Just
They're
look at
like
Sauce
6'2",
Gardner and Woolen.
6'3".
Yeah,
Look at all the
yeah.
corners that's coming out this year. 6'2", 6'3", can run.
Yep.
Mhm.
Everybody's gonna find something to counteract what you're doing. I'm gonna put this big ass, tall ass monster on your receiver and let him put his long ass arms on you all game, and let's see how much you destroy us now.
Mm-hmm.
Woolen, that's the type corners
Mhm.
that's coming. Woolen, Sauce Gardner. If you ain't got you a 6'3" monster out there soon, it's gonna be a wrap. And so now you gonna have to run the ball
Now you're gonna
because
have to run the
shit, they ain't
football.
worried. They ain't worried about DK Metcalf no more. I'm as big as you.
And
Yes.
now
And
you
Mhm.
see
I can
and now
run
you
right with you.
And now you see what's being valued more, the running quarterback. Why? Because your
Yep.
running game is coming back. Why? Because teams can't sit back there and hold or offensive linemen can't sit back there and hold blocks
And
for
look at these
3 and 4 or
edge rushers,
5 seconds
bro.
no more.
Look at
Right.
these
That's
I
why.
know Coach Ed sees it. These edge
Mhm.
rushers are getting bigger, stronger, and
Mhm.
The
faster.
linemen can't
Mhm.
keep up. That's why you
Like
got so much poor line play in the league.
these DBs and edge rushers, they're like growing these dudes in factories. When you got a team when the slot corner is 6'4" and can run a 4.3, that is ridiculous. The Seahawks gonna be a problem.
Mhm.
it's like the
The
second version of
Seahawks
the
Yeah.
gonna
Legion
be a
of
damn
Boom there.
problem.
They
They had the
And
second
shout
Legion
out
of
to
Boom
Geno
coming.
Smith, man. I know a lot of people hate Geno Smith, man, but I don't. I never had no problem with
All
that
he
brother,
gotta
man.
do is steer the car. They got
You know what
Kenneth
I'm
Walker
saying?
for a reason. That
Yeah,
man
man.
got two good tight ends and three good receivers, two good running backs. I have two good rookie tackles balling out. The inside of that line is kind of terrible, and but that defense, when you got three corners that could just
They a
sit there in
problem.
front of that
And that
receiver and just
linebacker, who was that linebacker?
Brooks or Nwosu.
both
It
of them are
was
good.
Brooks was good,
yeah,
and Nwosu was always around the football all the
yeah. I think it
time. That
was
guy was
him.
around the
Yeah,
football.
Number 10, a
Yeah,
monster.
yeah, Nwosu was unbelievable. Every
They're
single time we
building.
played against them,
They're
Nwosu was
building.
right around us the whole time.
They're building a juggernaut again over there with the Seahawks. But guess what? We're gonna build one too. I
and you know
promise you.
what?
You
We
get
doing the
DJ some
same thing.
weapons. Yep. You get DJ some weapons, and we get our 6'3" corners. Oh, y'all gonna love this mock draft I'm for to put out. Y'all gonna love this mock draft I'm for to put out. But
Oh yeah, we
man,
was talking earlier about I don't want to hold you, bro. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't get to talk to you in a minute. We was talking earlier about what's my man's
The
name from
receivers,
TCU.
Quentin
TCU,
Johnson. Quentin
Rice. You
Yeah,
talking
Johnson.
about
cause
Rice
the cats from BB View, they had him in a mock draft. They had us taking
Johnson,
Quentin
Johnson?
Johnson, wide receiver. What you think about that, man, before I get you out of here?
if we get Quentin Johnson, we gonna be a problem.
Yeah,
Mm.
Quentin Johnson. You also had the center from Arkansas, and then
Yup.
you had the
Mm-hmm.
linebacker from one
Ricky
from Iowa
Stromberg and then
and the other
Jack
one from
Jack
Pitt.
Campbell. Yeah.
Look at this linebacker that we could probably get in the third round from Purdue, Jalen Graham.
Mm-hmm. Think he's
Mm,
going to be there at the third? Okay. Okay.
If he makes it to the third, I don't see him
Mm-hmm.
making it past us because that would be the perfect complement to Beavers. And I'm gonna give you a tight end to look up. Luke Musgrave, tight end from Oregon State.
Luke Musgrave.
hmm See, these people don't look at this film shit like I do, and these motherfucking
Mm-hmm.
college athletes.
Oh,
Nobody knows about Luke Musgrave. Look him up.
Mm.
That's the athletic guy we need right there.
That's what I'm saying. We got Bellinger. We just need, and I had to put it the way I put it. We need a Evan Ingram, and I had to put it like that, but just to make people understand, we need that athletic tight end that could stretch the field.
I want to see what this
And
Cager
yeah,
dude can do because Cager looks like he could be one of those guys. He is a converted wide receiver, so I want to give this kid a chance to see, how he's
See,
gonna look like to let him develop a little bit.
that's the issue that everybody has. You just want everything. Oh, we want a converted receiver at tight end. No, I want an athletic tight end that still is a tight end. I don't want a receiver that's converted to a tight end because everybody knows what he's gonna do when he gets on the field. Dalton Schultz,
good point.
perfect type tight end. He can stretch the field and he's still a tight end. So you really don't know what he's gonna do. Is he gonna block or is he gonna go out a route? You bring Cager in there, you know more than likely he's going on the route because he can't block at all. He proved that in the Seahawks game. After that one play, did you see him get open anymore besides one other play? They already knew what was up.
Yep.
This Luke Musgrave dude can block and he can stretch the field. He's a faster Bellinger. Look him up.
And that's what we need. Bellinger's good. He's just slow as hell.
And I don't even think Bellinger's that slow. I just think that they're learning the system. I think everybody's going to start playing a lot faster after they get everything and they get used to the system.
Okay.
You're going to start playing faster. Remember, you're
Yeah,
slower
he
when you're
seems
learning
slow.
something.
That's true. That's
If I'm
true.
trying to
I
run a
agree.
route and I'm thinking about what I got to do, I'm going to be slower. When you
exactly.
start going out there and just running it and you know what to do, you play faster.
Was it Bellinger the fastest tight end that came out of this past draft?
No,
Mm-mm.
I think he ran
Mm-mm.
like a 4.55 or 4.56, which is pretty fast.
Wasn't likely faster than him.
Yeah, Isaiah Likely, I think, was the fastest tight
Yeah,
end, and he's
he's
balling
quick.
out there with the
Yeah,
Ravens.
that dude's
I'm gonna leave this one last thing with y'all. Everybody blaming that coordinator over there with the Ravens. I don't think you really want to see Lamar Jackson in an open system like a Bill system or something like that. They run the perfect
man.
system for that dude. All you gotta do is get him an outside receiver that can route people up, and that would be the perfect system. You switch him to a regular style system, you're gonna see what Lamar Jackson is about. I'm not saying he's gonna be trash, but he ain't gonna be doing what he's doing right now. They built that system for Lamar Jackson. They
You
helped
think
that
he could?
boy's career.
You think Lamar Jackson could succeed in this system? Just
It's
hypothetically
adaptable.
speaking, I'm
The
not. I'm not
system is
Not
adaptable.
assuming nothing, but
not the way that we
Mm-mm.
run it now.
It has to
No.
adapt.
mm, okay.
The
I
system is
think you need to
adaptable.
build a system around Lamar Jackson where there's a threat to run every play, and they did smart by getting Mark Andrews, and he turned into the monster that he is. You give Lamar Jackson two very good tight ends that can block and stretch the field, and get him a solid route runner on the outside. All this stuff about they hold him back. No, I think they helped that dude tremendously. They built a system for him. How many quarterbacks that come in the league where they got an actual system built for them? They built it for him. They saved that
Yeah,
dude, man.
them cats is fine over there, man. I don't understand that, man. But um, so you think that given what we got right now, and like this was one of my unpopular opinions, as I like to say, but you think given what we got right now on this squad right now that we can ultimately get to the playoffs and do some damage just with this team right now? no number one wide receiver. We'll see what Kenny Galladay is, but who
The
knows? You
reason
know what
why
I'm
I
saying?
say yes, we get Bellinger back. Let's just say Kenny Galladay comes and he just performs at a decent level. It's because of our run game and our defense.
Mm-hmm.
You got a run game and you got a defense and you got a half decent receivers that need to be respected. Those are the teams nobody wants to play. Why you think
Mm-mm.
nobody wants to play the 49ers in the fucking playoffs?
Nobody's gonna
You
want to play
go
the
to
Jets.
49ers are 4-4, and they like
Yeah.
the eighth
nobody wants to
ranked
play
team
them. They
in
were like
the
three
league.
and five the last year. And everybody was like, fuck, these dudes finna get in the playoffs. Nobody wants to play a team like that in the playoffs that plays extremely good defense and can run the ball. And
The
then
Jets.
on top of the 49ers, they got receivers where you can just throw screen passes and voila, something good can happen. Debo Samuel can make it happen. And IU can make it happen. I'd rather play the Jets than the 49ers because of that damn quarterback.
All he's got to do is just not turn the
It
ball
looked like
over, and
we might.
their
It looked like
defense is
we
pretty
might be
damn
going up
good.
against the Seahawks again. So
And I would
because
love to play
I
them
want
again.
them. I want them so
yeah,
bad.
I want to play the
I seen
Seahawks.
I seen a couple comments saying they ain't
People
want to see
act
the Seahawks again.
people act like they just destroyed us or something. Dude, it was
Right? They scared of
13-13 in the fourth
them.
quarter.
Exactly.
We haven't
I
been
think
blown out all year, bro.
Mm-mm.
With the squad that we have now, with the injuries that we have now, a full healthy roster going into the playoffs with the New York Giants, you finna have an issue on your hands. Because the
yeah.
way we play defense and we can run the ball with the best, to let Bredesen, Shane Lemieux, and Neil come back healthy on that offensive line, we can run with the best of them. And guess what? DJ can run out there with the best of them.
So hold on, you saying that the Giants are they overachieving?
As of right now,
Mm,
I wouldn't even
yeah.
say overachieving anymore. I just think they're
Mm,
coming into their home. Are they overachieving a little bit? Yes. But as far as
From
just
where
being
people pick
like
them,
yeah.
yeah.
a team, like, man, how there's no way possible they should be winning. No, I think we're a very good team and we're coming on into our own. And then if you build this roster around the people that you have now and put a weapon or two out there with DJ and sure up that center position, you're gonna see.
So you
You're gonna
seen
see.
so Pat, you seen after what? How many games y'all played? What 9,
8.
8? So you seen this record after 8 games before the season started?
Yeah, before the season started, I had us 6-2 at the bye week. You can go
Mm-hmm.
check the video. I had us winning 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, you should play that. You should play that. I'll be telling NYG that shit. Like if you was right about that shit in the beginning of the season, play that.
Yeah, I
Bro.
think
Yeah.
most of us had this team because we all felt we was gonna beat Jacksonville. You know what I'm saying? And most of us had us beating Seattle, but Seattle was
Uh-huh.
supposed to be one of the worst teams. So, you know, a lot of us didn't have the missed the Tennessee game and probably the
Mm-mm.
Baltimore and Green Bay games.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
Some people did. I missed it in
Oh,
the
some people.
beginning.
Okay, I'm sorry.
But
I'm sorry.
I switched at the end when
Yeah,
the
no,
season
I feel.
started. I felt when it was time to pick the game, I put that on record. But
Yeah.
when the schedule came out, most people had us
Mm-mm.
losing to Tennessee and losing to Baltimore and Green Bay, but I didn't. I had us
I'll
winning.
admit I did. I did have us
I
losing to
said.
Tennessee and
I said
Baltimore and Green
I
Tennessee
had
Bay.
us
24.
losing to Dallas. No, not Dallas. I had us losing to Tennessee and I think Green Bay because I thought Wink was going to
And
win
I
that
had us losing to Tennessee
revenge
and Green
game.
Bay because I thought with them young guys going over there to London, they could have a little mishap
Yeah,
over
that's
there.
what I was
Yeah,
thinking too.
yeah. I had
But
us
I think
beating
I had us
Dallas.
either 5-3 or 6-2 at the break. I want to say 5-3, but I had us winning. I had us 10-7.
I had us about 4-4 at the break at
I
500.
had us 9-8, but I had us making the playoffs
Okay.
because
Yeah, that
we
will
did
go
the
get you
show.
in the playoffs in the NFC.
Yeah,
Because we
Well, I'm
got a two
saying,
and a half game lead right now in terms of the wild card. We're in a good
well,
spot.
I'm
Yeah.
saying that's fire. I think that's fire content. If y'all could bring that up for the fans, and we could see that y'all was right by the bye week or whatever
Yeah,
it was,
I
even
got
if
it
y'all
on
was wrong.
record. It's on
even
my
if
live stream.
even if y'all was wrong by the bye week, I still want to see it just cause, you know what I mean? It's content. Like, but it's good to see, you know what I mean? It help you, like, I don't know.
No, I was mid. I was dead wrong. I didn't think this team would be as good as they are right now. I thought they would be about a 500, maybe a little bit of below 500 team. So I'm 1,000% happy to be wrong, and I give credit to NYG, Pat, Lou, all them. They were very very high on this team. They thought this team could be a good team this year. So credit to them, and they look like very smart people right now because what they said before, they're right. I have not
Yeah.
no problem, no shame at all admitting that at all.
Nah,
Just like
respectfully.
all these guys that are bashing DJ, you go out there and win a playoff game or two. Let's see how much they bash him. Then they still gonna bash him because all they doing is waiting in the bushes, waiting for him to lose. And
I'm just
I can't stand people like that.
I'm tired of the DJ bashing. DJ's
Yeah, I
not done
mean,
anything
a
to
lot of
lose.
people want him gone, but people, and I always say this: give me the replacement.
Yeah. Oh,
Give me
we
the
draft
replacement.
somebody.
If
How you
you
gonna
if
draft
you if
somebody?
you telling me you going to get rid of DJ and bring in Josh Allen or Patrick Mahomes or somebody like that, okay. Sorry, nice knowing you, Mr. Jones, but we got a better quarterback. But if you telling me you going to get rid of this dude and draft Will Levis, I'm not with that. And you might not even get Will Levis because of where you picking. So it's really a mute point. The guy's
These
coming
dudes,
back. Who are
these
you going
dudes
to go
talking
get?
about drafting Anthony Richardson and act like he just gonna come in and ball
It's
out.
not going to work.
Man, you
No.
gonna get that boy killed.
I don't
And
want
not only
Anthony
that, but
Richardson.
you're going to get Brian Dable and Joe Shane fired.
Hmm. And the thing about with the Josh Allen situation, if you brought him here, we got the same squad. I bet you he
Mhm.
regresses. I put
Yeah,
money
he
on it. He
ain't going to be the
regresses.
same. I agree. He ain't going to be the same.
I put money. Man, put that dude in the same situation as Daniel Jones. He was struggling with Dabo as his coach his first 2 years. He
That's
didn't get
true.
better till those weapons came in. He was completing under 60%. His rookie year, he only completed 51% of his passes.
Mhm.
51%.
Look at Aaron Rodgers
His
right now. Look at
his
Aaron
Man,
second year,
Rodgers.
Rodgers is
his second
washed.
year, he completed
Him and Tom Brady.
58%. And I don't even think Rodgers is washed. I just think those receivers are just
I
I
think
don't know
he's
what's going on
disinterested,
out there.
man. And
Yeah,
Rodgers is he just
he is one of them
he,
type guys that if the
yeah,
situation ain't like he wants, he'll fold it in on
he
you
just
and
folding it
cause
in.
you to
He mailing
lose.
it in. You could tell. It's
There's no
obvious to
way
me,
that
man.
dude throws 3 interceptions in the red zone. I don't give a shit
Yeah.
what he's going
Right.
through. There's no damn way. Against the Lions of all teams. They ain't even got a defense. How you throwing 3 interceptions against the Lions in the red zone? It's
I don't
ridiculous.
know. I don't know.
Like I
That's
think Aaron
crazy,
Rodgers
man.
is like, I'll show you because he's one of them type dudes that'll do it too. Like last year, the first game last year with the Saints, he just showed him something there. That,
Mm-hmm.
he didn't even play that first game. You can look at him, tell he wasn't playing up to his potential.
That dude's an
That,
asshole though, man. I
yes, he
wouldn't want
is,
him on my
bro.
team. He's an
I is.
asshole,
He's a
man.
meat player.
For real. That definitely don't want nobody like that on the New York Giants, man. But we about to get out of here, man. You know what I'm saying? It's been a a nice, good, solid stream.
Facts.
But let's give everybody their last words, man, before I check out, man. Go ahead, coach.
Mm, I'm just ready to see Tennessee. I mean, to see the Texans. That's really all I can say right now. I'm on the Houston Texans. That's really about it.
All right, Jeff.
Well, for me, it's I want to see some Giants football again. I miss my team not
Mhm.
playing out after during the bye. And for that basketball team with the Nets, please just give this fan base a little bit of hope that maybe things will start turning around. Give us a little hope.
Big fan Breezy, what you got for us? Give me your last words, bro.
Yo, man, Brooklyn Nets is part of heart of the city, respectfully, and you know what I'm saying. We still keeping this thing alive, man. The heart is still beating. You know what I'm saying? If you hear quiet, you can hear the heart beating, and that's partly because of the Brooklyn Nets doing that. You know what I'm saying? So right now, yeah, you seeing a new era of JV as the head coach, and I believe in this team. Before we come back next Tuesday, we got 3 games. I think we win all 3, starting with the Knicks. I love to see Knicks fans not even acknowledge the game tomorrow, and all the other Knicks fans that make it seem like us sweeping them 2 seasons in a row doesn't harm them or touch their Knicks fan soul. I just want to
No,
say we.
no,
Coach doesn't care.
no.
I just want to say we expect to get y'all at work tomorrow and, and sleep
So,
and sleep tight night night. You know what I'm saying? And shout out to shout out to shout out to the panel for turning me back into a football fan, a Giant fan. You know what I'm saying? That definitely made me a Giant fan again. So I appreciate you and love y'all for that, man. So have a good peace.
Oh,
Most
that's funny,
definitely,
Coach.
man. I appreciate you, bro, man. You know what I'm
I
saying?
agree. Nothing but love, man.
It's
Take
all
it easy,
love here,
Breezy.
man.
Good
You know what
stuff
I'm
as always,
saying?
bro.
Definitely brings that passionate element, man, that we all, it's a good blend, man, with this show, man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But yeah, man, my man, my G, man, my bro, man, Big Pat Sports Talk, man. Appreciate you pulling up, showing us love, man, especially at this time of night, man.
facts.
Um, Go ahead, man, for anybody that's listening out there, man. Tell them what's good with you, Big Pat. What you got going on, bro?
Nothing much, man. Just getting ready to start doing mock drafts and everything on Mock Draft Central on the Big Fat Sports Talk channel. But I just can't wait to call the damn Giants game on Sunday, man. Need some Giants football back in our lives, man. This bye week has been absolutely horrible.
Mhm.
I second that, man. Waiting on the Giants, man. You know what I'm saying? We're going go ahead and take care of them Houston Texans. I believe, man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to do no breakdowns. I ain't got to do no film reviews. I just know it is what it is. Coming off the bye week, this coaching staff, these guys, they going to have these cats well prepared. I do trust this coaching staff like none other coaching staff outside of Tom Coughlin and, Bill Parcells and them. But I do believe that the Giants are gonna go and take care of business and go 7-2. So
Kenny
that's what
Galladay
I'm.
scores a touchdown.
Hey man, if you ever hit
Oh,
that,
you
man,
just
go
ruined them
play it in
again,
Vegas.
man.
He's gonna
One of
keep
these
playing it,
weeks,
man, till it
Pat. One
happens.
of these weeks, he will do
He's
it.
gonna keep playing it. It's like
Not if you keep saying it.
it's like your grandma, man, that play. You know what I'm saying? 6-5-7 every time. It's gonna hit one day, baby. It's gonna
It's
hit.
gonna hit one day. One of these days, it's gonna hit.
Man,
You
that
play it
man ain't
every
hit.
time.
Man ain't hitting 2 years, man. It's over with.
You gotta believe
It's-
grandma, man. You gotta love grandma. Grandma love.
yeah, man, no doubt, man. But same numbers, man, every time, man. Much love and respect, man. But shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to Heart of the City, man. Shout out to Shadow Worlds, man, Radio, man, for sponsoring this show. Um,
Yeah.
and shout out to Go Travels, man. That's my brand, man. Um, also a sponsor of the show, man. I would play the video, but YouTube want to give me a copyright claim on it, so can't do it. But um,
What?
I seen
On
the
your
video.
video.
I seen the
yeah,
video. It was amazing. I seen him jump in Lake Minnetonka, and it was
yeah, I'll
beautiful,
play it for
man.
y'all in the back chat, man. But till next
So they got a
time,
video of him falling off the ATV.
peace.
Peace.